Goal for Liverpool today. On this occasion he couldn't keep his left-footed effort down, and it goes well over the top of the crossbar and out for a goal kick. And as you say, Dean Smith will now be looking at his watch and thinking, you know, we're minutes away from going in at 0-0.
I know exactly what he's thinking on that sideline. He's thinking, boys, just get me into half-time, 0-0. That is what he wants. That's what every single Norwich player wants now. He wants that whistle ASAP.
Doesn't have a good record against Liverpool in the sense that he's lost 3 of his 4 meetings against them. However, of course, he did produce one of the most remarkable scorelines when you consider that 7-2 win as the Aston Villa manager at Villa Park in October 2020. As they break here, McLean couldn't quite get it to Pukki, but it was Gomez coming across who did enough. And now Van Dijk hits it long and forward, but again Williams rises to head it away, picked up by Oxlade-Chamberlain, straight to the feet of Salah. Williams backpedals, Salah enters the penalty area. Salah, he twisted one time too many really, although he's dropping his shoulder one way, he's still got it. He'll go again, will Salah, leave it for Henderson. Gomez, played in, right hand side of the penalty area. Gomez looks up, stands over the cross, just a fraction too deep. Tsimikas outside the penalty area. Still 0-0. BBC Radio 5 Live in the World Service. Into the last 60 seconds we go. Luis Diaz. Henderson strokes it for Matip to Gomez. Right corner of the area. Gomez waits inside. Oxlade-Chamberlain, little dink. Lay off by Luis Diaz. Keita couldn't go square. Sargent with the interception. Liverpool quickly win it back. We're going to find out how much added on time there will be here at Anfield, where Liverpool have certainly dominated in terms of the possession. They've created the better chances, but just unable to find a way through. And now they go back. And I was about to mention there's no Firmino, there's no Jota in terms of reinforcements. You think of that front line today, it's going to be a Luis Diaz, a Mane or a Salah.
And Origi if he comes off the bench.
Or Origi, who's coming back after a long layoff with a knee injury. Salah with a cross, headed away by Aaron. Tsimikas on the volley, off his weaker right foot, well wide. Just the 1 minute of added on time, which we're now into. Liverpool 0, Norwich 0. Could be a...
The 2 centre-halves there are congratulating Aaron's, because again at the back post against Mane, great bit of defending. For any young full-back marking against a winger, get close to him, put your body in against him. The centre-halves are really pleased with him.
And you know one of them extremely well, a Borough boy in Ben Gibson, who's in many ways trying to get his career back on track after it stalled so badly at Burnley.
Yeah, it stalled at Burnley, but he's doing well this season. He played really well last season for him in the promotion year. Listen, I'm watching Ben here, and he's an organiser. He's getting on the ball, he's trying to make Norwich play.
Oxlade-Chamberlain forward, shoots, takes a deflection, and
what a
it was Hanley, was it, who just threw himself in front of it. That's the last bit of goal action. And Hanley's diverted that over the top, and that's the last bit of action, and that just typifies exactly what you've been saying.
That is die-hard defending at its maximum. What a block that was. The last kick of the game, well, the first half, I'm telling you, he put his body on the line, and again the Norwich players go up and congratulate him. That's what Norwich need today. That's what they need at the back. They need people who are going to put the bodies on the line.
So half-time, it's Liverpool 0, Norwich City 0. Rashica had an early goal disallowed. Pukki wasted the best chance of the game after a quarter of an hour. Tsimikas really should have scored for Liverpool. Gunners made 3 saves from Van Dijk, from Mane. They've also had a goal line clearance from Salah's header, and Virgil van Dijk's had a goal offside. So all considered, I'm surprised it's 0-0.
It is, as are most of the Premier League games this afternoon. Let's go from Anfield to St Mary's. This is 0-0. Sahel Sahi.
Yeah, an entertaining first half mark, but Everton shading possession, Southampton with the chances. The first after 5 minutes, Shea Adams, he picked out Brozier, who burst into the area and was denied by Pickford's legs. Pickford then made 2 further saves, denying James Ward-Prowse from a free kick, and then the best of the half was 3 yards away. James Ward-Prowse whipping in the corner, Livramento with a deft flick, and to the amazement of every Southampton supporter, it was still 0-0.
Doncaster next to bottom in League One. They've lost their last 6 in the league at home, but they lead Sheffield Wednesday by a goal to nil. Dan Gardner from the penalty spot. Darren Moore returning to Doncaster with Sheffield Wednesday, and they're behind on the stroke of half-time. What a first half for Burnley and their new centre-forward, Aaron Paul.
Absolutely. Brighton 0, Burnley 2. This has been a Sean Dyche masterclass. Logical, methodical, efficient. His side have limited Brighton in anything they do, whilst finding 2 goals for themselves. The first came from the big Dutchman, Wout Weghorst, off the mark for his first goal in the Premier League, with a sumptuous finish after Conor Roberts' ball in. The second came with a bit of good fortune as Weghorst held the ball up, surrounded by defenders, Mark, like a wildebeest by lions on the Serengeti. He got his feet together and played in Josh Brownhill, who checked onto his left and fired the ball towards goal. Did it take a deflection? Yes. Off who? Maybe it was Cornet, maybe it was the defender. Whoever it was, it counted. Brighton, their best chance came through Adam Lallana, whose header went wide of the post. But this has gone brilliantly for Burnley. They lead Brighton here by 2 goals to 0.
It was such a big afternoon for Burnley earlier. West Ham 1, Newcastle 1 at the London Stadium. That's how the early game finished. Let's go to Selhurst Park next. Goalless here, Ian Carter.
It is. The World Club champions Chelsea have been held by Crystal Palace, who should have taken the lead in injury time in this first half. Michael Elise, who's been excellent in the first half for Palace, released Wilfried Zaha, and from the side of the 6-yard box, Zaha's carefully crafted shot just shaved the outside of the post and went away for a goal kick. The best chances for Chelsea, well, the best was to N'Golo Kante after 20 minutes, brilliantly saved by Guaita, who also made a fantastic save from a long-range effort from Rudiger, which will be well worth watching on Match of the Day tonight. It's 0-0 at half-time.
There aren't many goals for Match of the Day tonight. 10:30 BBC One with Gary, Allen and Wrighty. They've just blown the half-time whistle at the Emirates. Maz Faruqi.
They have, Mark. 0-0 here as well, but it's been so one-sided. I was speaking to a Brentford fan before kick-off. He warned me it wouldn't be pretty from his team today, and it really hasn't been so far. It's been varying degrees of blocking in terms of their defence. They've spent most of the match in and around their 18-yard box and have maybe got out there half a handful of times, but Arsenal, for all their dominance and possession, don't have anything to show for it. Saka and Lacazette with a couple of chances each they could perhaps have done better with. Lacazette has had the ball in the back of the net as well, but he was offside. Martin Odegaard has flashed wide of the right-hand post as well. Mikel Arteta's half-time report will say good, could do better. Goalless here at the Emirates.
Also goalless at half-time at Villa Park between Aston Villa and Watford. We'll go there shortly. Let's go into the Championship, where earlier the leaders Fulham were beaten by 2-1 at home to Huddersfield. Bournemouth in second, they had their game postponed last night at home to Nottingham Forest. So a real chance, and Blackburn in third, by the way, had their game postponed at about 2 o'clock at home to Millwall. So a real chance for the chasing pack. Can QPR capitalise? They're at home to Hull. Lawrence Herdman.
And QPR could go third in the Championship, Mark, with a win, but they trail 1-0 at half-time. Off-colour Rangers, recent blip continuing, and Hull City poor on the road of late. Good value for that lead. The deadlock broken, approaching the half hour. QPR failed to clear Elder's out-swinging corner, and Marcus Fors smashed the ball in off the underside of the bar, but over the line. A first goal for the Finn since a loan move from Brentford. QPR's best chance fell to Ilias Chair, a long busting run from halfway by the Moroccan, and a low shot forcing a sprawling save by Matt Ingram in the Hull goal. Charlie Austin's glanced a header just wide as well, but Hull looking for breathing space at the bottom with the advantage. QPR 0, Hull 1.
Another team in playoff places are behind as well. Mark Webber.
Bristol City 1, Middlesbrough 0. Bristol City channeling the spirit of the Ashton Gate 8 in this first half. They opened the scoring. Antoine Semenyo laying it off from the right to Andreas Weimann. He's now got 16 goals in 34 appearances. Borough should have equalised. They took more of chances as the game went on. Aaron Connolly shooting too early when gifted the ball through a defensive error. Marcus Tavernier, Paddy McNair shooting over. Bristol City 1, Middlesbrough 0.
Back to the Premier League details of Villa 0, Watford 0 from John Akers.
Villa the best side, Watford with the best chance. Emmanuel Dennis, after 14 minutes on his right foot, 16 yards. Sarr had played him in. Great composure, decent strike, nice height for Martinez, who stretched well to his right to tip it round the post. They haven't had too much in the way of chances after that, Watford. And Villa, Ings with a couple of half chances. He hit the post, but he was offside. He had a penalty shout waved away and then a VAR check. But apart from that, just a few half chances. Coutinho and McGinn, it's 0-0.
Elsewhere in the Championship this afternoon, Cardiff 0, Blackpool 1. Marvin Ekpiteta with the goal for Neil Critchley's side. They're on a decent run of form, actually. Only lost one of their last 6 in the Championship. and they're behind at they're ahead at Cardiff, who do have decent, good form. They've won their last 3, have Steve Morrison's side. Goalless at Coventry at half-time. Coventry 0, bottom of the table. Barnsley 0, also Luton 0, West Brom 0, and there's a surprise at Deepdale. Andy Sixsmith.
Where Reading are on course for a massive win at the bottom of the Championship. They lead Preston 2-0, and it's all down to the finishing of Lucas Zhao, scuffing in after a goalmouth scramble for an early lead, before fair spanking in a screamer to double his and the Royals' tally. Reading, surprisingly, red hot after a week of protests and pandemonium, and heading 4 clear of the bottom 3. Preston poor, booed off by the fans, at least those who'd stayed in their seats and hadn't headed off for an early hot pot. Preston 0, Reading 2.
Elsewhere, Sheffield United 3, Swansea 0. Morgan Gibbs-White with his 6th of the season. George Baldock and Billy Sharp, who is Sheffield United's top scorer, 13 for the season for him, and Sheffield United looking to go unbeaten in 8. And at the Bet365, Stoke 1, Birmingham 1, Jordan James put in the visitors ahead. Tyrese Campbell equalising for Michael O'Neill's side. That just leaves the big game at the bottom. Naz Premji.
Derby 0, Peterborough 0, Mark. The home side have dominated. They've been the better side. Exciting youngster Festi Ebiselli's pacey runs down the right-hand side have frightened the Peterborough backline, and full-back for them, Hayden Coulson got himself 2 quick yellow cards. They're down to 10. Max Bird let fly on the volley, and Stephen Bender had to turn that one over. Tom Lawrence saw a shot turn behind as well for Derby. You just wonder how long the 10 men can cling on in the second period. Derby have been that dominant. It's Derby 0, Peterborough 0.
The top 2 in League One drew last night. Rotherham and Wigan. 4th are hosting 3rd at half-time. Shojo Osaka.
Sunderland 0, MK Dons 0. Both sides have been really disappointing with the ball here. MK Dons have had a couple of chances through Issa and McEachran, both parried away by the keeper. Sunderland's Ross Stewart's had 1 header wide, but in truth they've had no cutting edge at all. Half-time, Sunderland 0, MK Dons 0.
Bolton lead AFC Wimbledon by a goal to 0. Goalless between Cambridge and Accrington. Charlton are behind at half-time. Oxford have lost their last 2, but they lead at the Valley by 2 goals to 0. Matty Taylor's got both of those, 18 for the season for him. Mentioned Doncaster lead Sheffield Wednesday by a goal to 0. Goalless between Gillingham and Plymouth. Ipswich are in good form at home. They've won their last 3 at Portman Road. They lead Burton by a goal to 0 at half-time. Just outside the playoffs are Kieran McKenna's side. And Wycombe lead Cheltenham 3-1. Alfie May had put the visitors in front, 15 for the season for him, but Jordan Abita with 2 and Brandon Hanlon's 8th of the season have turned it round for Gareth Ainsworth's men. Northampton have got a late 3rd at home to Colchester in League 2, and that game is finished. They've beaten them by 3 goals to 0. Elsewhere, Carlisle 0, Swindon 1. Harry McCurdy's 15th of the season, the difference there. The leaders surprisingly behind at half-time. Forest Green Rovers 1, Walsall 0. George Miller, their top scorer, 9 for the season. Michael Flynn in charge of them for the first time today, and it's working so far. Hartlepool 0, Sutton 1. Goalless between Newport and Mansfield. Oldham 2, Bradford City 0. They're without a manager at Bradford, part of company with Derek Adams during the week, and they're behind next to bottom Oldham, who are going great guns under John Sheridan, unbeaten since he returned to the club for the 6th time. One of their goal scorers today, Davis Kelly-Dunn, 12 for the season for him. The other side in the bottom 2 also leading at half-time. Scunthorpe lead Rochdale by a goal to 0. It's Stevenage 0, Bristol Rovers 1, and Tranmere 0, Port Vale 0. Not that many games going ahead in the National League this afternoon. Chesterfield lead Solihull Moors 2-1, and they're down to 10 men in that game. Notts County 2, Eastleigh 0, Stockport 0, Woking 0, Torquay 2, Barnet 1, and it's goalless between Wealdstone and Wrexham. In the Scottish Premiership, not many goals about, just like the Premier League in England. Hibs 0, Ross County 0, Livingston 0, St Mirren 1, Livingston 0, St Mirren 0, Motherwell 0, Aberdeen 1, and St Johnstone 1, Hearts 1. In the Championship, Hamilton 0, Morton 0, Inverness 0, Ayr 1, Kilmarnock 2, Wraith 0, Queen of the South 0, Arbroath 1. In League 1, Cove Rangers 1, Falkirk 0, Dumbarton 1, Alloa 1, East Fife 1, Queen's Park 1, Montrose 1, Clyde 1, and Peterhead 0, Airdrieonians 1. In League 2, Annan 0, Edinburgh City 0, Cowdenbeath 1, Elgin 0, goalless between Forfar and Kelty Hearts, and Stranraer are a goal up on Stenhouse Muir. In the Super League earlier, Hull 6, St Helens 38. They're into the second half at Huddersfield, and they lead Hull KR 16 points to 0. In the Premiership Rugby Union, all of these are half times. Bath 20, Leicester 14, Harlequins 12, Wasps 3, London Irish 12, Saracens 10, and Northampton 14, Sale 15. And one other bit of sports news for you: Britain got its first medal at these Winter Olympics earlier when the men's curling team picked up silver, and the women's final is at 1 a.m. Tomorrow morning. 2 minutes to 4 o'clock. Jill Mackenzie has the news.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Germany has become the latest country to urge its citizens to leave Ukraine with fears of an imminent Russian invasion. Boris Johnson's called on other Western leaders for unity over the crisis and warned that if Russia invades, the UK will impose sanctions on Russian individuals and businesses. The Business Secretary Kwasi Kwarteng says around 190,000 properties are still without power after Storm Eunice, which brought record-breaking winds to the UK. Some train services are still disrupted as strong winds affect the clear-up operation. A French modelling agent who was a close associate of the convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein has been found dead in his prison cell in Paris. Jean-Luc Brunel was facing rape, sexual assault and sexual harassment charges and had been in custody since trying to flee to Senegal in December 2020. And the family of a British man who was killed by a shark in Australia have paid tribute to him, saying he had a rare gift in connecting with people. Simon Nellist, who was 35, died in the attack on Wednesday off Little Bay. It's the first fatal shark attack in Sydney for nearly 60 years.
This is 5 Live Sport with Mark Chapman.
Back at Anfield shortly, where it's goalless between Liverpool and Norwich, but John Hunt is with us because you've been keeping an eye on the day's racing at Ascot and Haydock.
Really busy day, Mark, as well. Yes, the Grade 1 Ascot Chase in the last few moments has been won by the Irish-trained Fakir Duderi, who was runner-up in the Ryanair Chase at the Cheltenham Festival last year. He'll surely be heading back there in 3 weeks' time. And at Haydock Park, the Grand National Trial saw the Galloping Bear, great name, winning at 9-2 favourite, beating the ever-popular grade Bristol de Mai. And one bit of champion hurdle news, Mark, developments from Gorham Park this afternoon. Tee Up Who has booked his ticket for the Cheltenham Festival as well, winning the Red Mills Hurdle at Gorham Park by 11 lengths. Honeysuckle remains hot favourite to win the champion hurdle.
And you're with me in the studio because you've been doing the bobsleigh.
Yeah, absolutely. And British girls in the 2-women event still 17th. No improvement there, Mark.
Okay, nice one, John. Thank you very much. And we will be at Cheltenham in, what do you say, 3 weeks?
Yeah,
3 weeks.
Tuesday, can't
wait.
3
weeks' time. Full coverage across Sports Extra and 5 Live, particularly on the Friday for Gold Cup Day. So in the Premier League at the moment, the goals are rare. Nothing at Anfield, nothing at Selhurst Park, nothing at the Emirates, nothing at St Mary's, nothing at Villa Park. The only team to have scored in the 3 o'clocks are Burnley, and they have 2 as they lead by 2-0 at Brighton. Back to, I thought this was going to be a busy afternoon here.
You and me both, Mark.
Yeah.
You and me both.
Jonathan's having to earn his money today.
It's definitely not a 0-0 this Chapman's, let me tell you that. It's not.
Okay.
Just make sure he earns his money tomorrow with you.
I tell you where he will, don't worry, I'll make sure. What's interesting, I suppose, Jonathan, is just in this one, you're looking at fullbacks, aren't you? And look, Joe Gomez is a great footballer, but he isn't going to be as creative as Alexander-Arnold when you look at Liverpool as an attacking force. But also, you've mentioned it several times, Aarons and Williams, the way they tuck in behind their centre-halves.
Yeah, they've done that really well. And a game I done a few weeks ago, and I looked at the Spurs full-backs, and they were really, really poor at it. Where the 2 lads at the back, right back and left back, Aarons and Williams from Norwich, have been fantastic at it.
All yours, Ian.
Thanks, Mark. We're underway. Neither side has made a change. Liverpool all in red. Under the clear blue skies here on Merseyside, attacking the Kop. So they're playing from left to right against the Norwich City side in their yellow shirts and green shorts. And I'll run through the 2 teams for you. Alisson is in goal. A back 4 of Gomez, Matip, Van Dijk and Tsimikas. Midfield 3 of Oxlade-Chamberlain, Henderson and Keita. Salah, Mane and Luis Diaz are the front 3. Jota and Firmino not involved through injury, an ankle and groin problem respectively. Alexander-Arnold is rested. For Norwich City, Gunn is in goal. A back 4 of Aarons, Gibson, Hanley and Williams. A midfield of McLean, Gilmore and Norman, with Rashica on the left, Sargent on the right and Pukki as the lone striker. And still the best opportunity of the game fell to Timo Pukki, who's sent away now here by Rashica. Rashica's actually running through the middle. Pukki on the left-hand side looks up, tries to play it in towards Rashica, takes the deflection, and Gomez can clear for Liverpool. How we didn't get a goal in that first half.
That's the thing. Norwich have to take their opportunities when they get them, like they should have done through Pukki.
Northampton 3, Colchester 0, and in fact that's a full-time score. It was a 2 o'clock kickoff, so Northampton Town have beaten Colchester United by 3-0. The latest score in League One: Gillingham 0, Plymouth 1 at Priestfield. The goals as they go in on 5 Live and the World Service. And tomorrow, 5 Live Premier League Sunday, Leeds United, Manchester United at 2, which will be an extremely tasty atmosphere, to be followed by Wolverhampton Wanderers against Leicester City at 4:30. Mark Chapman back on the Monday Night Club with the usual crew, and Champions League action again on Tuesday and Wednesday. Chelsea-Lille from Stamford Bridge, Atletico Madrid against Manchester United on the Wednesday. Sargent just outside the penalty area, onto his left foot, looking for a side of goal, continuing to run into the inside left channel of the penalty area, onto his right foot, pulls it back. Rashica's shot takes a deflection, and it's gone in, and Norwich City have taken the lead to stun the crowd here at Anfield. Well, what a turn up here at Anfield.
Well, he's hit that, it's got a deflection there of Matip and gone into the far corner, but it was his ball in the first place. He hit a diagonal pass with backspin on it, the ball landed back to him and he smashed one and deflected off Matip. Liverpool really need to step up.
The Liverpool crowd respond. Rashica turns to acknowledge the travelling support, because this is a real turn-up here at Anfield.
We said it wouldn't go 0-0 all the way through. First 2 minutes, 1-0. Liverpool have got to get back in this game as soon as possible.
We mentioned him and Williams in an attacking sense and from a defensive point of view down that left-hand side. And Rashica with a right-footed shot, taking the deflection off Matip. It was a cruel stroke of luck against Alisson. There was nothing he could do about that. But Rashica has been credited with the goal. It's actually his first goal in the Premier League. His only previous goal was against Charlton in the FA Cup. And the Kosovan international with a surprising scoreline that has rocked Anfield.
It's like you can hear a pin drop now in Anfield. You really can. The crowd nearly need to have to get back after this Liverpool team. They need to give them some confidence. They have to find something from somewhere.
There's been a goal on Wearside. Shojo Saka.
Sunderland 0, MK Dons 1 straight after the break. On the break for MK Dons, and Mo Issa scores straight past Patterson. Sunderland 0, MK Dons 1.
Well, that might just lift the spirits of any travelling Newcastle supporters to see their arch rivals completely unravelling at the top of League One. But bearing in mind for their own status, certainly the teams beneath them in the bottom 3, Newcastle of course are outside of the relegation zone, with Burnley winning 2-0 at Brighton, and now Norwich leading here by 1-0. There are signs of everybody starting to pick up form. I mean, up until the heavy defeat at home to Manchester City, Norwich had actually taken 7 points out of 9, Newcastle of course unbeaten in 6, but this has certainly raised the ante here at Anfield.
Dean Smith's given that fighting chance, and full credit to them, because in the first half they were creating opportunities as well. I know they got a bit of luck in the second half with that goal, but they've deserved the goal because they've kept on going. They've played with an identity.
And now they've got something to protect. Liverpool are behind. The only remaining unbeaten home Premier League record is under threat. They've won 8, they've drawn 3. They actually haven't lost here at Anfield since Fulham themselves had pulled up a bit of a surprise almost a year ago. That was last March. Keita. Henderson, edge of the area. Out it goes to the left-hand side, attacking the Kop. Tsimikas has his cross charge down. There were 2 across to deal with Tsimikas. And Liverpool now have a corner kick 6 minutes into the second half. There might not be many goals around in the Premier League, but we're certainly not short of a story or 2. Corner kick for Liverpool, far side the left, Tsimikas to take it. This will be an outswinger. Tsimikas, left-footed. In it comes now. Hanley heads it away. Helped further away by the head of Gilmore. Rashica to Pukki, who volleys the ball forward. Breaking from the ranks was actually Williams of all people. And then Matip lifts it up into the air on the halfway line. Headed forward. Wouldn't quite drop towards Rashica. And it'll be Tsimikas inside now to Henderson. Tranmere are leading Port Vale by a goal to nil. Tranmere 1, Port Vale 0. Mickey Mell inside, second in the table, and are ahead at Prenton Park. Ball forward towards Mane, not once but twice, headed away by Hanley, brought down off the chest by Sargent, and he works it nicely. And Sargent now comes forward, just couldn't slide it through towards Matip. But the tempo has certainly gone up a notch or two now here inside Anfield. Sargent's left one late on Henderson. That'll be a free kick, and we'll get news of another sending off at Derby Naz Premji.
Derby nil, Peterborough nil. Tom Lawrence sent off for an awful on John Nathan Thompson. Both sides down to 10. Derby nil, Peterborough nil.
Cardiff 1, Blackpool 1. Cardiff have equalised down in South Wales. Have won their last 3 at home in the Championship. Well, what a scoreline we have here. What a story we have to tell. Hibs lead Ross County by a goal to nil. Goal at Arsenal, Mazmarouki.
Arsenal are ahead. This one counts. Emil Smith-Rowe picking up the ball midway through the Brentford half, running at pace and firing into the back of the net from the left-hand side. Arsenal 1, Brentford 0.
From that free kick, it's hoisted high and it drops low from Oxlade-Chamberlain and out then for a goal kick. And there were a few groans there, and it was interesting that Virgil van Dijk, in his role of leader of this Liverpool side, is just trying to keep morale high.
He's trying to get the team together, because at the minute they don't look together on the pitch. Norwich are doing a really good job. When they're breaking at pace, they get passes through the centre of the pitch, and they don't half break at pace. It's difficult for Liverpool to really control them at times.
A lift for Norwich in their fight against relegation. It would be a severe setback for Liverpool in their title aspirations to try and claw back the gap between them and the leaders, Manchester City. 9 points, remember, at the start of play. They were looking to try and close it to 6. 7 changes that were made. Tsimikas racing forward, almost level with the penalty area. Back then towards Keita. Plays it towards Luis Diaz. Enters the penalty area left-hand side. Pulls it back, edge of the area. Henderson takes it further away to Gomez. Forward, Oxlade-Chamberlain. Full weight inside the box. Here is Luis Diaz, right-hand side, attacking the Kop. He finds Salah onto his left foot. Goes tight, angles against him. Salah with the back to goal to Henderson, who shoots, blocked by Hanley.
What a block, Grant Hanley.
Liverpool are urged on by the crowd. Henderson 30 yards out from goal. Oxlade-Chamberlain, cries of Liverpool, Liverpool. Oxlade-Chamberlain back with Gomez, first time ball delivered deep. Headed out, drops on the edge of the area, headed further away by Gilmore, chested forward by Van Dijk. Goal at Southampton, Sahel Saeed.
It's Southampton who are leading Everton by a goal to nil. Gomez picked off in midfield, Romeo to Adams, Adams square to Stuart Armstrong, who scores his first Premier League goal of the season. Southampton 1, Everton 0.
Luis Diaz scrapping for the ball in the penalty area. Norwich defence absolutely working overtime, managed to get it away. Hanley and Gibson superb at the back. Stoke 2, Birmingham 1, ladies score in the Championship. Salah inside, Luis Diaz gets the shot away, takes a deflection behind for a corner.
Norwich are in the trenches. They are in the trenches. This is bodies on the line stuff for notes. How long can they keep on doing this for? But they are really defending so well. There's high fives in the box by Gibson and Hanley.
Jurgen Klopp said we have to win our games and see if we come close or not regarding that title challenge to Manchester City. They're behind here. Oxlade-Chamberlain with a corner. Couple of headers out, picked up by Tsimikas, 30 yards out over on that far side. To Mane, in the penalty area, on the overlap, Tsimikas with the cross, and eventually it's away by McLean. Backs to the wall for those boys in yellow, as Oxlade-Chamberlain giving away a free kick, and they are digging deep, and the thing is, for Dean Smith, they're responding.
They're doing brilliantly well. So well defending, bodies on the line, the midfielders are getting out to Keita and Henderson to stop balls being played through. And this is when they need to just start taking the sting out of the game, slow the game down, take your time on free kicks. Little fouls here and there, take your time. The keeper's coming out, going to hit a long ball up into the channel for Rashica to run onto.
That's the voice of Jonathan Woodgate on 5 Live in the World Service. West Ham 1, Newcastle 1, a result. Leahy scores in the top flight. Arsenal 1, Brentford 0. Aston Villa 0, Watford 0. Brighton and Hove Albion 0, Burnley 2. So Watford going to the bottom of the table as it stands. Liverpool trailing here to Norwich City. Southampton lead Everton by a 1-0 as Williams with a cross and turned behind by Simicast for a corner kick to Norwich. And the only other game we haven't mentioned is the one at Selhurst Park. Ian Carter.
Still 0-0, 8 minutes into the second half. A bright start to the second half from Crystal Palace, who have been piling on the pressure and forced into a change at half-time with Jack Butland replacing Gleiter in goal. Gleiter picking up an injury in the first half in which he starred with 2 excellent saves. 0-0.
Corner kick to Norwich City, leading by a 1-0. Outswinger, Gibson was up from the back, headed out by, and then volleyed back in from, it was Rashica, and goes out for a goal kick. Carlisle 0, Swindon 2, St Johnstone 2, Hearts 1, Stevenage 0, Bristol Rovers 3, Hartlepool have got an equaliser at home to Sutton 1-1, and a flurry of goals. Livingston leads St Mirren by a 0-0. You're up to date with the goals as they go in. But Norwich City here, leading 1-0 against this Liverpool side on this long and beaten run at Anfield. Oxlade-Chamberlain, Rashica coming back, takes it off his toes. Oxlade-Chamberlain adjudged to a foul. Rashica, the goal scorer. Free kick given to the away side by referee Mike Dean.
Look at the time they're taking now, Norwich. They'll do this every single time they get a free kick. They will take the time, they'll stay down for that little bit longer. That's what they need to do. They need to take the sap and the energy out of the game.
Liverpool are calling for reinforcements down below from Jurgen Klopp, but a draw is no good to Liverpool.
It's no good. They lose this, they're out of the title race. Even though before the game I thought they were out of the title race anyway, this just confirms it. Looks like they're bringing Origi on and Thiago on. They haven't got, this time they can't bring Hotter on, they can't bring Firmino on, they've got injuries. So now it's Origi and Thiago.
Mane coming forward. Liverpool still looking for the equaliser. Mane driving, has support from Keita, went fractionally behind him, plays it back towards Mane, held up a little bit, they're appealing for a penalty. Hanley against Mane. Mike Dean had a good view of that and he says no, penalty.
Top defending again by Grant Hanley, had strength there, it was hard to get past.
Liverpool Simicast on that left hand side. Rochdale have got an equaliser at Scunthorpe. Scunthorpe 1, Rochdale 1. Wickham 3, Cheltenham 2, they have a goal back. Swindon have got a third at Brunton Park. Carlisle 0, Swindon 3, and it's Preston 0, Reading 3. A real turn up there at Deepdale. The end of Preston's 6-match unbeaten run as Salah sweeps one in from the right hand side, left footed. Cross comes shot, curling its way through, and it will go out for a goal kick, which he'll be in no hurry to take at all, will Angus Gunn. And the Norwich supporters, who would have only travelled really in hope, given the fact that Liverpool are unbeaten in their last 16 against Norwich in all competitions since Goss got a 1-0 win for Norwich back in the day. To turn up in the title race. It's a huge lift for Norwich in their fight against survival, and it's a real coupon buster too. Here is Pukki, and they're looking for more goals too, Norwich here. Pukki missed that great chance in the first half, holds it up. McLean into the penalty area towards Rashica, snapping away, scooped up by Allison. Let's get Luton lead West Bromwich Albion by a 0-0 at Kenilworth Road. West Brom yet to win or score since Steve took charge. They've got a goal back. Preston 1, Reading 3. We'll get an update.
QPR 0. He's going to be stretching off. A collision with Albert Adobe on the far post, and the former Rangers keeper he is too. So it may be that 19-year-old Harvey Cartwright comes on in goal for Hull.
Still Liverpool trail. We've got an hour gone. Half an hour remains for what could be a monumental 30 minutes as far as this Premier League season is concerned at either end of the table. Henderson, 35 yards out. He goes square. Gomez, forward. Salah, right corner of the area, onto his left foot, enters the penalty area. Again, Williams was there. Williams with another challenge. This left side have been so strong for Norwich City. Rashica now brings it away, tries to switch play. Sargent will get there, away from Simicast. Birmingham have got an equaliser. Stoke 2, Birmingham 2 in the Championship. Norwich City now looking for another goal. It's with Aarons. Lost his way. Manages actually still to wriggle it way through to Pookie, battling for it. There's been a goal at the Stadium of Light. Shojo Saka.
Sunderland 1, MK Dons 1. Sunderland have found one through Ross Stewart. Cross from the right, glancing header into the bottom corner. Sunderland 1, MK Dons 1.
And to Preston, Andy Sixsmith.
Where it's Preston 1, Reading 3. Reading had gone 3-0 up through that John Swift goal. Really calm finish after an excellent move. But Daniel Johnson has pulled one back for Preston, and Deepdale are on Reading's shoulders. 1-3.
So a double change being made. We're going to see Divock Origi coming on first of all for Keita. Only 3 substitute appearances in the Premier League this season. He's missed the last 14 with a knee injury. Has a habit of scoring late goals, as we know only so well. And the other change is Oxlade-Chamberlain, who's coming off for Thiago. Let's get an update meanwhile from Brighton. Aaron Paul.
Brighton 0, Burnley 2. Concern though for the Clarets. Maxwell Cornet has had to come off in some discomfort. He had strapping around his calf already, but it's all come off, and he's had to be substituted for Jay Rodriguez. Brighton 0, Burnley 2.
Charlton 0, Oxford 3, Bolton 2, Wimbledon 0, and latest scores in League One. Liverpool are behind here. Arsenal lead Brentford by 1-0. Brentford, they're the one team that are really sliding into that relegation mix. Aston Villa 0, Watford 0, Brighton 0, Burnley 2, Crystal Palace 0, Chelsea 0, Southampton 1, Everton 0. Norwich City, though, leading here in the most surprising of all scorelines. Gomez on the outside of Rashica, attacking the Kop end. Crosses from the right-hand side. Header out by Aarons. Thiago to Salah. McLean gets there first. To a man, Norwich City have been immense.
Fantastic defending. Absolutely fantastic.
63 minutes play. Simicast goes back. Thiago. Luis Diaz trips, referees played the advantage. Thiago to the edge of the area, gives it to Salah, inside right channel area, scoops the ball in, headed out by Hanley, missed though by Sargent, under pressure in the penalty area, gets the ball away in a second time of asking. Played forward by Van Dijk. Simicast to Henderson. Midway through the Norwich half, 5 live in the World Service. Here now is Gomez. Gomez tries to wriggle free. Not once, but twice. The referee was ready to blow his whistle. Good advantage again by Mike Dean. Henderson headed on by Simicast. Mane! With the acrobatic finish. Mane 6 yards out. Gets Liverpool level. 1-1.
Sargent let Simicast go. He let him go. The ball went to the back post. He nodded it down. It must be the first time that he gets away from Sargent. The ball goes to the back post, he heads it down for Mane, Mane overhead kick into the goal. Great finish. Liverpool have changed the shape now to 4-2-3-1 with Diaz just in behind Origi. Salah off the left.
Sadio Mane, the player of the tournament at the recent African Cup of Nations, with a spectacular close-range finish. The boos and the whistles are because there is a stoppage to one of the Norwich players. It might be Norman who's getting treatment down below. But Liverpool with the equaliser to set us up perfectly now for the next 25 minutes.
It was always going to be difficult for Norwich to hold out. It really was. Liverpool were piling that pressure, and now Thiago's come on. You've got him and Henderson really conducting the pace of the game. It's going to be difficult now for Norwich.
And you can hear the crowd's response here at Anfield as we go to Arsenal and Mazfarouki.
Brentford have gone a bit flat since going behind in. They set up for so long not to concede. Saka has just had a decent shot on target, and Arsenal look to build on their 1-goal lead.
It was McLean getting the treatment. He's been told he's got to leave the field of play before coming back on. So, Liverpool 1, Norwich 1. And Liverpool now have a bit between their teeth. Mane back heels the ball. Simicast left hand side, trying to keep the ball alive. From a Norwich point of view, they'd have still snapped your hands off for this scoreline at the start of the afternoon. Remember, Liverpool unbeaten in their last 28 Premier League games, kicking off at 3 o'clock on a Saturday. Since at Hull City, in February 2017. They've won 25, they've drawn 3. They really can't afford a 4th draw. Norwich, however, have designs on going back in front. Rashica on the attack, left corner of the penalty area, looks for the support. Gilmore was there and couldn't get hold of it, and Allison will pick it up. We've certainly got a game on now, Jonathan.
We have got a game on.
Long clearance, Salah, flight stays down, Salah waits, goalkeeper to the edge of the area, Salah rolls it in! Liverpool turned it around, and it had to be Mo Salah! It's a landmark goal for the Egyptian magician! His 150th goal for Liverpool, and it's put them 2-1 in front of Norwich!
Yeah! Becca there was unbelievable! Down the field!
Yes!
For Salah, what a ball by him!
What a ball!
He takes it in his stride, he jigs one way.
Whatever!
To the other side of the goal, and he rolls it in. What a finish, Mo Salah, but the assist from Alisson was special.
We've seen it before, whether it be Alisson or Edison. That distribution, that vision, and it must have landed that kick 25 yards out, gone to the edge of the area, but Salah didn't hit it first.
Yes!
He waited.
Yes!
He had that composure on the edge of the area, and whilst the Norwich players desperately tried to get back, right-footed rolled it in, and they've turned it around in a matter of minutes here at Anfield. Liverpool lead by 2-1, and Mo Salah has become the 10th Liverpool player to reach 150 goals in his 233rd game for the club. Only Roger Hunt has done it in fewer matches with 226. And Liverpool all of a sudden, yes, they've had a scare, but they've bounced back in, 2 goals in the space of 3 minutes to really transform this
Full credit to Jurgen Klopp. He changed the formation to 4-2-3-1. Thiago and Jordan Henderson just at the bottom conducting things, and Thiago's had a main and it's just by the tempo of the game, and it's worked.
And so it's a case of really, as you were, down at the bottom of the table, because they're not looking to try and close that gap on Newcastle United, who, after an excellent result at West Ham, now still have that 5-point buffer. Burnley still leading Brighton by 2-0. Southampton lead Everton by 1-0. Everton still very much in the mix. Arsenal lead Brentford by 1-0. Do not discount Brentford, despite the fact they're 14th in the table. Aston Villa 0, Watford 0. Crystal Palace and Chelsea is goalless, and they're the latest scores in the Premier League. But Liverpool 2, Norwich City 1.
Once you get this place rocking, it is difficult. It is so difficult. The Liverpool players now have the full 45,000 Scousers all behind them, absolutely loving this game.
Well, it's definitely inside Anfield. Can hardly hear yourself think. Certainly can't hear the instruction from the studio. It's Ipswich 2, Burton 0, Cambridge 1, Accrington 0. And as it falls quiet here, I'm thinking, why is Claire the producer shouting at me? But it's the Queen's Park Rangers.
Well, a stoppage of fully 10 minutes here, because Matt Ingram has just been stretchered off. He collided with Albert Adoma on the far post, landed on the small of his back, but smashed his head against the ground. Looked like whiplash, but it means that Harvey Cartwright is coming on for a league debut, the 19-year-old Hull City goalkeeper. Still QPR 0, Hull 1.
It's probably, to be fair, it's not the first time that either Claire shouts at me or about me when in the studio, especially on such a busy afternoon. She navigates her way around the various grounds that we go to on the service here on BBC Radio 5 Live, and Toulon to Liverpool. And Richard Jolly has sent out a tweet. This is the 3rd successive season that Alisson has either got a Premier League goal or an assist. Of course, it was his goal at West Bromwich.
Thiago just dictating the pace of this game.
Tsimikas drives over the cross, comes off the head of Hanley, won't go behind, kept in play by Williams, but only as far as it goes out for a throw. Oxford United are leading Charlton, who are now down to 10 men. Charlton 0, Oxford United 3. A goal at the Amex, Aaron Paul.
Game over, Brighton 0, Burnley 3, and what a goal it is for Aaron Lenny, who just jinked into the area. That low centre of gravity edge right left past Robert Sanchez high into the roof of the net. Brighton 0, Burnley 3.
What a scoreline that is from a Burnley point of view, to take them off the foot of the table as it stands. Wycombe 3, Cheltenham 3 is the latest score in League One. So Cheltenham fighting back from 3-1 down. Into the penalty area. Into his left. Oh, I thought it was a goal. Left-footed, he's curled it just wide. 2-1 Liverpool.
That was vintage Salah, but the ball from Thiago. Oh, what a pass! An absolute pass from Thiago. Since he's I haven't stopped talking about it. It's phenomenal.
To lose in 2022, looking to stretch their unbeaten run to 11, and Mo Salah coming very, very close. I think it's fair to say you've enjoyed this game, haven't you?
I enjoy every game, but do you know, when I see people like that come on the pitch, Thiago, and change the game and dictate the pace of the game, moves it slow, moves it fast, there's just levels in football, and he's a level on his own.
Jonathan Woodgate certainly enjoying his time with us here on BBC Radio 5 Live, and in fact Jonathan will be with us next weekend for our coverage of the League Cup final, Chelsea against Liverpool. That's next Sunday. He'll be at Ellen Road tomorrow for watching his former club Leeds against Manchester United, which we will have commentary on with John Murray and Chris Waddle at 2 o'clock as part of 5 Live Premier League Sunday. Newport County 0, Mansfield 1 is the latest score. Bolton 3, Wimbledon 0. So Wimbledon now will be without a win in 14 in League One, as there's another goal at Ashton Gate in the Championship, Mark Webber.
Where it's now Bristol City 2, Middlesbrough 0. An assist for the first one, a goal for this one. Anton Semenyo tracking the edge of the area, low shot just past Joe Lumley, the keeper. Bristol City 2, Middlesbrough 0.
Here is Williams coming forward, away from Divock Origi. Norwich City is still in this, trailing 2-1. Rashica, who's had a good game with a cross on the left-hand side, flags up on the far side. Regardless of the result, the performance here today from Norwich City has got to give Dean Smith encouragement.
Up to now they've done very well, done really well. They're playing against one of the top teams in world football, and they've come here, they took the lead and they've done well. It will give them confidence moving forward.
Liverpool are teetering on bringing up the century. 99 goals now they've scored in all competitions this season. They'll be closing that gap to 6, albeit only for a few hours, if Manchester City, of course, can get the 3 points against Tottenham at the Etihad. That's underway at 5:30. Team news from Vicky Sparks.
Gundogan and Walker replace Mahrez and Stones, who are amongst the City subs. Eric Dyer's back from injury in one of 4 Spurs changes. Kulusevski makes his first start. Emerson Royal and Højbjerg also in. Mora winks, Sanchez and Doherty drop to the bench.
Salah to Luis Diaz, cut out by Gibson. Wycombe are now leading Cheltenham by 4 goals to 3, and it's going from bad to worse for Bradford City. They're now down to 10 men as they trail at Boundary Park. Oldham Athletic 2, Bradford City 0 is the latest score in League 2. But here in the Premier League, with 15 minutes remaining, we've got a full sports report coming up on a busy afternoon with 6 games at 3 o'clock in the Premier League. As much live reaction as we can cram into with Mark Chapman at 5 o'clock. Certainly we hope to bring you Dean Smith and Jurgen Klopp live here from Anfield. And then Premier League Sunday tomorrow, the Monday Night Club on Monday, Chelsea Lille in the Champions League on Tuesday, Atletico Madrid, Manchester United on Wednesday. And live football aplenty to look forward to on 5 Live. Aaron's on the attack, right hand side, pulls it back to Pookie. Quite a difficult chance around knee height. Couldn't get his right foot around it at the near post. 6 yards out, goal kick.
That was a difficult chance for Pookie, to be honest. But do you know what I love as well? Looking at Mane, they're one of the best players in the world. Look at his work rate, wanting to get back and help Tsimikas out. But like I say, Aaron's done really well. Just didn't fall right for Pookie.
They're going to make a change, Norwich City. Of course, this week they had the news that Adam Idar is out for the rest of the season with a knee injury. So they've made a change, and it's going to be Shemiswa Quaheta who's coming on, who he's just replaced Sargent on that right hand side. So Quaheta is on. Norwich City still trying to maybe pick up a point over on that far side. Ball played forward to Pukki, caught by Allison, almost spills it and carries it over the line in the penalty area. He quickly had to throw it out. Quick reactions there from the goalkeeper, as it's going to be a throw to Norwich City. Before I forget as well, fact of the day yesterday with Tony Livesey. It's something we do at 6:20 every day on Drive, and I didn't realise this. Even Claire McDonald, who presents Drive with Tony Livesey, says that it was a good one. Good fact of the day from Tony on this occasion, that Delia Smith asked an A-list actor to invest in Norwich, something that he regrets he didn't do so at the time, and it was Hugh Jackman, who, would you believe, his mum actually lives in Norwich. So Grace, if you're listening to 5 Live, you were part of Fact of the Day with Tony Livesey yesterday. Although the scoreline is certainly not a happy one at the minute from a Norwich City persuasion. Gillingham 0, Plymouth 2. Motherwell 1, Aberdeen 1. Motherwell have equalised, and Wickham have got a 5th at home to Cheltenham 5-3. You're up to date. 5 Live. And the World Service, 13 minutes of normal time remaining. And Liverpool with Origi to Henderson. Another goal at Deepdale in the Championship, under 6 minutes.
How's your nerves, Reading fans? Preston 2, Reading 3. Cameron Archer on loan from Villa, turning in the 6-yard box to make it 2-3 and really set up a grandstand finish.
Doncaster 1, Sheffield Wednesday 1. Wickham 5, Cheltenham 4. Goals galore at Adams Park, and another goal at the Stadium of Light, Shojo Saka.
Sunderland 1, MK Dons 2. Troy Parrott putting in Connor Wickham, who slid it home. He only signed last month, and he's put MK Dons ahead 2-1 against Sunderland.
12 minutes remain here at Anfield. Liverpool 2, Norwich City 1. First goal of the afternoon at Selhurst Park, Ian Carter.
And it's gone the way of Chelsea, and it's Ziyech who's got it after Lukaku's shot was initially saved by the substitute goalkeeper Jack Butland. Open goal for Ziyech, and he tapped it away. That after Chelsea have just made 3 changes, bringing Kovacic, Loftus-Cheek and Alonso on. Chelsea ahead, they lead 1-0.
That would take Chelsea to 50 points. Liverpool are going to move to 57. Manchester City, of course, top with 63. Salah coming forward. Salah's going to go it alone. Gun with a parry. Low to his left-hand side. Managed to get the ball away from that shot on the edge of the area by Salah. Luis Diaz. Henderson tees up Thiago. Blocked by a trailing leg of Hanley. Up in the air it goes. Headed further away by McLean. Gilmour can't get it away, and Henderson knocks the ball back towards Van Dijk. Stevenage 0, Bristol Rovers 4 is the latest score in League 2, and Liverpool just looking for that 3rd goal to try and put the game to bed. But there's a goal at Queen's Park Rangers. Lawrence Herdman.
Big goal, QPR 1, Hull City 1. Lovely flighted cross from Moses Otabajo, the substitute on the left, and Ilias Chair didn't have to break stride to put it past 19-year-old substitute goalkeeper Harvey Cartwright. QPR 1, Hull 1.
Liverpool lead by 2-1. They're playing from left to right. Henderson. Gomez on this near side. Thiago to Mane. Holds onto the ball with Norman behind him. Van Dijk is forced out wide on that left-hand side. And now hearing... Oh, mistake by Matip. And it was Gomez on the cover.
Replaced by Gomez.
Matip making the error, and McLean unable to take advantage. Thiago with delightful skill. He's looking to the right, and he's played an outrageous ball to Tsimikas on the left-hand side, who's level with the area. Back it goes to Henderson, and we're going to go back to Selhurst Park. I understand that goal does not stand.
It does not stand, no, Ian. It has been ruled out for offside. Lukaku in the build-up. It was his shot that was saved, and then Ziyech turned it in. There was a long VAR check, and confirmation came that Lukaku was offside, so we're back to 0-0.
And here, it's 2-1 to Liverpool. Henderson forward ball, he's picked out Luis Diaz! Luis Diaz with a finish! That was outstanding! Henderson with a precise pass! Luis Diaz latches onto it and scores his first goal for the club and brings up a century of goals for Liverpool as they secure the 3 points.
Unbelievable pass by Jordan Henderson, but it's the run that makes the pass. Diaz runs in from the right-hand side, from out to win, and what a finish. I was going to say previous, if you look at the side of player for Liverpool, he is your perfect signing. He is Liverpool. When they lose a ball, He gets it back quick. He makes them runs from out to win. And what a finish. What a signing for Liverpool.
In both the meetings this season, Liverpool have scored 3 goals. They've kept up their average against Norwich. And the 3 points you would now think are secure. And Luis Diaz has scored 16 goals this season for Porto. Registers his first in his 4th appearance. He took it with aplomb, but it was a piercing ball by Henderson.
Fantastic ball, and the weight of the pass on the ball as well. He saw it, he looked up, but it was the run. He saw the run from in to out from Luis Diaz, and it was that finish. It was cool. Gunn came out and he just dinked it over the top of him.
Let's go to Brighton. Aaron Paul.
Where Burnley thought they had a 4th through Dwight McNeil, but it was flagged up for offside. A brilliant move started by a brilliant tackle by Val Weghorst. His legs extended and robbing the ball in midfield. He drove forward, played it forward to Josh Brownhill. Brownhill to Dwight McNeil, but as he tapped in, the flag was raised. Brighton 0, Burnley 3:10 to go.
Liverpool could easily have had a 4th there. Mane's just put it wide across the face of goal. I mean, they've scored 3 goals in a 15-minute period after it looked like for a long time that Norwich City might just produce an unexpected result and a win here at 3 points, but now Liverpool are threatening to cut loose.
Yeah, the game's really open now, and Liverpool could get more goals, but again it was the pressing from Liverpool to win the ball high up the pitch.
So Burnley are producing a result that could yield 3 points. Norwich City are now behind by 3 goals to 1. The other side in the bottom 3 are at Villa Park, and there's been a goal. John Akers.
Massive goal for Watford down at the bottom, Ian. Huge from Emmanuel Dennis, putting his head in where it hurts. He just got there ahead of the defender, nodded it into the net. It's such a big goal and such a big moment for Watford. Villa have got 10 minutes to respond. It's Villa 0, Watford 1.
It means that Norwich City slipped to the bottom, 17 points. Burnley with at least 2 games in hand, 17 points. Watford 18 from 24, Newcastle 22 from 24, Everton, who are still behind at Southampton, 22 from 23. Leeds play tomorrow, 23 from 23, and Brentford 24 from 26, still trailing at Arsenal. These are the latest scores after West Ham 1, Newcastle 1 was the result. Arsenal lead Brentford 1-0, Aston Villa 0, Watford 1, Brighton 0, Burnley 3, Crystal Palace 0, Chelsea 0, Liverpool 3-1 up here against Norwich in Anfield, Southampton lead Everton by a goal to 0, Manchester City, Tottenham to come. Let's go back to Arsenal, Maz Farouki.
And that's the 3 points for Arsenal. Saka has just scored their second, lashing into the right-hand post from the left-hand side of the area. Arsenal 2, Brentford 0.
Ipswich 3, Burton 0, Sheffield United 4, Swansea 0, our latest scores elsewhere, and Hibs now lead Ross County 2-0 in the Scottish Premiership. We have got 6 minutes remaining. Liverpool have come from behind. They lead Norwich by 3 goals to 1. And Dean Smith will be thinking that, maybe wondering what might have been had Pukki not taken that chance, because they have had their opportunities here today and they've defended ever so well. Here is Salah. Salah challenged from Williams. Thiago waltzing his way through, stopped, clearance, Pukki lays it back, Williams breaking out of defence. He's got Pukki through the middle, Rashica out towards the left-hand side. The 10 men of Bradford have got a goal back at Boundary Park. Oldham 2, Bradford City 1. Newport County have equalised at home to Mansfield, 1-1. Both those scores are in League 2. Meanwhile, Norwich are attacking right-hand side. Cross from the right-hand side blocked. Simicast brings the ball away. They've got to play Leeds United in midweek before they can look and turn their attentions to the League Cup final next weekend. But the Liverpool momentum just keeps on going, Jonathan.
It keeps on going. They're a machine of a side, machine of a club. Like you say, in 4 competitions, got a chance of silverware next week against Chelsea. I was just about to say there, Dano. Any young midfielder, go and watch Thiago play. You can tell he's been at Barcelona watching Xavi just by the way he plays, but he's just constantly scanning. He knows what's around him. He can see the picture. There's a picture in his head before he plays the ball. It's fantastic to watch.
Luis Diaz to Salah. Salah onto his left foot, edge of the area. Salah's dragged it wide. Goal at Southampton, Sahel Sahi.
It should be all over here now, Ian. Southampton 2, Everton 0. Shane Long just come on as a substitute. His first touch, a header from 6 yards out. It was a lovely cross and a lovely header. Southampton 2, Everton 0.
Latest scores in the Scottish Premiership. Hibs lead Ross County 2-0. Livingston 1, the 10 men of St Mirren 1, Motherwell 1, Aberdeen 1, and St Johnstone are now leading Hearts by 2-1 to try and keep them away from bottom of the table. Dundee down at the foot there in the Scottish Premiership. No other goals to tell you about. Norwich are going to make another change. We're going to see young John Rowe coming on, who's this 18-year-old forward. So he's on the field of play on this left-hand side, and I'll run through the latest scores in the Football League for you in a moment's time. And it was Rashica who has gone off as Liverpool are attacking. Divock Origi's shot takes a deflection into the arms of Angus Gunn. It goes. The latest scores in League 2, Northampton Town doing their automatic promotion hopes the world of good with a 3-0 victory against Colchester United. That was in the 2 o'clock kickoff at Sixfields. Carlisle, these are the latest. Carlisle 0, Swindon Town 3. Forest Green the leaders 0, Walsall 1. That could be the end of their unbeaten 19-match run in League 2. Hartlepool 1, Sutton United 1. Newport 1, the 10 men of Mansfield 1. Oldham Bradford 2-0. I'm sure it said that Bradford had got a goal back just moments ago. Scunthorpe 1, Rochdale 1. Stevenage 0, Bristol Rovers 4. And Tranmere lead Port Vale by 1-0. League 1 and the Championship to come as Norwich City 3-1 down, 5 live, 3 minutes of normal time remaining. Williams on a marauding run on the left-hand side, down towards the corner flag with a cross, headed down and away by Matip Salah to Henderson, and Liverpool with Thiago. Wouldn't be at all surprised. Oh, late challenge, Hanley on Origi. Referee plays the advantage, and Thiago skips away from one challenge, and he picks up Mane now in the penalty area. Salah and Luis Diaz are up with him. Wouldn't be at all surprised, if this is one of those games at the end where Jurgen Klopp does the fist celebration in front of the Kop.
Without doubt, he knows how important it is. All the games are important, but it's the next game, it's the most important one. And they've showed they were getting beat 1-0, but they've come back with a vengeance.
Yeah, just to confirm, Oldham 2, Bradford 1, Tom Elliott 8 minutes from the end. Sheffield Wednesday have come from behind. They lead Doncaster Rovers 2-1. Luton Town have got a second goal. Cross comes in from the left-hand side. Williams under pressure turns and clears. So Luton 2, West Brom 0 is the latest score in the Championship. We've given you the latest scores in Scotland's Premiership and League 2. We've still got League 1 and the Championship to rattle through. Luis Diaz to Salah, and it's going to be taken away over on that far side. Under pressure, and out it goes over on that far side for Liverpool, who win the ball back with Luis Diaz. Thiago, steadying influence in the midfield. So these are the latest scores in League 1. Bolton 3, Wimbledon 0. Cambridge League Accrington by 1-0. Divock Origi turns, goes close but wide. Charlton 0, Oxford 3. Charlton are down to 10 men. Doncaster 1, Sheffield Wednesday 2, Gillingham 0, Plymouth 2, Ipswich 3, Burton Albion 0, Sunderland 1, MK Dons 2, and incredibly Wycombe 5, Cheltenham 5, as Luis Diaz is coming off, and he's going to get a standing ovation here at Anfield. Jonathan Woodgate.
Absolute top performance. Like I said previous, he is a Liverpool player. He is what they want in their team. His pressing when they lose the ball is something else. He wants to win the ball back quick, but when he gets the opportunities, he finishes. He's devastating. He's a player for the future for this football club.
Minamino is on. We're inside the last 60 seconds. Fulham 1, Huddersfield 2 was the result in the Championship earlier today. These are the latest scores. Bristol City 2, Middlesbrough 0. Cardiff 1, Blackpool 1. Coventry 0, Barnsley 0. Derby, Peterborough is goalless. Both are down to 10 men. Luton 2, West Bromwich Albion 0. Preston 2, Reading 3. Queen's Park Rangers 1, Hull City 1. Sheffield United 4, Swansea 0. Stoke City and Birmingham City still at 2-2. No other goals to tell you about here. So, with how much added on time there will be, the fourth official is poised to show us how much added on time. Liverpool are leading by 3-1. Arsenal 2 up against Brentford. Villa 0, Watford 1, Brighton 0, Burnley 3. Crystal Palace and Chelsea still goalless, and Southampton leading Everton 2-0. All getting very interesting down at the bottom of the table.
This is where it counts this time of the season. This is when it starts getting squeaky bum time, and there'll be a few squeaking in that area of the table at the minute. But to be fair to Norwich, they've done really well in the game. I know they're getting beat 3-1, but they've done well. They've created opportunities against a world-class football team.
I'll be interested to hear what Dean Smith has to say, because there will be elements of today's performance that, oh yes, they've lost, but or are going to lose, but there will be positives, I would imagine, for him to take from
Definitely positives. Definitely. Norman centre midfield, Gilmore really good, Sargent all playing a part in the game. I thought they played really good. Rashitsa again off the left hand side, who caused problems all day long.
Charlton 0, Oxford 4 is the latest score. Sheffield Wednesday have got a third in that South Yorkshire derby at Doncaster. But for Liverpool, with You'll Never Walk Alone being sung by the supporters, it's going to be a 7th straight win at home in the Premier League. Their best run of form since they strung 8 together back in 2020. And they will be moving within 6 points of Manchester City. It might only be for a few hours, but they are still fighting on all fronts this season after racking up a century of goals in all competitions, and they might be looking for 101 here, because it's Mane to Tsimikas with the cross blocked by Aarons. Rochdale have come from behind against bottom of the table Scunthorpe. Scunthorpe 1, Rochdale 2, and we are into 3 minutes of added on time. And Liverpool, well, they've got Leeds United at home on Wednesday before that League Cup final against Chelsea, and then of course it'll be Norwich back here again in the FA Cup 5th round. It's the start of a sequence today of 5 games at home out of 6 for Liverpool, and looking to try and make it count in every respect. Now, there was a goal at Selhurst Park where Chelsea had it ruled out. It was after VAR. There's been another goal. It's a late one. Ian Carter.
It's another one from Hakim Ziyech for Chelsea at the far post, latching onto Marco Alonso's speculative high cross and coolly finished. I don't think there's going to be any VR interruption on this one. I think it's going to stand at Chelsea now on the threshold of 3 very precious points thanks to Hakim Ziyech. It's Crystal Palace 0, Chelsea 1.
Certainly that feeling of 3 precious points will be felt by Jurgen Klopp as Rowe into Pukki. Flag stays down. Allison with a save, one-on-one. Again a late flag, eventually raised. And Bolton have hit a 4th goal against Wimbledon, but the amount of added on time is up. Liverpool have had a scare, but they've come through it, and they've won by 3-1, Jonathan.
Yeah, you look at this team, it was difficult for them when Norwich went ahead, the crowd went a bit dead. Jurgen Klopp made a change. He brought Thiago on, who I think gave the ball away once, changed the shape of the team to 4-2-3-1, and from there Thiago absolutely ran the game. He quickened it up, he quickened the pace, he slowed it down when he wanted to. He made the difference, so that change by Jurgen Klopp won them that game without a doubt.
A battling display from Norwich City, who took the lead through Rashitsa's deflected effort early in the second half, and for about 16 minutes they dared to dream, but then Liverpool hit 3 goals in a quarter of an hour. Mane's overhead kick, Salah with his 150th goal, and then a first from Luis Diaz to secure and wrap up the 3 points, and also bring up a century of goals for Liverpool this season. They close the gap on Manchester City at the top. It's finished at Anfield. Liverpool 3, Norwich 1.
City involved in the tea time game. It's a 5:30 kickoff. They're at home to Tottenham. Reaction from Anfield to come, and more thoughts from Jonathan Woodgate as well. One of the stories of the day, if not the story of the day, has come at the Amex. Aaron Paul.
112 days since their last win. Burnley are about to taste 3 points once again, as goals from Wout Weghorst, Josh Browner and Aaron Lennon have put them 3-0 up here on the south coast. We're into the dying embers. Brighton desperately trying to push forward. They've offered nothing all game. Neil Mopai and Adam Lallana have fired wide a couple of times for Graham Potter's side, who wanted a reaction desperately after defeat midweek at Old Trafford. But it is Burnley who have turned up this afternoon. We're about to finish Brighton 0, Burnley 3.
2 huge goals in the Championship, one towards the bottom of the table where Derby have scored at home to Peterborough. Naz Premji.
Derby 1, Peterborough 0. Louis Sibley left hand side, he's let fly from distance, Mark, into the bottom corner, and you can hear what it means to the Pride Park faithful. Derby 1, Peterborough 0.
And the other affects the top of the table. Mark Webber.
Where it's Bristol City 2, Middlesbrough 1, and Alex Scott own goal, headed into his own net. Bristol City 2, Middlesbrough 1.
Port Vale have equalised at Prenton Park in the 4th minute of stoppage time. Jamie Proctor has scored that. Tranmere 1, Port Vale 1. Final whistle has gone in League 2. Bristol Rovers have won 4-0 at Stevenage. Final whistle's being blown up and down the country. They're waiting for it at Selhurst Park. Ian Carter.
A minute and a half to go, and Hakim Ziyech's goal for Chelsea just a couple of moments ago is separating the sides. Wilfred Zaha had a wonderful opportunity moments after that goal, but slid his shot just wide of the post. This is rough on Palace, who've been a very robust opposition today, but Chelsea winning this at the moment 1-0.
Let's go back to Brighton. Final whistle has gone. Aaron Paul.
Full time, Brighton 0, Burnley 3. This was the complete performance mark, and nearly 4 months since their last. Burnley have a Premier League win, and what Sean Dyche so desired, a big performance from his big number 9, he very much got. Wout Weghorst was the centre of everything the Clarets did, grabbing the first with an instinctive finish as the ball came across the face of goal. It was lashed home by the Dutchman. Weghorst then turned, provided this time for Josh Brownhill, who cut inside to finish home. The game was wrapped up in the second half. Aaron Lennon pulling one out of the archives, jinking and twisting past the Brighton defenders to fire past the goalkeeper. Dwight McNeil, he thought he'd grabbed a fourth, but that was ruled out for offside. But it was enough for the Clarets against a blunt Brighton side. This was a massive win for Sean Dyche at Burnley, who go and take the adulation of the fans on the far side. They've been magnificent today. They've beaten Brighton on the south coast by 3-0.
Watford is still winning at Aston Villa, so it means that Norwich would drop to the bottom of the table, and it would also mean Everton looking very nervously over their shoulders. Sohail Sahi.
Yeah, they lost here to Southampton, Mark, by 2-0. That's extended Southampton's unbeaten home run to 9 games. Stuart Armstrong with his first Premier League goal of the season. It was created by the hustle of Romeu and finished off superbly by the Scotsman. Shane Long added a second with 6 minutes left. There could have been more, but Jordan Pickford, he had an outstanding day in goals for Everton, who were still in a relegation scrap. Full time at St Mary's, Southampton 2, Everton 0.
Coventry have won just one of their last 6 at home, but it looks like they're going to get that second win. Dom Hyam has scored for them in the 3rd minute of stoppage time, and they lead bottom of the table, Barnsley, by a goal to 0. Not for the first time in my life. I see John Moss looking puzzled. Maz Faruqi.
Yeah, this is a late consolation goal for Brentford that was ruled out on the field for offside. The video technology is just having a look at it. There would be a consolation though for Brentford. We're into the last seconds of stoppage time at the end of the second half, and Thomas Frank has spent much of the second half looking a bit sad in his technical area, because as Ian said in commentary, Brentford are most certainly on the slide now. It looks like they're going to lose 2-0 unless this goal stands, then it'll still be 2-1. The goals for us in the second half from Emile Smith-Rowe and then Bukayo Saka. And Brentford, yeah, out of ideas without Ivan Toney today. They really seem to miss him going forward. Arsenal keeping the pressure really on West Ham and Manchester United above them in that race for the top 4 with all those games in hand, remember, as well. They're going to win here today. It might be 2-0, it might be 2-1, I'll let you know.
All right, Wes Houlihan has scored for Cambridge, and they lead Accrington Stanley by 2 goals. That means they're going to get their first win in 7. Disallowed goal at QPR, Lawrence Herdman.
We're into the 7th minute of 15 minutes of added on time, Mark. It's QPR 1, Hull 1, but Albert Adoma has just slid on the far post, put it into the back of the net, but ruled offside. It's still 1-1, but Queen's Park Rangers with around about 11 minutes to find a goal that would send them 3rd in the Championship.
Goal given for Brentford. They trail Arsenal 2-1. Still playing at Villa, where Watford lead by a goal to 0. Final whistle has gone at Palace. Ian.
Victory for Chelsea. They've won it 1-0. Their 9th successive victory over Crystal Palace. Hakim Ziyech's goal in the 89th minute, separating the sides. Chelsea win this 1-0.
Let's go to the top of League One. Sojo Saka at the Stadium of Light.
Sunderland 1, MK Dons 2. Excellent win for MK Dons, who consolidate 3rd place in the table. Mo Issa put them ahead just after half-time. Ross Stewart with a headed equaliser for Sunderland, his 19th of the season. But despite having the better of the second half, Sunderland was sunk by old boy Connor Wickham, who came off the bench to score the winner, his first for MK Dons. Sunderland, it looks like, will fall to 7th in the table and out of the playoff spots. They're booing here. Sunderland 1, MK Dons 2.
Arsenal get the 3 points, Maz.
They did. Christian Norgard did score a late consolation for Brentford. The goal bundled in an injury time was given when the video technology had another look, but it's now just one league win in the last 10 for Brentford. Arsenal win 2-1 here at the Emirates.
They are still playing at Aston Villa. Villa have a free kick just inside their own half, and Emi Martinez is going to go long for it, and Watford, as things stand, standing firm, and Norwich will be dropping to the bottom. Final whistle has gone at Ashton Gate. Mark Webber.
Where it finished Bristol City 2, Middlesbrough 1. Bristol City's chairman said his side were underperforming in midweek. What a team talk. That turned out to be an absolute thriller. Bristol City on point with Vyman and Antoine Semenyo. An own goal coming late in the game, but it ended Bristol City 2, Middlesbrough 1.
Earlier, the Championship leaders Fulham beaten at home by Huddersfield by 2-1. Blackburn Millwall was postponed. Elsewhere in the Championship, Cardiff 1, Blackpool 1. Derby have beaten Peterborough by 1-0. Big result at the bottom of the table. That Luton have beaten West Brom 2-0. They're still struggling under Steve Bruce at West Brom. Preston 2, Reading 3. QPR and Hull still playing, and that's level at 1-1. Sheffield United are now unbeaten in 8. They've beaten Swansea by 4-0, and Stoke and Birmingham ended 2-2 in League One. Bolton beat AFC Wimbledon 4-0. Cambridge 2, Accrington 0. Big win for Oxford at the Valley. They've beaten Charlton by 4-0. Doncaster 1, Sheffield Wednesday 3, and Sheffield Wednesday were behind since half-time there, and then just turned it round in the last 10 minutes or so. At the Keepmoat, Gillingham 0, Plymouth 2, Ipswich 3, Burton 0, Sunderland 1, MK Dons 2, as you heard, and they're still playing at Adams Park, where it is Wycombe 5, Cheltenham 5. There's still time for an 11th goal in that game. Back to Deepdale, Andy Sixsmith.
Where it's a massive result for Reading and Veljko Paunovic. Mark, Preston 2, Reading 3. Lucas Yau's first half double, including a wonderful whack, and John Swift's calm curler had the Royals 3 up, and their supporters in shock. But while Daniel Johnson and Cameron Archer strikes ensured a nervy finish, they weren't enough to prevent a first home defeat in 3 months for North End. The Locomotive Express diverted. Reading's season back on the rails, though. A first win since November, 4 clear of the bottom 3, and pressure eased on Paunovic. Preston 2, Reading 3.
Villa still pushing for an equaliser at home for Watford. They're still playing. Danny Ings has just gone close with a header, but it is still Villa 0, Watford 1. Into League 2, earlier Northampton beat Colchester 3-0. Swindon won 3-0 at Carlisle. Big shock for the Leeds as they've been beaten at home by Walsall. Mike Flynn in charge, the former Newport manager of Walsall for the first time, and they've won by 1-0 at Forest Green Rovers. Hartlepool and Sutton finished 1-1. Newport Mansfield finished 1-1. The resurrection at Oldham continues. They beat Bradford by 2-0. Scunthorpe 1, Rochdale 2, but they're still playing there, so Scunthorpe would stay bottom of the table. In fact, the final whistle's just gone, so Rochdale have beaten Scunthorpe. Stevenage 0, Bristol Rovers 4. Second place, Tranmere 1. Port Vale 1. The final whistle has gone at Villa Park. Watford have won. We'll go there shortly. First of all, to Derby. Massive 3 points for Wayne Rooney's side. Naz.
Huge. Derby 1, Peterborough 0. The battle at the bottom going the way of the home side. Both sides traded red cards. Hayden Coulson off in the first half for Peterborough. Tom Lawrence in the second for Derby. Derby were better throughout, but it took injury time, and Louis Sibley, he picked the ball up left-hand side. He let fly with a low shot. It nestled into the bottom corner, and it's a massive 3 points for Wayne Rooney and Derby. Derby 1, Peterborough 0.
Because of Reading's win, they are still 5 points from safety at Derby, but what a boost for Wayne Rooney's side. To Villa Park, speaking of boost, Watford 3 points, John Akers.
Absolute scenes in the Watford supporters on the far side as the players go across to show their support. Roy Hodgson's on the pitch as well. You don't see this very often. He picks up his first win as Watford manager and his first goal, a lifeline for them. It was Emmanuel Dennis with a brave header, Sarr with the assist. He was crucial. Really good game for him. First game in 3 months. It's finished Villa 0, Watford 1.
Is a very restrained Roy Hodgson, though, just shaking everybody's hand. He hasn't done a pleaty and started skipping across Villa Park. 2 live Premier League games for you tomorrow. Leeds Manchester United at 2. Wolves Leicester at 4:30. The lines are open for 606 08085 909 693. Robbie and Chris are after Sports Report, which is next.
Hello, you lovely lot.
Wherever you are, the BBC has something
for everyone.
That includes you.
Sean in Belfast.
And you. Rose and Ken celebrating 67 years of marriage. So here's the question. What do you want?
How's about a full throttle tango? Or help with homework?
What about a high-ranking corrupt police officer investigating
The shipping forecast?
or banger?
After banger. But there's more to it than that. The BBC is a unique experiment. There's no angle.
There's no biased vibes.
No sponsors.
Interfering with play.
It's a bridge.
A bridge between us. A common ground between us. And actually, look a bit closer.
It's a reflection of who we are.
Good morning, you're live.
The BBC
Is something that belongs
to all of us. Every one of us.
every one of us.
This is our BBC.
Good afternoon, I'm Mark Chapman. You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Live at just after 5 o'clock, and this is Sports Report. The headlines this Saturday tea time. Now, this doesn't happen very often. The bottom two in the Premier League both win.
And a chance for a third, which is brilliantly taken. What a finish by Aaron Lennon. Burnley have got 3 goals at Brighton.
And Watford have scored! Emmanuel Dennis! And for the first time in nearly 5 games, we can say Watford have scored a goal!
Burnley beat Brighton, Watford win at Aston Villa. Norwich led Liverpool too, but Salah scores his 150th goal to help Liverpool come from behind.
Salah waits, goalkeeper to the edge of the area, Salah rolls it in! Liverpool has turned it around, and it had to be Mo Salah! It's a landmark goal for the Egyptian magician!
It finishes 3-1. Southampton beat Everton 2-0. Newcastle are unbeaten in 5 after drawing 1-1 at West Ham. Smith Rowe and Saka score as Arsenal beat Brentford. A late Hakim Ziyech winner gives Chelsea 3 points at Palace. The leaders, Manchester City, kick off against Tottenham at half-5. Vicky Sparks.
City looking to restore that 9-point gap between themselves and Liverpool then. Gundogan and Walker return in their 2 changes from the 5-0 thrashing of Sporting Lisbon. Eric Dyer is back from injury for Spurs in one of 4 changes as they bid to avoid a 4th league defeat in a row.
The Championship leaders Fulham lose at home to Huddersfield. A late Derby goal gives them victory over Peterborough in the relegation battle. In League One, Alex Neil loses his first match in charge as Sunderland. MK Dons win 2-1. Also finishes Wickham 5, Cheltenham 5. The League 2 leaders Forest Green Rovers lose at home to Walsall. Team GB's men's curlers have to settle for silver at the Winter Olympics. The women's side go for gold tonight. In Rugby Union, the Premiership leaders Leicester come from behind to beat Bath, and St Helens beat 12-man Hull in Super League. Reaction to all of the day's big stories to come. We'll hear from Jurgen Klopp and Sean Dyche amongst others. But first, the classified football results with Charlotte Green.
The Premier League. Arsenal 2, Brentford 1. Aston Villa 0, Watford 1. Brighton and Hove Albion 0, Burnley 3. Crystal Palace 0, Chelsea 1. Liverpool 3, Norwich City 1. Southampton 2, Everton 0. Manchester City against Tottenham Hotspur, late kick-off. West Ham United 1, Newcastle United 1. Sky Bet Championship. Blackburn Rovers against Millwall, postponed. Bristol City 2, Middlesbrough 1. Cardiff City 1, Blackpool 1. Coventry City 1, Barnsley 0. Derby County 1, Peterborough United 0. Fulham 1, Huddersfield Town 2. Luton Town 2, West Bromwich Albion 0. Preston North End 2, Reading 3. Queen's Park Rangers against Hull City, result not yet in. Sheffield United 4, Swansea City 0. Stoke City 2, Birmingham City 2. League 1. Bolton Wanderers 4, AFC Wimbledon 0. Cambridge United 2, Accrington Stanley 0. Charlton Athletic 0, Oxford United 4. Crewe Alexandra against Portsmouth, postponed. Doncaster Rovers 1, Sheffield Wednesday 3. Fleetwood Town against Lincoln City, postponed. Gillingham 0, Plymouth Argyle 2. Ipswich Town 3, Burton Albion 0. Shrewsbury Town against Morecambe, postponed. Sunderland 1, Milton Keynes Dons 2. Wycombe Wanderers 5, Cheltenham Town 5. League 2, Carlisle United 0, Swindon Town 3. Forest Green Rovers 0, Walsall 1. Harrogate Town against Leyton Orient, postponed. Hartlepool United 1, Sutton United 1. Newport County 1, Mansfield Town 1. Northampton Town 3, Colchester United 0. Oldham Athletic 2, Bradford City 0. Salford City against Crawley Town, postponed. Scunthorpe United 1, Rochdale 2. Stevenage 0, Bristol Rovers 4. Tranmere Rovers 1, Port Vale 1. Vanarama National League, Chesterfield 2, Solihull Moors 3. Kings Lynn Town against Bromley, postponed. Maidenhead United against Boreham Wood, late kick-off. Notts County 2, Eastleigh 0. Stockport County 1, Woking 0. Torquay United 2, Barnet 2. Wealdstone 1, Wrexham 2. Cinch Scottish Premiership, Hibernian 2, Ross County 0. Livingston 1, St Mirren 1. Motherwell 1, Aberdeen 1. St Johnstone 2, Heart of Midlothian 1. Cinch Scottish Championship, Hamilton Academical 1, Greenock Morton 0. Inverness Caledonian Thistle 1, Ayr United 2. Kilmarnock 3, Wraith Rovers 0. Queen of the South 0, Arbroath 0. Scottish League 1, Cove Rangers 2, Falkirk 0. Dumbarton 1, Alloa Athletic 2. East Fife 1, Queen's Park 1. Montrose 1, Clyde 1. Peterhead 0, Adrionians 1. Scottish League 2, Annan Athletic 2, Edinburgh City 1. Cowdenbeath 2, Elgin City 0. Forfar Athletic 1, Kelty Hearts 0. Stirling Albion against Albion Rovers, postponed. Stranraer 1, Stenhousemuir 1. And finally, in the Cymru Welsh Premier League, Newtown 0, Cardiff Metropolitan 0.
So what an afternoon for the two bottom sides in the Premier League at the start of the day, and it was nearly for all three of them in the drop zone when Norwich were leading at Liverpool by a goal to nil. But we'll come on to Liverpool's 3-1 win a little later on Sports Report. Let's start at the Amex. Big win for Burnley, and a performance actually, Aaron Paul, that at times, if you've watched Burnley this season, has been coming a little bit.
Absolutely. Let me just start though, because Sean said Wout Weghorst had to add goals to his game, and it's all about the big Dutchman. Today was an all-round performance from him and from his side. He attacked, he defended, as did the entire Burnley 11. A proper old-school forwards performance by a man who's, it feels, got the pressure of a whole Lancashire town on his shoulders. There was a trademark clinical finish of the first as he beat the goalkeeper at the near post, but the second was genuinely a touch of quality, surrounded by the vultures as he got the ball out of his feet, using the entirety of that 6'6" frame. He held them off and just fed it in to Josh Brown, who cut inside and fired home to his first ever Premier League goal. And then you've got to talk about this guy, Aaron Lennon, still nimble, still handy as ever, jinked past his way past a static Brighton backline to lash home past the stranded Robert Sanchez in the Brighton goal. And they lacked a real cutting edge, the home side. The supporters made their feelings known as sways of empty blue seats surrounded me. Graham Potter's side have overachieved for the large parts of this season. The Brighton manager was missing his two senior centre-halves. That, however, was a real sucker punch to take.
Thank you very much. So Burnley winning at Brighton and Watford have won at Aston Villa. Pat Murphy.
He's a cunning old fox, that Roy Hodgson. He made sure his midfield chivied and scurried around, choking off the supply from Villa's creative players, neutralising Philippe Coutinho in particular. He relied on his defenders making key tackles early on, stepped forward Craig Cathcart and Hassan Kamara. He hoped for some luck at key moments. He got it when Samir bundled over Danny Ings for what could have been a penalty. Then he trusted one of his forwards to get the key breakthrough as Villa got more and more frustrated. Then it duly transpired with 15 minutes to go. Ismail Sarr given too much room to line up the cross, and Emmanuel Denise nipped in ahead of Ashley Young to head his first goal in 2 months. And there was still time for Tom Cleverley and then Josh King to go close as Villa simply ran out of ideas. It's true that Danny Ings hit the outside of the post in the first half, but they were too content to roll the ball around early on when Watford were there for the taking. Not enough killer passes, too much abdication of responsibility, and that's 1 win out of 7 for Villa in the league, despite their attacking riches. While Watford, they can hope. They look resilient today, and Roy Hodgson's been there before. He knows, you know.
Fine, thank you, Pat. Final whistle has gone at Loftus Road in the Championship, by the way. Lots of injury time played there because of an injury to the whole goalkeeper, but QPR 1, Hull 1 is how it finished. So Burnley win, Watford win, Norwich were ahead, but they were beaten 3-1 in the end at Liverpool. Dean Smith is live on Sports Report with Juliet.
Yeah, he's just been listening to Pat Murphy, and passes on his regards, Pat, if you are still there. Dean, you're smiling. You were on the verge of pulling off something special here this afternoon.
We was. I mean, we took a goal lead, obviously, at Anfield. That's difficult to do. You know, we had one disallowed in the first minute, I think it was, which I thought showed our attacking intent and the fact that we could create with the pace that we've got on the counter. We knew there'd be long periods where we'd be under pressure, and we were resolute, and they missed a couple of big chances as well. And you need a bit of luck at Anfield, and unfortunately, you know, their quality shone through in the end. You know, Mane, Salah and Diaz have scored the goals that have ultimately... The front three, yeah, and they're all tremendous players, and you know, they use the space that you leave, and you know, we'll feel there's probably a little bit better we could have done with the goals, but they'll look at it and say really well executed as well.
But also, I mean, I know you had that goal disallowed early on, but also the opportunities that you were creating, and had those gone in, it would have been a different story. Yeah,
it could have been. We did create some really good opportunities. You know, we weren't here to just come and sit back. I said before, it can't be a free hit for us. We're not allowed any at the moment with, you know, where we are in the league. But I just said to the players, they'd give everything today against a top quality team, and we're not going to be playing against Man City and Liverpool every week now. So we can take an awful lot of belief. If we play to them standards in the next few games, then we'll be okay.
I know people will look at that. It's gone for Burnley, it's gone for Watford today, but as you say, you touched on it, what you take from this, because surely you take confidence from this, a little bit of momentum as well, and you've shown what you can do.
Yeah, I was disappointed with the amount of goals we conceded last week against Man City. I thought we learned from that. I thought it was a step up from our players today. They've performed better than they did last week, and asked serious questions of, you know, an unbelievable team.
You're still in the fight.
We are, and that's all you can do.
Thanks so much for your time.
Cheers, thank you.
Dean,
and what a fight it is. Thank you very much, Julia. Let me just I'll give you the bottom half of the table then. Leicester are in 11th, 27 from 22. Villa 27 from 24. Crystal Palace 26 from 25. They're beaten at home by Chelsea today. Details on that to come, as well as details of Brentford's defeat at Arsenal, and they have 24 from 26. Leeds 23 from 23. Everton beaten at Southampton 22 from 23. Newcastle got a point at West Ham 22 from 24. Watford 18 from 24. Burnley 17 from 22. And Norwich 17 from 25. Today kind of proves, Alan Shearer, who's on Match of the Day later, that, you know, when we look at fixture lists and we talk this and we try and predict that, which we all do, and that's the nature of the business, that sometimes it's irrelevant, because you're not going to predict Watford winning at Villa or really Burnley at Brighton.
No, not really, but they deserved it. They were magnificent performances. But what that has also done, chappers, is it's just made Everton, Leeds, Brentford just have a little look over nervously over their shoulder, because if they don't improve in terms of results, then they're going to be sucked right into it. And Newcastle play Brentford next, and could go above them if they were to win. So yeah.
And the interesting point that I think both Aaron and Pat made, you know, Burnley and Watford are managed by very, very experienced men who have been in this situation before.
Yeah, they don't. You don't ever see them panic. Whatever the result is, don't really get too excited in terms of today either, because they know there's a long way to go. They know they've been there before and what it takes to get out of it. And yeah, they're very experienced managers.
Is it a bit patronising to say it was a brave effort by Norwich?
No, it wasn't, because that's exactly what it was. I mean, they made it difficult for Liverpool. I think it's always difficult for a Champions League team when you've played away from home in the week and put in the performance, and he changed it around. He left both fullbacks out, and it was hard work for Liverpool. But the changes when Origi came on and Thiago came on, they just started to take control of the game again, and some of the passing from Thiago. So that sort of changed it up. And when you've got the quality that Liverpool have got up front, it's sort of inevitable that's going to happen. I mean, Diaz, Mane, and Salah all getting on the score sheet. So I mean, Liverpool deserved it in the end, but Norwich made them work really, really hard for it.
And I mean, Luis Diaz looks like he's been at Liverpool for a lot longer than 4 games, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. He looks an exceptional talent, and it looks as if Liverpool have got another good forward on their hands.
And I suppose if people have been listening since midday, then if you're at the bottom of the table, you've got to have faith.
Well, not only have you got to keep the faith, chappers, because there was a few people last Christmas that were ruling Newcastle out, and now there's a little bit of freedom.
Oh, God, we could do Wham and George Michael's back catalogue for all evening, couldn't we? See you later.
Have a good night.
All
Cheers.
right, Alan Sheeran here, right, alongside Gary Lineker. Match of the day, 10:30, BBC One. Details of that Liverpool win then, because they were made to work for it, Ian Dennis.
Yeah, well, I heard a careless whisper that Jonathan Woodgate's going to be on Match of the Day 2 with you tomorrow night. But you'll hear from Woody in a moment. But yeah, Jurgen Klopp said that this was the type of game where the supporters are critical. So no surprise to see him celebrate with the triple fist pump at the end of the game in front of the Kop. It was an eventful first half. The home supporters certainly had to remain patient, and when Norwich took a surprise lead, they urged Liverpool on, who responded with 3 goals in a 15-minute spell. Norwich fought hard. They wasted a great chance through Pukki in the first half. Gunn made 3 important saves. Norman also a goal line clearance. Both had a goal disallowed. And then Norwich stunned Liverpool early in the second half with Rashitsa's deflected effort, and for 16 minutes they threatened to end Liverpool's title campaign. However, Liverpool kicked on with Thiago off the bench dictating. Mane's overhead kick brought them level. Salah's 150th goal, a composed finish after a wonderful Alisson assist, and then Henderson's piercing pass for Luis Diaz to score his first, and a century of goals for Liverpool so far.
They did defend so well until the equaliser, Jonathan Woodgate, didn't they? And I take the point of Alisson's assist, but Norwich will be fuming that they got caught out with one ball that went from back to front.
Yeah, but it's difficult at times when you're attacking like the word. They need to be a bit more organised. But the assist from Alisson was phenomenal. But like you said before, that they were defending to a man. They were brilliant. Hanley, Gibson, Williams. They were top. Max Aarons at the back post making interceptions and headers. I was really impressed with Norwich today. Listen, they got beat 3-1, but I was impressed by how they still wanted to play and come to Anfield, and they weren't overawed. But the key in the game was when Jurgen Klopp brought Thiago on. And I waxed lyrical about him in when he came on, and just what he did, his passes he was playing, he upped the tempo, he slowed it down when he needed to, and it was an incredible performance. He must have given the ball away once, chappers, in that game, and it was the end. He passed out a play I couldn't believe. But it's like he's Xavi, and when he was at Barcelona as a kid, he must have just have been watching Xavi constantly, because he's always aware what's around him. He knows where he is on the pitch. He sees the picture. He was phenomenal when he came on.
But the other point with that, I suppose, is then by bringing someone on who takes care of the ball in the way he takes care of the ball, you can throw caution to the wind a little bit more. By in essence, Jonathan, they did go 4-2-4, didn't they? Really,
they absolutely went for it. Out possession, they dropped Diaz a little bit, but they really went for it. They needed to win the game, so it was brave from Jurgen Klopp. But as soon as you got someone in that area of the pitch dictating the game, you can make runs off it. I mean, the run that Diaz does for the Henderson pass was phenomenal. But it was a really enjoyable game. Liverpool were good when they upped it. The fans went with them.
But Norwich have got a chance of staying up.
How much do you think finally? And Dean Smith, I talked about Hodgson and Sean Dyche's experience. You could throw Dean Smith in there as well for his experience, and given your managerial experiences as well. We're going to hear from Eddie Howe shortly. Frank Lampard's down there. Thomas Frank is down there. Bielsa's down there. How important do you think that the manager, having those years as a manager first off, is going to be in this battle, and how much actually just experience in relegation battles before is going to be important?
They've been there and done it in these scenarios. Like they said previously, Sean Dyche won't panic. Roy Hodgson will not panic. Neither will Dean Smith. A lot of you've got Thomas Frank, Brentford are right in the mix now. Everton are in the mix. Leeds are in the mix. But you've got their managers with that experience, and it will matter at the end of it because they've been there and done it, and they have vast experience.
Thank you, Jonathan. See you tomorrow. Jonathan Woodgate on Match of the Day 2 tomorrow. Ian Dennis was alongside him this afternoon at Anfield. Let's go to the early game then. West Ham 1, Newcastle 1. It means Eddie Howe's side unbeaten in 6 in the Premier League. They've only conceded 4 goals. They are out of the bottom 3. Afterwards, he spoke with Martin Fisher.
Yeah, very pleased with the players today. I thought it was a really good performance for us. Away from home, tough ground. I thought we started really well and put them under a lot of pressure. We've got a lot of balls in their box today. Disappointed to have only got 1 goal really, and the West Ham are a top team and they were always in that game, so I thought it was quite finely balanced.
How important was it to get that goal just before half-time?
Yeah, it was important for us. I think we deserved it in that opening 45 minutes. I thought it was a great goal from our perspective. We're disappointed with the one we conceded because we know all about their set play threat, and we just didn't defend that situation very well.
And for that goal that you scored to be scored by Joe Willock, who of course last season at Newcastle couldn't stop scoring, but it's taken him this long to get this goal for the club. How important could that be for the weeks and months to come ahead?
Yeah, very important for him personally, and of course for the team. I think he is a goal scorer. I thought he played very well today, the goal aside as well, and he's a key player for us. I think he's been due that one. I think it's been coming. I think his performances have improved week on week, and yeah, really pleased. And hopefully that's the first of many for him, because we know we need goals from all positions, and our midfield probably hasn't contributed enough.
Oh, we knew that Kieran Trippier wouldn't play today, but we were a bit surprised when Alan Saint-Maximin's name wasn't on the team sheet. What's the problem with him?
He got a kick on his calf last week and it was too sore for him to play today. Yeah, it was a late call. We didn't really know where he was. He didn't obviously train during the week. We hoped he might make the game, but he didn't.
What does this do to the battle at the bottom, do you think, Eddie?
I don't know. I think what it does for us is give us more confidence. I think you saw resilience in the team today, a real fighting spirit and a really good mentality from the group. A very tough place to come to. So all positives from our perspective, but we know we have to keep showing up and bringing those qualities.
As far as the top of the table is concerned, after that point for West Ham and the win for Liverpool and also a win for Chelsea, Manchester City 63 from 25, Liverpool 57 from 25, Chelsea 50 from 25, Manchester United 43 from 25, West Ham 42 from 26, Arsenal 42 from 23, Wolves 37 from 23, Tottenham 36 from 22, Brighton 33 from 25, Southampton 32 from 25. So West Ham with that point obviously missing the opportunity to go back into the top 4. Here's David Moyes.
David, just the point today, what was missing from the performance?
Well, good point, because the way we played, I wasn't sure we were going to get any points, but no, we didn't play well today at all, and I think taking the point is a real positive we can take from it, but we just never really reached the levels which we can reach, and I felt as if we were in good shape with a good training week. No reasons for it not to happen. It wasn't because we had midweek games or anything. So no excuses. We just didn't play well today.
What was the incident with Said Benrahma when you brought him off? What was that to do with?
I wanted him to run off fast so that I could get my sub on, because the time was ticking away and I wanted to try and use every second I had at home to try and get a result.
I thought I could lip read you say you're wasting our time.
Yeah, correct.
So just 5 points from the last 5 games. Is tiredness a factor at the moment?
Yeah, but also 4 unbeaten. So depending how you want to spin it. Look, we've had a really good start to the season. We want to hang in there. I think in the situations when you don't play so well, it's important you try to keep up points, keep picking up points, I should say. And I think recently we've done that a little bit. We know we're not quite as we're fluent best, but I'm looking forward to getting back into that level of performances, and hopefully it's not too far away.
stay in London because there was a late win for Chelsea at Crystal Palace. Ian Carter.
Yes, they might be the World Club champions, but for Chelsea this was back to the rough and tumble of the Premier League. In Palace they faced robust, physical and adventurous opponents on a cold, wet and windy afternoon. For most of the match it looked as though we were heading for a first draw in 22 matches between these two teams. Before coming off injured in the first half, Vincent Gaeta had made two excellent saves, one from Rudiger's 35-yarder and another to thwart Kante. The second half was largely shapeless, but as Thomas Tuchel sent on 3 reinforcements, Hakim Ziyech found the net only for VAR to intervene. Then, with injury time looming, one of those substitutes, Marcos Alonso, launched a speculative cross from the left. This time there was no doubt about Ziyech's finish, and so Chelsea banked their first away league win of the year.
Thank you, Ian. More on Burnley's 3-0 win at Brighton now. Aaron Paul is live on Sportsport. He's got Josh Brownhill with him.
Yeah, welcome back to the South Coast, Mark, where I've got a delighted Josh Brownhill with me. Josh, a win. 112 days later, you have a Premier League win again.
Yeah, it's a massive win. It'll give us massive confidence, and we fully deserved it today. Our performances of late have been really good, but we've not been on the right side of the result. And today, like I say, we've deserved this.
Tell us about that second goal, your first goal. You had to be very, very patient whilst Wout did his thing.
Yeah, the ball went up to him, and I just thought, try and play off him. He's good at holding the ball up, and I knew somehow he'd get it to me, and he did. I thought he was a little bit behind, but sort of the instinct kicks in when you get the ball in that area to try and do something. And I brought it back onto my left, which is obviously not my favourite foot, which you can tell from the strike. But yeah, it took a little bit of deflection and went in. But I'm absolutely delighted for the goal, but more importantly for the win. I think it's absolutely huge.
2-0 up at half time. What does the gaffer say to you in the dressing room?
Yeah, it's good, but we're not quite there. We had a massive 45 minutes to come out to. They were going to change something, and it was all about sort of seeing that 15 minutes out, and if we can get a goal to put the game to bed, then we were going to do that. And thankfully we got the third goal, which always helps. Which you can tell with the players, it sort of disheartens them, and for us, we're always hard to beat. With the lot of draws that we have and the goals that we have conceded, we've not conceded that many, and I'm absolutely delighted.
Is it all about momentum now in the race to stay up?
Yeah, it is. There's no point in stopping there. We've got another game on Tuesday, and then a game Saturday that they all come thick and fast now, with obviously the break that we had with COVID a little bit. We've got a few games to catch up on, but we're fit and we're ready for the challenge ahead.
Have you seen the other results from today?
I haven't seen the other results yet. I don't know whether I want to.
Go and have a look inside. Thank you for talking to Five Live, Josh.
Yeah, thank you.
Josh Brownhill, live on Sports Report with Aaron Paul. Fulham, the leaders of the Championship, beaten at home this lunchtime by Huddersfield. So they have 64 from 31. Bournemouth have 58 and Blackburn have 54. Both their sides had their games postponed this weekend. QPR drew at home with Hull and they have 53. Huddersfield also have 53 after that win at Fulham. And Sheffield United are into the playoff positions. They thrashed Swansea 4-0. Middlesbrough drop out after they were beaten at Bristol City. Barnsley suffered late defeat at Coventry. They continue to prop everybody else up. They have 17. Peterborough dropped to next to bottom. They have 21. And Derby have gone above them also on 21 after they won at Pride Park in the game between the two of them. Derby won, Peterborough 0. Reading have 26, a 5-point gap above the drop zone. They got an important 3-2 win at Preston. Back to the Premier League, 3 points for Arsenal this afternoon. Maz Faruqi.
Yeah, Mikel Arteta said it in his programme notes, believe in the project, and I certainly think the Arsenal fans around me here this afternoon do more and more now. You mentioned it ahead of kick-off, Mark, this reverse fixture between Arsenal and Brentford, which was a pulsating win for Brentford on the opening day of the season. That looks very far away from the performances we saw here today. The only concern for Arteta will be that it took so long for the goals to come through Smith Rowe and Saka in the second half, even though Arsenal dictated the tempo and the possession from the off. Brentford have at least managed to find a goal without the injured Ivan Toney. That was given on review by the video technology deep into stoppage time to Christian Norgard, but with just one win in the last 10 now for Brentford in the league. Not just that match next weekend against Newcastle, but the ones that follow against Norwich and Burnley. They become bigger and bigger ones in the relegation scrap. Frank will hope for a refreshed returning Toney and perhaps something special as well from Christian Eriksen as he targets a special return to a football pitch in 7 days' time against Newcastle.
And Maz Faruqi at the Emirates. The top two in League One played last night and they drew. Rotherham have 69 and Wigan have 63. MK Dons won at Sunderland this afternoon. They have 60. Big win for Oxford at Charlton, they have 56. Plymouth won as well at Gillingham, they have 56. Then 3 teams on 55. Wickham, who drew 5-5 at home to Cheltenham. Sunderland, after that defeat at home to MK Dons. And Sheffield Wednesday, who turned it round at Doncaster to get a late 3-1 win. Crewe stayed bottom of the table. Their game was postponed today. They have 22. Doncaster have 25 after that defeat by Sheffield Wednesday. Gillingham have 26 after the defeat by Plymouth. Morecambe's game at Shrewsbury is postponed. They're the final side in the bottom 4. They have 30. The tea time game in the Premier League is underway. Vicky Sparks.
Yes, goalless at the Etihad between Manchester City and Tottenham. City looking to restore that 9-point gap between themselves and Liverpool and looking to continue this formidable form. 19 wins in their last 21 games in all competitions. The latest, the 5-0 humbling of Sporting Lisbon in Portugal on Tuesday. 2 changes from that match. Gundogan and Walker in for their top scorer Mahrez and Stones. They're amongst the subs. Turbulent times for Tottenham at the moment. They've lost their last 3 in the Premier League to leave their charge for the Champions League places stuttering. And Antonio Conte's had to clarify comments made in an interview with Italian media about being weakened in the transfer window. He says he was talking numerically as 4 players departed and only 2 came in for Tottenham, and feels it wasn't translated clearly, essentially. He makes 4 changes in a bid to stop the rot. Eric Dyer back from injury, his first appearance in nearly a month. That's a big boost for Spurs as they try to plug this leaky defence. Dejan Kulusevski makes his first start. Emerson and Højbjerg are also in. Mora, Winks, Sanchez, Doherty dropped to the bench. Hugo Lloris makes his 400th Spurs appearance. And of course, Harry Kane faces City for the first time since they tried to sign him last summer. 3 minutes gone, 0-0.
Big surprise in League 2. The leaders Forest Green Rovers beaten at home by Walsall. They still have a 10-point lead at the top of the table and they've got games in hand. 66. Tranmere have 56. They drew at home with Port Vale. Northampton have 55. They beat Colchester. Exeter's game was postponed. They have 53. Sutton drew at Hartlepool. They have 51. Mansfield have 50. They also drew at Newport. Swindon had the final playoff spot. They have 49 after a win at Carlisle. I'll tell you the bottom 2 after we hear from Sean Dyche live with Aaron Paul.
Yeah, welcome back to the Amex. Sean Dyche joins me live on Sports Report. Sean, was that a complete performance from your side?
I mean, you never get the truth of a whole performance, but there was a lot of it. I think it's built on the back of 4 very good performances in the previous 4, and the energy and the quality from the Liverpool game, which was a bit of a head scratcher that we didn't get anything from that game. And I thought we were excellent, and I thought we've taken that into today's performance and delivered a very, very strong performance all round.
You wanted goals from Wout Weghorst. What a performance from your new number 9. He looked outstanding and a brilliant finish for his first goal.
Yeah, he's on this early showing, not today, I mean the first few weeks he's been here, arguably immediately one of the best professionals I've seen. The way he looks after himself, the way he's open-minded about the challenge of being here. I think he's enjoying that challenge of taking it on, and you saw it with his performance today. He's been performing like that anyway against Liverpool. He was excellent. You know, finds chances, creates chances, bring others into play. But his work ethic, his work ethic for the team is outstanding. And I hope, and I believe he'll continue to rub off on others as well as himself and how he adapts to what we do here.
He took a bit of a bash, it looks like, at the end. Maxwell Cornet went off. Where are you with the fitness about those 2?
I hope they're all right. I think they will be. It's been a disruptive season with COVID as well. We've lost Westy and Tarky today. We lost other players to COVID, lost other players for injuries. Unfortunately, it looks like Johan Gudmundsson's got another injury to his calf, which will probably be a while. Charlie Taylor's getting stronger. Vids has still got a few weeks. So I mean, it's been disrupted on that side, but the mentality is still firm. You've seen that in the last performances, and you certainly saw that today. The change we made, players just went out, took the game on, and delivered a very, very strong performance, which got us a lovely win.
And 112 days on from your last win, what's the celebration going to be like tonight? Is there going to be an opportunity to relax, or is it all go?
No, it's just a realisation that the effort, the intent, the quality you have to put into win Premier League games. The players deserve it, the fans deserve it for travelling again today. They've been superb, but at the end of the day, it's one win. We need a lot more. But it has to start, or restart if you like, with that winning mentality, and it was certainly on show today, but there's a lot more work to be done.
You were magnificent today. Thanks for talking to the BBC.
Thank you.
Sean Dyche with Aaron Paul, and while Sean Dyche was giving his answers, at the Etihad, Vicky Sparks.
Well, just what the doctor ordered for Tottenham. They've taken the lead against Manchester City, a first goal for the club on his first start for Dejan Kulusevski, but all the credit has to go to Son on the halfway line, and all the anti-credit or criticism has to go to Ruben Diaz for Manchester City. Tried to step up and play Son offside, but Son had timed his run to perfection. Free run at the goal and squared it so unselfishly for Kulusevski, who tapped in. Tottenham lead at the Etihad by 1-0.
And the final thing I have to do before the news is just tell you the bottom of League 2, which isn't great news if you support Scunthorpe or Carlisle, but is good news for Oldham fans. Scunthorpe, bottom of the table, 22 points. They're 7 from safety. They've played more than any other side in the bottom half of the table, with the exception of Stevenage. They were beaten at home by Rochdale today. Carlisle drop into the bottom 2 after their home defeat by Swindon. And Oldham, under John Sheridan, out of the bottom 2. They beat Bradford 2-0. So they are point clear of Carlisle, and they have a game in hand. 23 minutes to 6 o'clock. You're listening to 5 Live. This is Sports Report. Here's John McKenzie.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says his country is determined to protect itself from Russia, with or without the support of Western allies. He was speaking at a security conference in Munich that's been dominated by discussions about tensions in Eastern Europe. A major clear-up operation is still going on in parts of the UK affected by Storm Eunice. Around 190,000 homes are still without electricity, and many rail services remain cancelled. The accountancy firm PricewaterhouseCoopers estimates that Storm Eunice will cost insurance companies up to £350 million in payouts. A former head of model agencies in France and the United States, who was a close associate of the convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, has been found dead in a prison cell in Paris. 75-year-old Jean-Luc Brunel was being held on charges of sexual assault and rape. And more than 17,000 chain store outlets closed in Britain last year, according to new research from the accountancy firm PwC. But the data suggests the rate of closure is slowing as more independent firms take on space.
Hi, I'm Eddie Hearn, and a new series of my podcast, No Passion, No Point, is back on BBC Sounds. I'm catching up with some of the biggest names in sport, entertainment and business about the things that drive their success and keep them at the top of their game.
It was definitely a time of life where I was absolutely praying to get in the position I'm in now. There's a different #1 rapper every year, so you just got to keep stepping your game up.
As much as I'd like to think, I've got a good stable around me, I've got a good family, when winning's use everything, I just can't lose.
No Passion, No Points with Eddie Hearn. Listen whenever you like on BBC Sounds.
Sports Report. This is BBC 5 Live.
So in the tea time game in the Premier League, Manchester City 0, Tottenham 1. Now, earlier on, when we were talking about the Championship with our 72-plus presenter, Aaron Paul, who's still at Brighton, by the way, we were talking about the Reading manager, Veljko Paunovic, and how he was still in a job despite the awful run that Reading had been on, drawn 1 and lost 8 of their previous 9. They've gone to Preston today and won by 3 goals to 2. And now, Aaron?
Mark, I've been passed a statement. Let me read it to you. It says, Reading Football Club can confirm that the contract of first-team manager Veljko Paunovic has been terminated by mutual consent. It's gone on to talk about this season. Now, here comes the interesting bit. For these reasons, owner Mr. Dai Young wanted to afford Veljko time to turn around a poor recent run of results that now sees us in a battle for second-tier survival. However, with nearly a third of the season still remaining and every point now vital in our bid to retain championship status, the decision has been mutually agreed to make a change. Now, here we go. Former England captain Paul Ince, father to Royals loanee Tom Ince, has been appointed to take charge of first-team affairs on an interim basis alongside academy manager Michael Chilks while we embark on the thorough search for a new manager. So, Paul Ince is the interim manager at Reading, as if things couldn't get any more bonkers. Paul Ince, new manager at Reading.
And that has come out of the blue, that bit.
Well, yeah. I mean, judging by my surprise, yeah, absolutely. I cannot believe this. I'm in absolute shock, and I know that Reading fans who may have just seen the tweet and not read the actual statement will be in a bit of shock later on when they realise that Paul Ince is the manager to take them forward. As the owner said, a third of the season to go, and Paul Ince is the man who's going to be leading Reading forward on an interim basis. They've got some tough fixtures coming. Birmingham at home at the Medeski on Tuesday night, and that'll be his first game in charge. As I've always reiterated, both on 72 Plus and here on 5 Live, the decisions made internally at Reading are not always by the owner himself. He's very much led by certain parties, and this feels like another one of those decisions.
I can see also being reported on social media that Paunovic agreed before the game that he was going to leave Reading, but didn't tell the players beforehand. He told them afterwards. That's one of the claims that's on social media at the moment. Aaron, for the moment, thank you very much. Let's get back to the Premier League. We've heard from Sean Dyche after their big win at Brighton. Let's hear from Roy Hodgson now after Watford's big 1-0 win at Aston Villa. He's been talking to Robin Cowan.
It was a very good result for us. I thought it was a good win in every respect. I think that we worked hard for it. I thought we played some good football along the way. And it's then important, of course, that when you're going to be under siege for that last 10 minutes or so, when they're loading up with all their forwards and you've got a 1-0 lead to defend, it's so important for the future that you do defend it, because the difference between getting the victory and feeling good about yourself and conceding that late goal, it's dagger in the heart moment if you're not careful.
The goal itself, two of your players that have a real bit of stardust to them, they could be the difference, couldn't they?
Yeah, although I must be perfectly honest, I don't know that they were as scintillating as you're perhaps trying to suggest that they were today, but it was nice to see them combine for the goal, and it is nice to know that we do have that in us. I thought there was a few goal chances that we created along the way.
And would it be fair to say you've been fairly satisfied with the performances generally whilst you've been here, but it's now you've got the result as well? That must be so satisfying.
It is, but there's such a long way to go, and the danger is now that we think that we've cracked it, and that what we needed to do between now and the end of the season has been done because we've come to Aston Villa and won a game. I'm afraid it isn't. The next two games are going to be of vital importance again. They will be equally as difficult for us to get a result as it was today, and we're going to need some quite, not heroic, that's too strong a word, but we're going to need some strong performances.
Roy Hodgson with Robin Cowan after Watford's 1-0 win at Aston Villa. Back to Manchester City. How have the home side responded to going behind? Vicky Sparks.
Well, they haven't, chappers. I mean, that's probably the easiest way to say it. They still trail Tottenham by 1-0. Kulusevski scoring his first goal for the club inside 5 minutes after they beat City's offside trap. And Manchester City looks shell-shocked. They have barely tested Hugo Lloris on his 400th appearance for Tottenham, although they are coming forward now into the penalty area and do win a corner. But it's Tottenham who've had the second clear opening of the game. Sessegnon volleying wide at the far post, but Manchester City in the crowd here, I think, stunned. And Antonio Conte walking out to the edge of his technical area might be stunned internally as well, because Tottenham have lost their last three, but they're ahead at the Etihad, 1-0.
Let's just move away from the football for a few minutes. Great Britain got their first medal of the Winter Olympics earlier. The men's curling team taking silver after being beaten 5-4 by Sweden in the final, a final that went to an extra end. I spoke to Hammy McMillan and skip Bruce Moat a bit earlier on how they're feeling after missing out on the gold.
I think every kind of hour that's passing, we're starting to feel a bit better about it. We obviously wish that we got the other medal, but to just get a medal full stop, we're very happy with that.
We gave it our all today. We felt like we bounced back after that first loss to the USA and played a really high performance right way through the whole week into the semis, and then even today, Nicholas and the Swedish boys brought their A game. So we came off the ice, we were absolutely gutted. But to be standing here now with Team GB's first medal, we're absolutely buzzing.
How were your nerves? Because the pressure is on the skip with the final stone. Final stone in normal time to take it to an extra end, and then in that extra end, how were your nerves?
Yeah, I think they're definitely a bit shot. Just the entire week, and even like the mixed doubles I was playing before with Jen, just the whole time I've just been shaken. But yeah, I was just very happy to have the three guys that I have before me, and they always support me and have my back. So I was wanting to do it for them and obviously for myself as well.
How's the overall experience been of a Beijing Winter Olympics, Hammy?
The village is amazing. No, it's been so good. And the support back home, it's honestly, words can't describe how good it's been. We wouldn't be able to do this without thanks to our family and friends. The national lottery. Everyone who plays the national lottery back home allows us to come out here and compete in the highest stage and win medals for Team GB. So it's thanks to them and everybody back home. This medal's for them as well. Hopefully, try and celebrate tonight. Certainly, I know Bruce said it. Like each hour that goes past, it's getting a lot easier, and we're getting a lot happier.
Hammy McMillan and skip Bruce Moat after the men got silver in the curling. The women go for gold later tonight or just into tomorrow morning. 1 a.m. their final gets underway, and you can watch that on BBC One. Let's go back to the football and back to Anfield. Liverpool beating Norwich by 3-1. Jurgen Klopp has been talking to Juliet Farrington.
Jurgen, you said you would need the fans with you today, and there was a bit of a scare, wasn't there, on 55?
Yeah. That's football, eh? So if you don't use your own chances early in the game, you should have scored twice. Didn't do that. Then it got a bit stiff, let me say it like this. It was not that fluent anymore. It was not that we now created chance after chance after chance, and they had their counter-attack. So, but we were not. It was not that we thought in half-time. So that's not. We cannot play on like this. Yes, we had to adapt in moments. We had to be calmer in other moments, and that's what we showed the boys. But then you come out and then they scored the 1-0 with a deflected shot counts as well. And a lot of things can happen, but obviously nobody's ready here to give up. Not the crowd, not the team, and really happy about the turnaround.
And the turnaround because you made those changes as well, and obviously that helped massively.
Yes, but that's our job outside. I mean, we have a lot of coaches outside, and we have obviously a lot of players there as well, and it's our job to make these kind of changes, and that's what again today the changes were clear, but then Pep came up with the idea let's change to 4-4-2, and it helped as well a lot, and so I really like the impact we had today from the bench. Not only ours from the coaches, but as well from the players who came on. So it was again incredible how the boost they gave the team. Now the second time in a row, and that's exactly what we need.
The momentum continues, but for Ali's assist or Salah's goal, which one did you like the most?
But Ali's assist, almost goal.
Ali's assist for Salah.
Yeah, it was good. It was not bad. No, I know there were a few really good balls tomorrow. His first touch today was absolutely insane. He played incredible game, scored 150th goal, but
the roof went off.
Wow, really madness. But all three goals were really nice. So like we saw Sadio already flying in Milan, trying with the bicycle kick. Today it worked out, super goal, and the pass from Hendo to Lewis, and then the finish is a really big one as well.
Ian Dennis still at Anfield listening to that. I mean, they were off it, weren't they, until those changes were made?
Yeah, I thought they could have taken the lead beforehand in the first half, but Gunn made 2 or 3 saves, but they just needed that little bit of a spark, and I think the crowd played their role today. But he's very modest when he's talking to Juliet there, because if you think back to the game in midweek, he made a Triple J change in the San Siro just before the hour that was quite telling, when they were on the back foot against Inter, and here he makes the change after 62 minutes to bring Thiago and Origi on, and he's talked about Pep Linders saying, go 4-4-2, but Thiago, when he came on, just absolutely dictated, and once Liverpool had got the first goal, there was no stopping them then. There was that real momentum, and you did feel for Norwich, because they scored the 3 goals in a 15-minute period to blow them away.
Sorry, I've made you sit there for half an hour until we got the Jurgen Klopp played.
It's all right, but you secretly enjoyed it.
Well, yes, I did. There was absolutely no sincerity in my apology at all, was there, really?
Not really.
All right,
no, I always looked at you as a father figure.
So, look, just leave it now, okay? People have had to be listening for 5.5 hours to get the joke. Okay. Let's go back to the Etihad, where Manchester City have hit the post. Vicky.
Yes, they're coming very close with Ilkay Gundogan just curling an effort past that far post, and Joao Cancelo as well with a couple of really decent openings, almost scoring a stunner, darting down that left-hand side, shimmied one way, shimmied the other, and curled just over Drew. Good save from Lloris as well. The flag had gone up, but looking at the replay, looks onside to me, so Lloris had to make the save. Better this from City, but they still trailed Tottenham by 1-0 midway through the second half.
That's one of the 3 o'clock games, and we haven't touched on this yet because of all the stories that have been elsewhere, but another impressive win for Southampton and another worrying performance for Everton. Southampton winning by 2-0. Afterwards, Ralph Hasenhüttl spoke with Sahel Sahi.
Another very good day here at St Mary's. 9 games unbeaten at home now, and an impressive performance.
Yes, I think it deserves to win today after a very tough first half against a good opponent. They have come here with a lot of energy, with a lot of belief and good on the front foot. It was hard in the beginning, but we knew that it would be like this, and we tried to be patient, we tried to stay cool and wait for the right moment to score and to create chances. And I think even the first half was not that bad. After the first 20 minutes, I think we found in the game we had a few good moments, played a little bit better football then, and you could feel that we have been a threat also in our attacks, and the last pass was not always perfect, the last finish wasn't perfect, but the chances have been also there in the first half. And then in the second half, I think it was even better. We scored a beautiful goal with Stewie, and after this goal it was a little bit calmer for us. We tried to let them run. In some moments we can play a little bit more calm, I think. When the players see that there's the space, then they want to score the next one. I sometimes, as a manager, want them a little bit more often to keep them the ball and let them a little bit longer run, but they are looking for this second goal, and in the end it was important that we scored, and Longy did it in a good way.
Ralph Hasenhüttl talking to Sahel Sahi. Sahel, there are a lot of worried Evertonians around looking at social media.
Yeah, and you can't really blame them after today's performance. Just to run you through a couple of things first of all, Mark, though. It was a good day for Southampton, and that's becoming a familiar tale of late. 4 games unbeaten, and the list of teams during that run is very impressive. First Premier League goals of the season then for Stuart Armstrong and Shane Long. And honestly, if it wasn't for some outstanding goalkeeping by Jordan Pickford, it could quite easily have been 4-5. Back to Everton then, they have to really improve away from Goodison Park. There's no doubt about that. 1 away win all season and 6 points out of a possible 36. That is poor. Frank Lampard post-match, he told me it's something that is vexing him, and it's something he needs to rectify very soon if they're not to slip further down the table.
Thank you, Sahel. You can watch everything Match of the Day tonight, 10:30. BBC One, Alan Shearer and Ian Wright alongside Gary. Switch to the day's rugby union now, a rest week in the Six Nations. Busy all day in the Premiership though. Let's start with Harlequins beating Wasps 29-24. Alfie Reynolds has been watching this. Alfie?
Yeah, evening chappers. Harlequins return to winning ways with a bonus point victory. They scored first half tries through Oscar Beard and Hugh Jones before Caden Murley, Andre Esterhazen and Lewis Liner crossed in the second. Wasps struggled for most of the afternoon, but they scored 2 late tries through Sam Spink and Jeff Tumunga Allen. That gives them a losing bonus point. One positive, though, did see the return of Jack Willis. The England back row came off the bench to make his first appearance in over a year. Elsewhere in the Premiership, Leicester came from behind to defeat Bath 20-24. Freddie Burns scoring and converting the winning try against his former club. In the other matches, London Irish defeated Saracens 32-30 with the final kick of the game, and Sale won away from home 22 points to 21 against Northampton. It means there are just 7 points separating 3rd and 9th in the Premiership table. The fight for the top 4 is well and truly on.
That's what I was just going to say to you, Alfie. This is some competition, isn't it?
Yeah, it's extraordinary this year. I think a cliche every year in the English Premiership is it's going to be the tightest and closest year yet. This time, it's absolutely living up to it. I think other than Leicester, who are out in front, and Saracens, who've kind of been there or thereabouts for most of the season, below them, Harlequins, Gloucester, London Irish, Sale, Wasps and Northampton and Exeter, all of them could end up in the top 4. It is about who puts a run together, who can be the most consistent from this point until the end of the season.
From Union to League in the Betfred Super League, finished hole 6, St Helens 38. Here's our correspondent Dave Woods.
St Helens were outstanding despite the terrible conditions. Rain, even snow throughout this game. Hull lost their playmaker Luke Gale, sent off for a studs high challenge on Johnny Lomax as he tried to kick downfield midway through the first half. But even despite that fact, St Helens were much the better side. 6 tries scored, including 1 apiece for their 2 young starlets, Lewis Dodd at scrum half and Jack Wellesby at full-back, each creating their own little piece of magic. And after the game, coach Christian Wolff was full of praise for his side.
Look, it was tough conditions, there's no doubt about that, and it's freezing cold. At half-time we had some blokes that were extremely cold and shivering, and obviously it makes the ball really slippery, the footing really slippery, and so it's tough conditions, but I was really happy with our blokes. I thought we had a great attitude right from the start. You could show that in the intensity that we played at, you could show that in the way we wanted to defend, and I thought in the conditions in particular we still played some footy, and we still put on some really good tries off the back of playing some good footy. So there's probably a couple of times where we did just start to go a little bit sideways, and there's a bit of space and a bit of opportunity, so you want to get the ball there, but in the conditions it becomes really difficult. But overall, I thought we did a really good job in how we handled it. Really happy overall.
So Saints beat Hull 38-6, then Huddersfield beat Hull KR 26-12. The third game today is being played now, and they're at half-time. Catalan lead Wakefield 16 points to 10. Back to the Premier League. Vicky.
Emerson Royal close to adding a second for Tottenham against Manchester City. Good run down the right, fizzing a shot just over the bar. Overall, City are coming back into this looking more threatening, but Tottenham looks so sharp and clean on the counter. Manchester City 0, Tottenham 1, 26 minutes gone in this first half.
4 games in the Scottish Premiership today. Hibs beat Ross County 2-0. Livingston and St Mirren and Motherwell and Aberdeen drew 1-1. And St Johnstone beat Hearts 2-1. Big win that for St Johnstone. It takes them off the bottom of the table. They have 23 points. Dundee dropped to the bottom with 21, but they do have 2 games in hand. Won't be long before Robbie and Chris are here.
I want to be Shapperson.
Sorry,
mate, I was just getting my soup out. Sorry about that, Chappers.
It's all right. What soup have you gone for?
I think it looks like a mushroom. I think it is.
You don't know, do you? Because you've just sent people out to get it for
you. Listen to Chappers there, Chris, about a lot of worried Everton fans. Would you be worried?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that when Frank Lampard went into the job, he's always had a big job on to keep Everton up, but the performance today was really worrying. And then you look at the improvement. Burnley, what a result for them in performance today. Watford getting that win, Roy Hodgson's gone in. They're a different team. Newcastle United, good point for them. There's a relegation battle on, and Brentford are in it now, aren't they? So we want to hear from all the fans of those clubs.
And what about at the top? Spurs winning at Man City. If they get beat, the title race is on, Christopher.
Yeah, I mean, you've ruled Liverpool out. You said that Liverpool cannot win the title, but if Spurs do beat Manchester City, then they're in it. Good performance from Liverpool today, but Norwich performed well. But they're back to the bottom, aren't they, Norwich?
08285 909 693.
And Paul Ince in temporary charge at Reading.
Is it?
Yeah.
When was that?
About 10 minutes ago.
Oh, go on, Ince.
In temporary charge. So there you go.
Wow.
Yeah, let's hear what Reading fans make of that.
Yeah.
Good. Anything else you want me to do? Get off air and then you can start, I suppose. So I'll rattle on. Right, let's
take your time on it, you soon.
Let's do Derby next. Massive win for them in the Championship. Injury time winner over relegation rivals Peterborough. Here's Wayne Rooney.
I think today was the best performance of the season. I thought first half we were very good. They go to 10 men. And then it was about us being patient, moving the ball quick from side to side. We get in at half time. I explained that, what I want from them, and then obviously we lose Tom. Silly red card, he knows that.
Did he get something in the face first? It looked like a retaliation.
Yeah, it looked like that, but he knows that he's lost his head. I've just said to him there, he's lucky he's got a manager who understands that, because I've had a few myself.
It's
like
18
that.
hours.
But yeah, it's a loss to us. It's going to be a loss for the next 3 games. But I thought after that the lads were excellent, in complete control of the game. We constantly putting them under pressure and making them work. And then obviously we got the goal at the end with Sibbs. I thought the way the game was opening up, I thought it was a game for Sibbs to show his qualities. So delighted for him. He's obviously had a frustrating season. So but a massive 3 points.
Back to the Premier League, where a late Hakim Ziyech goal gave Chelsea a 1-0 win at Crystal Palace. Here's Thomas Tuchel.
Thomas, congratulations. You must kind of think like, hold on, what country am I in?
Yeah.
What competition are we playing?
What competition are we playing? The country was relative.
You get 3 points today. Well done.
Country was pretty easy regarding the weather. So yeah, we got the 3 points, and it was not a knockout game, and was not a semi-final or final. So it is a bit strange because we haven't played Premier League since 4 weeks. I heard before the match, and it feels like this. And now again, the next 3 matches are again not league matches. And normally it's normal to get a feeling for the competition and for the race in which you are in, and it's like this. There's it can cause distractions. We got a bit of jet lag. We have a huge difference in temperature, and so on. Some of the players feel a bit cold from the flight and from the change of weather conditions. That's where we are, but we managed to get an important 3 points away from home, which is the good thing.
Thomas Tuchel there, 08085 909 693 to talk to Robbie and Chris. The lines are open, they're on their way shortly. Tottenham still lead by a goal to nil at Manchester City. And the final interview you'll hear from tonight's Sports Report is Frank Lampard after Everton's 2-0 defeat at Southampton. He's been talking to Sahel Sai.
Tough day, is that a fair comment? How did you see it?
Yeah, it was a tough day. You lose away from home. Played really well last week at Goodison. Played 2 games great at Goodison, not so good away, and you know, it's not good enough for us. Where we want to get to, we have to be able to come here and even not at our best, do better to try and get a result out of the game. And clear things for me to see. The reason why I'm here is because of probably performances a little bit like the second half. We sunk into a way of playing that I don't like, and I've told the players that. We have to stay strong in the beliefs of things we're trying to do. Not wholesale changes, but changes to make us better. We saw that last week, and today we didn't see it. And we will have these days. You know, we're here for a reason in this position, so we have to stay patient around that. But I understand the work that has to be done. And I didn't like the second half at all today.
You started well, fair to say. First 10 minutes, had a moment, had a very early corner kick, but after that, Southampton seemed to get on top.
Yeah, I thought the first 15-20 minutes good. Possible penalty shouts, good play around their box, linking up well, confidence in the team, and then we came off it. And that's, you know, as I say, sometimes those things are a bit of a mentality issue, whether it's when we're away from home and we feel the game turn on us, and the players need to deal with that. Today it wasn't a tactical game, it was a match-up game of 2 teams playing the same formations. A lot of personal, individual battles, a lot of unit battles in midfield. We lost that battle clearly, and then we lost the game.
Frank Lampard with Sahel Sahi. In Northern Ireland's Premier League today, Ballymena 3, Glenalvon 3, Crusaders 2, Carrick Rangers 1, Linfield 1, Portadown 0. And it's no longer 1-0 at the Etihad. Vicky Sparks.
It's 1-1, it's İlkay Gündoğan, it's a mistake by Hugo Lloris. The shot from distance driven in initially, Lloris saved it, but spilled it straight out to İlkay Gündoğan, who fired it in, emphatic, into the back of the net. It's Manchester City 1, Tottenham 1.
In a difficult week at the moment is Hugo Lloris after a couple of mistakes involved in the defeat against Wolves last weekend, and he spilled that right at İlkay Gündoğan's feet. Or just so it's palmed out to İlkay Gündoğan, and Manchester City are level at Tottenham. You can see it all on Match of the Day tonight, 10:30 on BBC One. Shearer and Wright alongside Lineker. The women's curling final, Britain going for gold against Japan, is at 1 a.m. on BBC One. And Five Live's Premier League Sunday tomorrow has Leeds against Manchester United at 2, followed by Wolves against Leicester at 4:30, and 6:06 is the other side of the latest BBC News.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
With the 5 Live News, I'm Jill Mackenzie. Germany's become the latest country to tell its citizens to leave Ukraine because of the threat of a Russian invasion. Boris Johnson's warned that if Russia does invade, the UK will impose sanctions on individuals and companies so they can't raise money on the London capital markets. Annalena Baerbock is the German foreign minister.
As unimaginable as it may sound, we are facing the tangible danger of a military conflict in the heart of Europe. The world knows, and no Twitterbot, no false flag incident, no disinformation campaign is going to change who is responsible for this.
The clear-up operation is still in action after Storm Eunice caused widespread damage. Around 190,000 homes are still without electricity, and many rail services have been cancelled. The accountancy firm PricewaterhouseCoopers reckons Storm Eunice will cost insurance companies up to £350 million in payouts. Mohammed Khan is from the firm.
what they try to do is get interim payments quickly to you, so that, for example, if you've had a tree fall on your house, you can get into alternative accommodation, and indeed some insurers may arrange that for you. What I would say is, if you've had damage to your property, please inform your insurance company as quickly as possible. I know it's a weekend, they're waiting for your call.
A French modelling agent and former associate of the sex offender Jeffrey Epstein has been found dead in his prison cell in Paris. Jean-Luc Brunel had been accused of sexual harassment and the rape of minors aged between 15 and 18 in France. Police in the Canadian capital, Ottawa, have used pepper spray and stun grenades as they continue their operation to remove protesters from outside the federal parliament. The protesters were angry about the vaccine mandate for lorry drivers, but the protest has widened to more general opposition to COVID restrictions. And the family of a British man killed by a shark in Australia have paid tribute to him, saying he had a rare gift in connecting with people. 35-year-old Simon Nellist was a diving instructor. He died on Wednesday in the first fatal shark attack in Sydney for nearly 60 years.
People have an idea of what hip-hop is. I'm trying to convert you.
Romesh Ranganathan.
Consider this like the hip-hop lounge. You open the door, you're slightly nervous, but I say, hey, come and sit down, I'll play a few tunes, I've got a lovely array of vegan snacks, and we'll take a little deep dive into the world that I like to call hip-hop. Well, that's what everyone calls it, not just me.
You can do it, put your back into it. Romesh Ranganathan, for the love of hip-hop.
Here to play you my favourite hip-hop of all time. How's that, Trevor?
Yeah, that was real.
This guy.
Passion, energy. Let Romesh bring the energy.
Listen now on the BBC Sounds app.
Are you ready to have your say in the UK's biggest football debate? Your teams, your views. Get ready. This is 606 with Chris Sutton and Robbie Savage on 5 Live.
Hello, welcome to 606. There's been 8 games played on a busy day of Premier League football. Let's start at Anfield.
Henderson forward ball, he's picked up Luis Diaz. Luis Diaz for the finish. That was outstanding. Henderson with a precise pass. Luis Diaz latches onto it and scores his first goal for the club.
Liverpool came from behind to win 3-1. Christopher, are they still up for keeping some pressure on Manchester City?
Well, you've written Liverpool out of the title race, haven't you, Rob? And, you know, they won well today. 7 changes from Jurgen Klopp, some big hitters missing, but a big win for Liverpool. I still think they can win it.
And Norwich defended well, but they're going down.
I think Norwich had a bit about them today. There'll be a lot of Norwich City fans on the way back. Long journey back to Norwich across the M62, but do you still have hopes of staying up, Norwich City? I saw enough in that today.
Norwich will stay up?
Yes, Norwich will stay up.
Wow. West Ham held to a 1-1 draw at home after a resolute Newcastle performance.
Oh, Willock's in it off the post! It's surely crossed the line! They will check this one, it has been given, and Willock was in there to put it in off the post. Newcastle have got one back right before half-time.
With West Ham getting held by Newcastle, that race for 4th place is wide open. Christopher, that's 1 win in 5 league games for David Moyes' side. Why do you think they're stuttering at the minute?
Look, I mean, West Ham have had a brilliant season. Can they still get a top 4 position? I think they can. From Newcastle's point of view, I thought a good point in the end. Missing St Maximum today, he's a big player for them. But Newcastle fans, I mean, you see what Burnley have done today, you know, winning, Watford winning. You know, it's a relegation fight on, isn't it? For
you still think Newcastle are going down?
No, I think Newcastle might be alright.
Alright then. There's a big game going at the Etihad as Man City take on Spurs. Let's get an update from Vicky Sparks.
1-1, 6 minutes until the break. Diaz has just put in a brilliant challenge on Harry Kane to stop the Spurs striker racing through. Kulusevski had put Tottenham ahead inside 5 minutes, his first goal for the club, before a thumping equaliser from İlkay Gündoğan just past the half-hour mark after Hugo Lloris spilled the ball from the initial save. 1-1.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live. Call free 08085 909 693. Text 85058. Text will be charged at your standard message rate. Plus, see our privacy notice bbc.co.uk/5live.
Obviously, as we said, Christopher, busy day of football, especially in the Premier League. Everton fans, what do you think? What are you thinking?
Well, Everton are in a relegation battle. I always thought they were when Frank Lampard, got the job. Everton fans, what do you make of the performance today? It wasn't great, was it?
And what else are you going to talk about, Christopher?
I want to hear from Derby County fans.
Go on, Derby.
Down to 10 men, late winner, real hope of staying up now. Were you at the game today? I mean, incredible result that. And Reading appointing Paul Ince in an interim capacity.
Yeah.
I mean, is that a good choice?
What do you think?
I'm not so sure. When was the last time he was in management? It's been out a long time now. Let's hear what Reading fans think.
08085 909 69. What about Wycombe Wanderers 5-0?
Wycombe Wanderers 5-0. Yeah, where's the defending? Rob.
Alfie May, 4 goals.
Yep, Mayday, you could say. I mean, were you at the game there? I mean, what a game.
Yeah, and what about we got to talk about Rangers. What a win in Dortmund, Chris. How did Celtic get on?
Celtic lost, but it's half time. Rob, Rangers absolutely brilliant. Rangers fans, what about that performance against Dortmund? Was that one of your greatest ever results?
Yeah,
I think so.
08085 909 693. So much to talk about. Let's get straight to the line. Let's go to Finn, who's a Liverpool fan. How are you, Finn?
Yeah, you're all right, Chris. I'm doing good.
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. So how's so what did you make of the game today, Finn?
I thought it was a brilliant comeback. I thought it showed our squad depth really nicely. I think it's the best Jurgen Klopp squad we've got at the moment, I would say. The best squad he's had since he's been here, I think. And I think it's just so hard to write us off of the title with the squad that we've got.
Well, Robbie's done that. Robbie's written you off for the last couple of weeks. He's saying Liverpool have no chances.
No, I've not said that.
No, you did.
I think it's disgusting that you've done that, to be honest with you.
Well, listen, Finn, the reason what I've said is I think Man City 9 points ahead. Liverpool, yes, have a game in hand. Liverpool have got to go to the Etihad. Can I see Liverpool winning the title over Man City? Yes, they're one more at the minute.
No, but I think
Man City. No, Man City will win the title. Man City will win the title.
Pep overthink in the big game again, like we saw in the Champions League final. It didn't start Rodri, and we all know how that ended up. I can see something like that happening, and I just think with the Liverpool squad we got at the moment, I think it's so hard to write us off.
Well, he hasn't overthought last season winning the Premier League with no centre forward 38 games. He hasn't thought this year.
But also Liverpool had no centre backs last season, so he didn't really have to think.
Yeah, it's a very, very good point. But listen, I just think Man City will win it. Liverpool, it's a two-horse race. Liverpool and Man City. I know Chelsea won later on today, but those two are clearly the best two teams. And I'll ask you this. Do you think we could see, if they avoid each other in the draw, a Liverpool-Man City European Cup final, Champions League final?
Yeah. 100%. And I think I'd back Liverpool any day to win that Champions League final easily. I think in a one-off game, I think we've got them. The title's a bit of a harder ask, but it's not even a question in the Champions League final. We're beating them.
Finn, can I just ask you about? I mean, as I watched the game today. I thought Norwich carried a threat to Liverpool. I mean, do you think Liverpool looks secure at the back this season?
This season, for the most part, yes. I think today we're playing with a pretty half-baked squad after a hard game in the week. I think Joe Gomez at right back isn't really good enough at the moment. And also, we're playing with option midfield who's not giving us the cover we need. So today, defensively, I don't think so. But with, like I said, on a one-off game or when we've got our fittest team out, I think, defensively we're solid.
So what do you think? What you're saying, Finn, is that Liverpool reserves beat Norwich today, really?
Liverpool second and a half team beat Norwich today.
Wow. What do you think, Chris?
Look, I think, he made changes, put subs on which would change the game, but, Liverpool maybe got away with one there, but fair play to them. The substitutions he made, they went 4-2-4. Diaz, looks to be a really good signing. It's not a surprise to me that, Liverpool beat Norwich today.
If it was a Champions League final, do you think, as Finn said, Liverpool would easily beat Man City?
I don't think they'd easily beat Man City, but, 50-50 game.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Great. Great analysis, that. 50-50 game. Right, well done. Great analysis. Right, let's go to Steve.
What would you say? No, just go on.
Great analysis, that, Christopher.
Hang on a minute.
Not about us, Chris. It's the fan show. Let's go to Steve, who's a Crystal Palace fan.
Hello, guys. Yeah, I'm not happy at all. I have to be honest. I've got to have a rant. We have not won since we beat Chris's Sutton's Norwich, and it's been awful. I've got to pick the bones out of it. We're not scoring goals. We're creating chances. We don't put them away. We can't defend. And Patrick Vieira, he's a bit like a stuck record with it. You know, we need to work on these, But it's just not happening for us. Okay, Chelsea, we know where they are, and it's now a 9th straight defeat. And I'm just getting fed up with it now because I can't see how Patrick Vieira can stop us sliding down the table. And if we get into that mire, he won't get us out of it.
Are you in the mire now? Do you think?
26 points.
Yeah, are you in a relegation battle?
Yeah. Listen, we got Man United, Man City, and Arsenal to come to Selhurst Park. We got to play Burnley, Watford. We got Newcastle, Southampton away. We got no easy games. I think we are.
We are. Steve, I watched the game today, and I've got to say,
they played well.
I thought Crystal Palace played very well. At least they had a chance in that first half, just pulled it past the post. Zaha had 2 good chances as well. All those 2 created those chances on their own. I thought Crystal Palace defended well. I thought they competed. I thought they created the better chances in the game, and I thought they were unlucky today.
But unfortunately with it, this is what's been going against us. We should have got something against Liverpool, but we didn't.
Yeah, but is that not just bad luck? That the performances have been there. I'm with Rob on this. I've seen Crystal Palace numerous times this season.
But we had this bit where we won Man City and beat Wolves, and it's been like midweek. If we'd have beaten Norwich, in fairness to Norwich, they could have beaten us, but by the end of the game, we should have beaten Norwich. We drew with them and drew with Brentford. If we'd won them games, we'd have been on 30 points. We've given away late goals throughout the season, so that's why we're down there.
What about the brand of football, though, under Vieira? I mean, it's a massive improvement, isn't it?
It is, but again, we're swanting at the back, and you've got to score the goals.
Right. So what would you prefer? I mean, would you rather prefer, or do you prefer Vieira's football to what it was like under Roy Hodgson?
Well, under Roy Hodgson, we were better off this time last season.
You're better off this time. So you're saying you would prefer Roy Hodgson to be...
I prefer the what's the word, the hard football, the get stuck in football, the back to the wall football, like the 1-0 wins at Selhurst Park. I would like the Vieira style, but it's not working fully, is it? And we could get relegated.
Steve, thank you so much for the call. Right, let's go to Vicky Sparks, who's at the Etihad. It's half time.
Half time. Manchester City 1, Tottenham 1. Entertaining first half, and City had to come from behind because Dejan Kulusevski had stunned them inside 5 minutes, tapping home his first Tottenham goal on his first Spurs start after Son had excellently beaten City's offside trap and unselfishly squared to the Sweden international. It took a while for City to reassert control, but eventually they did. Gundogan, who'd earlier hit the post, levelling on 33 minutes after Lloris, on his 400th Tottenham appearance, spilled a save straight to him. He lashed home from 8 yards. Tottenham, who've lost their last 3 in the Premier League, have looked clean and crisp on the counter, but City have begun to enjoy that customary dominance of possession. Half-time, though, at the Etihad. Manchester City 1, Tottenham 1.
Thanks so much, Vicky. I just got a text in here from, Lucy, who's on our production team, Chris, and it's come from Mike from Chester. Yeah. Why on earth would Chris choose to drive from Liverpool to Norwich via the M62?
Okay, Mike. I tell you what, Mike.
No, answer the question.
Yeah, okay. Well, Mike, why don't you text in again, Mike, and give us the alternative route, Mike?
Where are you going?
Which route would you take?
Well, why are you going to M62? That goes to the north, isn't it?
Hey,
that goes to like Barnsley and Leeds, isn't it?
Oh dear me, you're not very good with the road network.
Why would you want M62?
Why would you to get home?
To Norwich.
To get home.
Which way?
The M62, then you go down the A1, Rob. A17. Okay. A47. All right, is that all right? Which way would you go, Mike? Text back in,
Mike, I tell you what, 0825 99693. Which way would you go from Liverpool to Norwich? Chris would go on the M62. Phil's Liverpool fan. Which way would you go, Phil?
The M62, lads.
Oh, there you go, Phil's there. Yeah. Phil. Hey, Phil, I'll tell you what, Diaz, what a signing.
Something like I'm a first time caller, so
well done, mate. Well done, mate.
Well, listen, I'll tell you something, lads. What I liked about today's performance, was that when we went 1-0 behind and he done them substitutions, it was like Liverpool go button, and then that's it. Then they have to bit between the teeth. You know what I mean? I know everyone's saying the Premier League's already over.
Well, Robbie's saying that.
I don't think it's over. You know what I mean? It's not over till a fat lady sings, and she hasn't sang yet. You know what I mean? But that he's going to be a signing, a proper Liverpool play. You know what I mean? And there's talk about Mane going to Real Madrid and all that. And I know it sounds crazy and I don't even want to think about it, like, but if he left, then when you've got Jota and now Diaz coming in as well, you know what I mean? At Liverpool have got a chance of winning this title, you know what I mean? And it's not over yet, lads.
But why do you think then? You know, Robbie knows his stuff sometimes, but why do you think he's written you off?
You know, something, well, partly, like, because of who he used to play for as well, like, come on, you know what I mean? But
Crew?
The ex-Man United as well, like, you know what I mean? But, you know, so it's not over, and as you both well know, the Premier League, on any given day, any team can have a bad game, you know what I mean? And even though all the players that City have got, it's not over till a fat lady sings, and you should know that.
Phil, the reason why I think I've said Man City for me will win the title. I've gone early. I've gone early.
Changed your mind. I mean, you had Manchester United winning the title at the start of the season.
Let Phil hear me out. And you know the 9 points difference. Liverpool have a game in hand, but they've got to go to the Etihad. Yeah, and I just don't think Liverpool will catch Man City. For me,
there's 6 points difference at this moment.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, of course you can, Phil.
Right, when Liverpool go hunting, yeah, they always seem to perform better, you know what I mean? And like when they've got something to aim for, that's when you seem to get the best out of them, you know what I mean? So I know like everyone's got their own opinions and that, like, and you've got to say Man City are a world-class team, but then, you know what I mean, when Liverpool have something to aim for, and as we all well know in the Premier League, look at some of the crazy results, you know what I mean? Come on, no one ever thought Aston Villa would beat Liverpool 7-2. You know what I mean? Anything can happen, and it's not over until the points say different. Then to me, it's not over. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well,
Phil, can I say, Phil, if you had to choose one competition to win, and the Champions League and the Premier League, really?
Yeah, being a Scouser and like coming from Liverpool, like I live down south now, but being a Scouser, you know what I mean? To me, it was always the Premier League's your bread and butter, no matter what. Winning the Champions League, perfect, everything else, but the Premier League, that's where you prove it over a full season, you know what I mean? Not being honourable to the Champions League, but it's like a cup competition in a way, you know what I mean? But the Premier League...
Whereabouts do you live down south, Phil?
Oh, in Surrey, down, just near
very posh. Very posh.
You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? But...
A lot of Manchester United fans around you.
I know it sounds crazy, but to me, I'd take the Premier League over the Champions League any day.
Phil,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, Phil, thank you for your first time call. Listen, call back, Phil, on an hour. Thank you. Yeah, my pleasure. Thank you so much. Right then, Christopher, it's time for Gone in 60 Suttons. It's a classic grudge match as Leeds take on Manchester United, which you can hear commentary of here on 5 Live, 2 o'clock tomorrow in the white corner. It's Rocco from the Leeds That podcast. Hello, Rocco.
Hello, how you doing?
All right, man. In the red corner, representing Manchester United, is Joe from the Stretford Paddock. Hi, Joe.
How you doing, mate? All right.
I think Joe, did our reserves put 7 past you? Joe?
Nah.
No, didn't they? I thought they did. I thought our reserves put 7 past you. No, was that not your team, Joe?
When?
Oh, about 4 weeks ago.
Oh, Stretford Paddock, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a separate company.
Oh, right.
I distance myself from that, especially when your team's doing well against them. I distance myself from that.
Right
I
then.
take no credit or blame for that team.
Right then. You know the rules. Hit that klaxon. Is there a klaxon? Yeah, there it is. A bit late. Right then. Rocco, more intimidating, Old Trafford or Ellen Road?
Obviously, Ellen Road, there's no doubt about it. That's one of the advantages of being in the lower leagues for all those years, was that we missed the boom of the Premier League, and Ellen Road is a bear pit now, whoever the opposition is. So, yeah, I can't wait to experience it tomorrow against these lot. It's going to be absolutely electric.
Joe?
Old Trafford, like I said, you know, Ellen Road might be good against League One teams, but I think Old Trafford seemed pretty intimidating when we beat Leeds 6-2 and 5-1.
But when was the last time Old Trafford was really rocking?
Every week.
Oh, come on. It's not rocking every... Let's be truthful here. It's not rocking.
Well, it was rocking against Leeds. It was rocking against Leeds when we beat them 5-1.
How long ago was that? The Manchester United fans are bored of the football this season, aren't they?
I don't think so.
It was rocking in the
certainly not boring.
It was rocking in the Champions League. Chris, last-minute winners, wasn't it, Joe?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
it was about 3 of them.
Yeah, there we go. Where does Eric Cantona stand in the League of Legends at your club, Joe?
Right at the top, you know, up there with anyone really, maybe slightly below Bobby Charlton. But, you know, after that, what was it, four league titles in 5 years, and the only reason we didn't win 5 is because he was suspended. He's, you know, right up there, one of the best ever.
Rocco?
Well, he doesn't qualify for Leeds. I mean, he was an impact sub at Ellen Road. He was probably less impact than Mike Whitlow on us winning the league. So, yeah, have to just null and void that one, really.
Oh, which club has the better manager, Rocco?
Marcelo Bielsa, without a shadow of a doubt, he's world class. He's the top of the pile.
What's he won?
What's he won? He's won the hearts and souls of all the Leeds fans.
Is there a hearts and souls cup out there?
So not a lot then.
Enough.
What's Ranić won?
Not a lot either, but he's taken the Leipzig group from being, or the Red Bull group from being nothing to being one of the most sustainable, best and most well-run sort of systems in the world. He's taken Schalke to the semi-final of the Champions League. He's got the job at Manchester
You've just had
United.
a pop at Rocco for winning the hearts and minds, and you're coming up. He's got them through to semi-finals. The semi-final cup. There's the bell. There's the bell. There's the bell. Here's one for you, Joe. Rafinha or Rashford?
This might be the most ludicrous question I've ever been asked on here. Rafinha's had a couple of half-decent seasons, and just because Rashford's going through a tough time...
This season, right now, who would you take?
Rashford, any day. Look at the goals he's got. Look, 40-plus goals and assists in the last 2 seasons, 20 goals.
Yeah, but right now, this season, his form is not there. This season, his form isn't there.
No, the form isn't there, and Rafinha's still only got, I think, 3 more goals than him. He's not even close. Rashford on a bad day is almost...
Rafinha would walk into Man United's team and be the best player. There's no doubt about it. He's a full-blown superstar. I don't think there's a single attribute.
Did he not get hooked at half-time the other week? Against Everton, yeah.
Oh, there's the bell, there's the bell. Would Calvin Phillips have a better career at Manchester United or staying at Leeds, Rocco?
No, he would need to stay at Leeds to have a good career. He doesn't want to just get dragged down to their level and win nothing anyway, so he might as well have a statue himself built at Ellen Road.
Wow, Joe.
Yeah, he might win less trophies at Leeds, but he'll certainly win more promotions. I think United, obviously.
Wow. What about the score tomorrow, Rocco?
I think we'll win 4-0 and take the aggregate on the head-to-head this season.
Oh,
blow them away.
Joe?
Yeah, 2-0 United.
And where can we see your stuff, Rocco?
You can see me on the Leeds That podcast, and you can buy my books, Marcelo Bielsa versus the Damned United, and a new release, The O'Leary Years, from Pitch Publishing.
Joe, where can we see yours?
Stretford Paddock on YouTube.
Okay, thank you so much, guys.
Cheers, thank you.
Right,
you haven't
Thank you very much.
Sorry, wait there. Chris, who are you awarding the points to?
The first time I've ever done this, you both lost.
Oh, wow, there you go, Christopher. Thank you so much, guys. Right then, let's go to Michael, who's an Everton fan. Hello, Michael.
You guys?
Yeah. Are you right there,
Just
Michael?
about, Michael, yeah. So, come on, Michael. How do you view the Lampard appointment? How do you view the performance today? And are you worried about going down this season, right now?
Look, I think Lampard's the right guy. He definitely brought some positivity after the Spaniard. He was, by the way, the worst manager in English football ever. But today's performance was woeful. Apart from Pickford, Van der Beek was awful. I think Gomez was awful. The whole of the midfield today was just pathetic. And there was they started the first 15 minutes fine, but after that were completely flat. There's just no energy in the team. I think we've just about got enough to stay up. I think Brentford are in trouble. I hope Leeds are in trouble. And, but I think Newcastle will be fine. But I think Everton will probably just about, finish 17th and be okay. But it is given the amount of money that has been spent, I think we spent in the top 6 of European spending in the last 12 months, the last 24 months. It is pathetic, the team that was put out today. We just bent over and, we were woeful against Southampton.
I mean, is this season all on Benitez?
Well, if we win the FA Cup, which is a ridiculously long shot, but it might happen, we'll just get over Benitez. It's just like a bad girlfriend, right? We just want to forget it and move on. But I think he's just kicked the spirit out of the players. There's no energy, there's no enthusiasm. It's painful to watch. And I pictured the Liverpool fan who was on earlier with his his first world problems about which trophy they want to win. I mean, compared to Everton, I mean, it's pathetic. It's truly pathetic where we are right now.
And the additions of Ali coming in and Van der Beek. I mean, Ali on the bench again today. I mean, as an Everton fan, I mean, these players need time, but have they got time to bed in?
He doesn't know where the goal is. He was responsible for Southampton's goal today by a stupid back pass. And Dele Alli, well, he came on for the last 20 minutes or so. Didn't really do anything, you know. It's a World Cup year. If he wants to impress, then he needs to step up.
He's not going to go to the World Cup, is he? That is just not going to happen.
He's going to go to the Championship if he's not careful. But it was a woeful performance today.
Michael, thank you so much for your call. 08085 909 693. Get your calls in. We'll be right back after the news on 5 Live with Joe Mackenzie.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Boris Johnson's warned that if Russia invades Ukraine, it will bring about the destruction of a democratic state. Speaking at the Munich Security Conference, he said the West's reassurances to the Ukrainian people would look meaningless and insulting if they were simply to look away in the face of a Russian attack. Energy companies are working to restore power to around 190,000 homes after Storm Eunice. This afternoon seen widespread travel disruption, with many train companies advising people to postpone their journeys. A former head of modelling agencies in France and the United States, who was a close associate of the convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, has been found dead in a prison cell in Paris. 75-year-old Jean-Luc Brunel was being held on charges of sexual assault and rape. And the official overseeing the World Health Organization's response to COVID-19, Dr. David Nabarro, has said it would be very unwise to scrap the requirement for people with the virus to self-isolate. The government is expected to set out its plans for living with COVID in England on Monday. Let's get the sport now with Shabnam Younis-Jewell.
Cheers, Jill. Manchester City hoping to keep their distance at the top of the Premier League as they host Tottenham tonight, watched by Vicky Sparks.
And at half-time, that distance from City to Liverpool is just the 7 points. City hoping to make it 9 with a win, but they're being held 1-1 by Tottenham, who took a surprise lead inside 5 minutes. Kulusevski with his first goal for the club. City have come back into it in the first half. Gundogan with the equaliser 12 minutes before half-time after Lloris spilled Raheem Sterling's cross under a little bit of pressure from Kevin De Bruyne. Lloris was, but it was an error from the Spurs goalkeeper. 1-1 as the players come out for the second half.
Yeah, Liverpool hot on City's heels. They are still in this title race.
Salah waits, goalkeeper to the edge of the area. Salah rolls it in. Liverpool have turned it around, and it had to be Mo Salah. It's a landmark goal for the Egyptian magician.
Yeah, that was Salah's 150th goal for Liverpool, helping them beat Norwich 3-1, and that sent Dean Smith's side bottom of the table in place of Burnley, who finally moved up with a 3-0 win away at Brighton. Josh Brownhill was one of their goal scorers.
Yeah, it's a massive win. It'll give us massive confidence, and we fully deserved it today. Our performances of late have been really good, but we've not been on the right side of the result, and today, like I say, we've deserved this.
Newcastle are now 5 points clear of danger after a 1-1 draw at West Ham. Everton just above Newcastle in 16, still in trouble after losing 2-0 at Southampton. Watford, who are below them, third from bottom, got their first win under Roy Hodgson. They won 1-0 away at Aston Villa. Elsewhere, Arsenal beat Brentford 2-1. Chelsea won 1-0 at Crystal Palace. St Johnstone moved off the bottom of the Scottish Premiership thanks to a 2-1 win at home to Hearts. Jim Goodwin's first match in charge of Aberdeen ended in a 1-1 draw at Motherwell. It was the same scoreline between Livingston and St Mirren. Hibs beat Ross County 2-0. Scotland's women beat Slovakia 2-0 for their first win in the Pinatar Cup in Spain. Wales will play Belgium this evening. At the Winter Olympics, Great Britain's men's curling team had to settle for silver, but it is the first medal of the Games for the nation. Bruce Mowatt's rink were narrowly beaten 5-4 in a thrilling final by Sweden.
I think every kind of hour that's passing, we're starting to feel a bit better about it. We obviously wish that we got the other medal, but to just get a medal full stop, we're very happy with that.
The women's curling team will go for gold against Japan in the early hours of tomorrow morning. Elsewhere, GB's four-man bobsleigh team are in medal contention after finishing 6th after the opening 2 runs. We'll see how they do tomorrow. All coverage across BBC Television, the iPlayer, Red Button and online. Now, a rest week in the Six Nations, but it's been a busy day in rugby's Premiership. League leaders Leicester beat bottom side Bath 24-20. There were also wins for Harlequins, London Irish and Sale. In Super League, champion St Helens ran in 6 tries to beat 12-man Hull FC 38 points to 6. Huddersfield got a 26-12 win over Hull KR. And Eilish McColgan broke Paula Radcliffe's 21-year-old British half marathon record with a stunning run at Ras Al Khaimah in the UAE. McColgan finished 6th in 1 hour 6 minutes 26 seconds. That's 21 seconds faster than Radcliffe. That's your latest from BBC Sport.
Hi, I'm Eddie Hearn, and a new series of my podcast, No Passion, No Point, is back on BBC Sounds. I'm catching up with some of the biggest names in sport, entertainment and business about the things that drive their success and keep them at the top of their game.
There's definitely a time of life where I was absolutely praying to get in the position I'm in now. There's a different #1 rapper every year, so you just got to keep stepping your game up.
As much as I'd like to think, I've got a good stable around me, I've got a good family. When winning to use everything, I just can't lose.
No Passion, No Points with Eddie Hearn. Listen whenever you like on BBC Sounds. The UK's biggest football debate. This is 606 with Chris Sutton and Robbie Savage on 5 Live.
Welcome back to 606 08 085 909 693. Christopher, Aston Villa fans, what about them?
A lot was made of Steven Gerrard coming in and the impact which he made, but I mean, let's hear from Villa fans. What has gone on? A really limp performance, beaten by Watford on their own patch today. Let's hear from your Aston Villa fans, and I want to hear from Manchester United fans. What is going on at the club? Rumours about, stories coming out of the dressing room, bad blood in the dressing room. What do Manchester United fans make of the whole season? It's not great, is it?
And was it Burnley or Barcelona today?
Yeah, I mean, wow. What about the big
football? You call them?
Well, not anymore. With Forney and Weghorst. Brilliant finish today.
Yeah.
Burnley fans, can you stay up? Will you stay up?
And what about Derby County? Still 5 points off that, that 7th, whatever place it is, one above relegation.
Well described, yeah.
Yeah, but they've got a chance. They've got a chance, Christopher. What a job. You said on this show, previous shows, is he doing that good a job? Come on, you must backtrack.
Look, I think he's doing a phenomenal job. He's galvanised the club and the support, and to think they were down to 10 men today, and what did they do? They won an injury time. A huge win. Derby fans, you must be delighted. Can you stay up? And Reading, we haven't heard from Reading fans at this moment in time. Is Paul Ince a good appointment, the right appointment? He's been out of the game a long time. I don't know. Look, I'm not. I mean, you've got a lot of friends in the game. I mean, Paul Ince, what's he been doing for the last few years? I don't know. He used to come on a programme we were on.
Yeah. Listen, I think Paul Ince, interim manager, will galvanise. I'm
going to Google that.
Galvanise and inspire those Reading players. Listen, if Paul Ince walked into a dressing room and you were there, would you inspire you? Would it inspire me?
It depends what he said, Rob. Let's see what Reading fans think.
08085 909 693. Right, let's go to Mark, who's a Southampton fan. What?
Hello.
Hello, Mark.
Yes, Southampton fan.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what. I mean, Southampton are going from strength to strength, aren't they? What a performance today. But it was against Everton, but brilliant performance.
It was against Everton. Still a good win.
We've had a good couple of weeks with last week with winning at Tottenham and drawing with Man United. So last couple of weeks have been really, really positive. So in a really good place now.
And go on.
I just wanted to talk about, you were saying there about Aston Villa, and that was sort of part of my point, was the players we lost at the end of last season. So Danny Ings to Aston Villa, Ryan Bertrand and Vestergaard to Leicester. So they're all keeping the benches warm. We're going from strength to strength.
We were on a show today with Francis Benali, a Southampton legend, talking about, I think it was mentioned the week, was it Glenn Hoddle, Chris, about Ralph Hasenhüttl, who maybe would be a good fit for Manchester United at the end of the season. If they did come in for him, do you think that would be good for Ralph?
I I'm not. I don't know whether he would go or not.
Well,
I think
go
he-
to Manchester
he probably
United.
would. I think he would. I think
Why
he
would he
would.
not go to Manchester United if he was offered a job?
I think he's just bought into the Southampton project, really, and the youngsters.
So you
and-
get a phone call. Ralph, it's the owner here. Manchester United have come in for you. Ralph would say, "Do you know what? I just love the project at Southampton. I'll stay at Southampton." Look at Brendan Rodgers.
Hang on,
Yeah, wait a
right.
minute.
No, hang
As
on,
a manager's
hang on a
point of
minute.
view,
Okay.
there. As from a manager's point of view, look at Brendan Rodgers, right? 2 fifth-place finishes at Leicester City, win the FA Cup. Now we have Leicester fans ringing this show questioning Brendan Rodgers. Some have said he's got to go. So Ralph Hasenhuttl, as a manager, this is my opinion, I don't know what Chris is, if you get offered a massive job, one of the biggest jobs in world football, why would you say no?
I don't think he would. I don't think he would. It was just that if he took it, you know, he might only last 18 months, whereas he can possibly be at Southampton for another 3 or 4 or 5 years. So, and I think, as I say, I think he has bought into a project, but the lure would be, I think, too great to resist.
So when
But
you've got Manchester
hopefully
United on your
Yeah, but
on
can
your
we
TV,
can we stop all this? Manchester United, the biggest club in the world. I mean, is this what's wrong with United at this moment in time? When was the last time United won anything? I mean, is it really that attractive job when you hear about all the
Attractive
riffs,
job,
all the
Manchester
riffs coming out of the
what?
dressing room? Is it that much of an attractive job?
Thank you so much for your call, Matt. Is Manchester United an attractive
Right at this moment in time, right?
job?
So Manchester United, you know, their fans expect them to compete with Manchester City and Liverpool. Okay, and they are miles off it. So, you know, the next manager going in at Manchester United, it's not an easy job to turn
United
around.
an attractive job.
Well, look at the dressing room. Look at the dressing room.
Oh,
Riffs in the dressing room, Rob.
909 693. Sean is a Manchester United fan. What do you think, Sean?
Guys, brilliant show as always. I just think that Maguire hasn't got the respect in the dressing room, and that's why I think Ronaldo should be captain. It probably ain't going to happen. It might happen next season if we manage to stay in the Champions League position, but Maguire is a relegation goat, and Ronaldo's a Champions League goat.
I mean, but has Ronaldo not had a negative influence on the team?
Negative, why?
Well, we're still in Champions League, Chris, thanks to Ronaldo.
Are you in the Premier League hunt this season?
No, we're not, but we beat Brighton thanks to Ronaldo last night.
Oh, Manchester United beat Brighton. Let's get out the bunting. I mean, really? I mean, is it that exciting? Manchester
No,
United
it's not.
beating Brighton. I mean, is that
15 goals now he's got this season as a centre forward?
No, it's not. And we've played awful for the past 5-6 games. But just to get a win, that's appreciative for a Manchester United fan at the minute. But I just do think the dressing room is so divided. And I know Gary Neville said,
how do United? How do they remedy that?
Right, Chris?
I think it's going to be very difficult. But I think Harry Maguire isn't good enough to be in the team. So if you drop him, it's easy to give Ronaldo the captaincy, and then we see where it goes from there. Because Harry Maguire isn't fit to play in the team, never mind be the captain for Manchester United.
Would you keep Ronaldo at the club next season?
Yeah, I would. As long as we're in the Champions League, we keep Ronnie.
Why would you
Not
not?
a problem.
Why would you not?
Can United move on and challenge for a Premier League title with Ronaldo still at the club next season?
He's got 15 goals this season.
He's got
Not
15
next
goals.
season, but he might just bring a few people through, and I still don't expect Manchester United to win a title in the next 5 years.
So Sean, Chris is hammering Cristiano Ronaldo. He's got 15
I'm
goals this
not
season. You
hammering
won the Golden Boot with 20.
But I'm not hammering Ronaldo. But the one thing, I mean, you know, you write an article in the paper every week backing him. United have regressed with Ronaldo in the team. That's just a fact. That's what happened. And you know, this talk of Manchester United winning the Champions League, you're clutching with that.
Chris, Manchester United have regressed with Maguire in the team.
Fair enough.
Yeah, but Chris blames Ronaldo.
Yeah, and Ronaldo's kept us in the Champions League, Robbie.
Totally agree, Sean.
He hasn't kept you in the Premier League,
Chris
has he?
has also said tonight, you know, is Manchester United an attractive job?
Well,
What
right
is
at
he
this
on
minute,
about?
what with the dressing room? How many? There are managers around the world who would look at that United dressing room and think it's a cesspit, Rob. Honestly, I mean the players coming out and criticising the assistant manager. all the what was it, Ted Lasso stuff. I mean,
do you know who
that's
the,
awful.
Do you know who the leak is, Chris?
Yeah, Chris.
Is it Dean
Chris has got a lot of good,
Henderson?
sources.
Is it players who aren't getting the team?
Chris?
Who's this leak? Do we know it's true?
I don't know. Look, Robbie knows the club far better than me, although he actually didn't play for the first team. But he knows the club.
Charlie, by the way, Charlie's a boy.
Yeah, he's
He's
decent.
a geezer.
Yeah, he is. He's doing all right. He's doing all right. Listen, Sean, thank you so much for your call. Listen,
United win the Champions League. I mean, yeah,
on a
clutching
serious
at
note,
Strawsbury.
why do you all listen every week of this show? Listen, I get your point. Listen, and a lot of people on social media last week backed you up saying Robbie can't see about Ronaldo. Listen, I can. He's a number 9 for Manchester United. He's got 15 goals this season, Chris. So you're judging a centre forward, Ronaldo, and you know I read a column today about about Ronaldo and people saying is he, he's too big to be Manchester United captain. I heard in the week, absolute nonsense. Let me ask you a question. In the Atletico Madrid, Chris, be honest now. Listen, I think Harry Maguire, he's not playing the best at this minute in time. Being Manchester United captain adds more pressure to him. And listen, obviously they've denied all rumours of a rift, and Harry Maguire looks like he'll continue as captain. But as a manager, if you're seeing a player who might not get left out of the team, wouldn't it be more beneficial, even this halfway through a season, say, Harry, listen, the added pressure playing for Manchester United and then being a captain as well, looks like he's struggling at the minute, even though he's a great lad, he's great in the dressing room.
But you take the captaincy off him. You can't. He's not going to get it back, is he?
But the easy thing for people to say, Harry Maguire's, not a great. It should not be Manchester United captain. That takes away.
Do you think he should be Manchester United captain?
I would give it Ronaldo personally, or David De Gea, because David De Gea is going to play every week. Yeah, every week. Ronaldo, if you're Atletico Madrid and you're in the tunnel and Ronaldo's at the front of the queue with the armband on, Ronaldo doesn't need the armband to show how good he is. What would you rather see? Harry Maguire as captain, who's, by the way, a great lad, great with the dressing room. What would you rather?
It would just sum up Manchester United this season, wouldn't it, if they changed captains? I mean, I don't know about. It wouldn't. I mean, come on. I mean, Harry Maguire's got broad shoulders. That would be ridiculous to take the captaincy off Harry Maguire.
Oh, Mickey Sparks at the Etihad.
2-1 to Tottenham Hotspur, and it's the man that Manchester City tried so hard to sign last summer, Harry Kane. Ball into the area from Son, and Kane was there to loop it into the top corner. City have had more of the possession. They've been sending such dangerous balls into the Tottenham penalty area at the other end, but nobody in a City shirt has been able to find the final touch. Kane found it there for Tottenham. Manchester City 1, Tottenham 2.
Wow, Chris, you still think the title race is over?
I never thought it was over before today's game. I mean, Manchester. Look, this is the Premier League, isn't it? You keep banging on about best league in the world. Anybody's capable of beating anyone on the day. What a ball and what a finish from Kane.
What
the ball!
I tell you what, Chris, to open your body up on the half volley, the ball in is magnificent. But to run at the speed he's running, Son with a wonderful ball, and then to let that ball bounce and open your body up on the half volley, put it in the top corner. How good's that, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible. I mean, there's no doubt that he lost his way, didn't he? All the transfer speculation at the start of the season, and that goal. I mean, there'd be an irony, wouldn't it? That Manchester. Oh, come on, Rob. Loads of goals like that. There would be an irony, wouldn't there? That Harry Kane now has blown the title race wide open.
You couldn't have done that.
Oh, don't be ridiculous.
You couldn't have done that.
I'll send you my DVD.
You couldn't, Chris. Right then, let's go to James, who's an Aston Villa fan. James.
Good evening, lads. You all right?
Have you just seen that goal? Are you watching the TV?
Can't lie, I'm not watching the TV.
What a finish. What about Aston Villa? Stevie G could have done that finish. What about Aston Villa?
Well, as I said before, I'm a little bit well, not a little bit. I'm quite disappointed with how the season's gone so far, to be honest. And I think this little patch of recent results has summed it up. Really good, I think, really good game against, well, not really good game, but good results against United, followed up well against Everton. Then we're looking ahead thinking, we've got Leeds, Newcastle, Watford next. What can we get out of these sides? And the only thing we have got out of them is 1 point from the Leeds game.
So what do you make of Steven Gerrard overall since he's been in at Villa?
I like his honesty. He's an honest man. He knows what he's talking about. However, I think he obviously, this is his first Premier League job, let's be honest. So he's going to make mistakes.
What mistakes has he made?
I think the biggest mistake he's made for me is he's brought in a lot of new players in January. And Villa were already in transition from the summer after selling Jack Grealish. They already brought in lots of different players under Dean Smith. And then after Gerrard came in, he was given some more money to bring in his own people. For me, I'm not sure if it was the wisest idea to but to give major changes to a dressing room that's already experienced quite a big change.
Coutinho, good signing.
He's been. I think he's obviously proven that he's still got it.
Has he? So far, has he been that unbelievable? Can you play him and Buendia in the same team?
Can we play him and Buendia in the same team? I'm not sure. That's Steven Gerrard's job to work out. But what I would say is, for me, the biggest concern for me isn't Steven Gerrard. After Jack Grealish's departure, for me, why is this? We're still living in this shadow of it. I feel like the club still hasn't recovered yet.
But hang on. See, living in the shadow. Go on, explain.
I feel like we're pouring money into a Jack Grealish cycle.
Right. Yeah.
And no matter how much money you seem to be filling in, no matter how many, Coutinho is a good player.
Is he as good as Grealish? Better than Grealish? An upgrade?
I can't say. They're two different players.
They're two creative players.
Two very creative
players. Had a
players.
better career so far than Jack Grealish.
Yeah, but at this moment in time, but look.
What a save! Can I just stop you there, James? Mickey Sparks, what a save!
That would have been one of the goals of the season for Tottenham. Superbly sweeping forward from outside their own penalty area. Lovely interplay of passes. Sessegnon involved, Son involved, Bentancur involved, and the final pass finding Kane in the penalty area, such a similar position to which he scored the goal that's put Tottenham 2-1 up at Manchester City, but the save was made by Ederson. It was a thing of beauty, the move. They couldn't quite finish it off, and it's still Manchester City 1, Tottenham 2.
Oh, just had to lift that. Just lift it, Harry. Is it my fantasy team? I'd have just lifted that and 3-1 and...
Yeah.
Gone and celebrated.
Thanks so much for the call, James. Right then, before we go to Dan, Chris, who's a Derby County fan, how well have they been? Let's have a bit of this. The Wanderer. Oh, we're coming a bit late, that. Wow.
The old production.
Surprised me, that.
Yeah.
The
Wanderer. Oh. What on earth is going on? A little bit of a new tune there, Rob. Enjoyed that.
Well, tune.
Yeah, well, it's not exactly the same, is it? Anyway, after hours of debate behind closed doors and independent inquiry and reviewing of the tapes, the undisputed Wanderer score is me, Chris Sutton 15, Robbie Savage 14, and it's your turn today. 3 clues. Your face is like thunder. Why is it like thunder? 1 well-travelled football. I think this is easy,
Can't
this
wait
one.
for this clue.
Okay.
Hang on, what is it?
You know the rules.
It's made in red.
Okay. Well, clue number 1, here it is. Rafa Benitez gave him his debut for his first club away at the Arnold Schwarzenegger Stadium in the Champions League, going on to play 40 league games and scoring once for his boyhood team.
That's a clue.
That's a tough clue. Look at that. That's. I mean, are you going to have a punt on that?
So say it one more time.
So Rafa Benitez gave him his debut for his first club away at the Arnold Schwarzenegger Stadium in the Champions League. Who could that have been? Going on to play 40 league games and scoring once for his boyhood team. Which club was Benitez at? Was he at Valencia? Was he at at Liverpool? Was he at
Never
Chelsea?
the Arnold Schwarzenegger.
You know, Arnold. I'll be back.
No, where's that stadium?
Well,
It doesn't make a difference to me. I don't know where.
Where do you think it is? LA, Rob?
Austria.
Yeah. Austria, good guess. Who plays there?
Oh,
Okay.
I hold it on. Vicky Sparks with a world-class save.
World-class save from Hugo Lloris to keep it at Manchester City 1, Tottenham 2. He was at fault for Gundogan's leveller in the first half, Lloris, but he's prevented Gundogan from getting a second here. It was a brilliant effort from Gundogan, edge of the penalty area, curling it into the top corner, and Lloris with a flying save. Big outstretched left hand to tip it past the post. Manchester City 1, Tottenham 2 it remains midway through the second half.
Thanks so much, Vicky. I've no idea.
What about the Wanderer or just in general?
That's the hardest clue.
Yeah.
What about
this? I'm not production.
This player played on grass.
Yeah. Listen, I'm not production, Rob. I'm just reading out. Don't shoot the messenger. Poor production. Yeah. Been away in America, yeah.
Seriously, at Las Vegas last week.
Yeah, I
seriously.
mean, where's his mind?
Production all over the place tonight. Right then, let's go to Dan, who's a Derby fan. Dan.
Hello, Dan.
Hello, guys. How are you?
Oh, what a win. Sibley last minute, Dan.
Absolutely buzzing. I was there today. Absolute limbs, as they say in the South Stand. It was absolutely incredible.
Absolute what?
Limbs, I think they call it.
Absolute
Bedlam.
Limbs is, yeah, go on, carry on though. Absolute limbs. Go on, then what was absolute limbs then? Tell us the story of the game, because it wasn't straightforward, was it?
It wasn't straightforward. So Peterborough, we played a better team first half. Peterborough went down to 10 men. So a lot of fans are thinking, crack on now and get down, try and win the game. We're in about 5-10 minutes into the second half. Tom Lawrence, stupidly, just reckless, got lashed out at one of their defenders with his foot. Straight red card for Tom Lawrence. And then for about 15-20 minutes, his back's against the wall. That kind of woke Peterborough up a little bit. And then everyone around me was saying, hold on now for a point. Better than no point, especially the position that we're in. But yeah, like I said, about 2 minutes we're into the game. Sibley's come in from quite a acute angle, really. But then they've kind of just smashed it and it's gone straight past the goalkeeper. The players were in the South Stand. They jumped over the barrier. Yeah, amazing scenes. Then literally near enough sellout today, but the whole stadium was up singing songs, and there's a nice moment at the end of the game as well, where you really walked over to the South Stand. And usually just kind of claps for a couple of seconds and then walk off. But he just stood there today, just kind of smiling and clapping the fans, which went down really well as well with the fans, yeah.
And I mean, is the belief now amongst the support that Derby are going to stay up?
Yeah, definitely. I can't speak for everyone, obviously, but me personally, certainly, yeah. I remember ringing you guys, I think it's the first game after we got put into administration, just kind of cheekily saying, I reckon we'll stay up, just as a bit of a laugh. And I remember you, Chris, saying they've got absolutely no chance of that happening.
I did say I still don't think that it's it's a stick on, but I take my hat off to the job which Wayne Rooney has done and the circumstances Derby have been in, and in many respects the whole club is pulling in the right direction now.
Yeah, agreed completely. Now it's been a crazy season, as everyone knows, but I've never felt as a fan as connected to the club, strangely, as we have been this season. I think kind of under Wayne Rooney, the fans feel closer to the players. It feels like there's actual connection there. It actually means something to the players as well. Now, just looking at a couple of stats, really, I'm beaten at home in 8 games now. 7 wins out of 8 at home. So obviously went into minus 21 points. I think it's on the 16th of November, or kind of middle of November. Now we're on 21 points. That's 42 points for us in 3 months? And obviously you had the Everton rooms go around with Wayne Rooney. That's obviously going to be an emotional lure for him, if you like.
I mean, the fans must love him even more now, Rooney, because of that, that decision from him.
Definitely. Now it's he's been quite public with his backing for the club as well. So he's said on several occasions he's gone into the dressing room and said, "I'm kind of the first line of defence. I can't stand there and ask you to give everything for the club if I'm going to just leave and go manage someone else."
It's 19 hours.
He's Wayne Rooney's doing an amazing job. What do you guys reckon? I know it's not a foregone conclusion, but 5 points away from getting out of the relegation zone. I know Reading have just sacked their manager as well, haven't they, with Paul Ince taking over, which seems a strange one. Paul Ince, you've got people like Neil Warnock out of work who know how to get people out of relegation situations, and they've gone for Paul Ince, about a month after signing his son as well. So that's a bit of a strange one. But
Dan, thank you so much for your call. Do you think Derby will stay up, Chris?
I think they've got momentum now, but we know that Wayne Rooney will be, enforcing to the players, we need to keep this going. But I think it's an incredible story. Great club at Derby is an incredible story. Fair play to Wayne Rooney.
Vicky Sparks at the Etihad.
18 minutes to play, still Manchester City 1, Tottenham 2. Those dangerous balls continue to be whipped in by City across the Tottenham penalty area. The latest backheeled by Gundogan, bounced off Ben Davis, and Lloris gathered. Still Manchester City 1, Tottenham 2. And I have to say, that poor last caller, limbs, everyone under the age of 30, nay 40, will know what that means. It's when limbs go flying, especially in the away end. There you go. I'll always steer you right back.
I was going to ask Vicky her age then, but that would be rude, wouldn't it? I've not heard of that.
Not have I.
I've not heard of that, Vicky, Rob.
Yeah,
No.
limbs are not absolute limbs either, but you'll know for next time.
Yeah, my boy Charlie, he's 18, he hasn't heard of that either.
I mean, what's happened to good old-fashioned applause? What's...
Because Harry Kane's done it again, and I tell you what, there are limbs in the Tottenham away end, because Manchester City trail by 3-1, and it just had to be him, didn't it? Harry Kane, under so much scrutiny for his form this season, after Manchester City tried to sign him so hard last summer. This is the first time he's faced them since then. He's got 2, Tottenham have got 3, and our Manchester City heading for their first league defeat since the end of October, and is this title race about to be blown wide open? City 1, Tottenham 3.
Wow, limbs everywhere.
Great
commentary, Vic. 08085 909 693. Take more of your calls after the news on 5 Live with Jill Mackenzie.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Boris Johnson's warned that if Russia invades Ukraine, it will result in the destruction of a democratic state, creating an economic and political shock that echoes around the world. There's been a third day of clashes between the Ukrainian military and Russian-backed separatists in the Donbass region. 2 Ukrainian soldiers have been killed. Sir Tony Brenton is a former British ambassador to Russia.
I knew Putin quite well when I was British ambassador there, and he is a very cautious man. He is not the sort of man to take a big, unquantified risk. He takes small, calculated risks in foreign policy, like the seizure of Crimea, but this, a major invasion of Ukraine, would be a big risk, possibly, if it went badly wrong, leading to the end of his presidency.
A close associate of the convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein has been found dead in his prison cell in Paris. Jean-Luc Brunel, who founded a modelling agency with Epstein, had been charged with sex assaults on underage girls. The clean-up operation is still going on after one of the worst storms to hit the UK in decades. 190,000 homes are still without power, and many public transport services are suspended after Storm Eunice. Professor Trevor Harley from Dundee University runs a website devoted to the psychology of British weather.
There are 2 ways in which we remember the weather. First, these big events. They're things we all remember and we all share, and we can hang our collective consciousness on them, if you like. But also, we individually remember that weather is striking. It's something that is around us. It's extremely changeable. It can be beautiful and it can be threatening.
Health workers in Hong Kong say they're being overwhelmed with coronavirus patients as the territory recorded a further 6,000 new cases and 15 more deaths. Hong Kong is pursuing a zero-COVID policy, so it's trying to completely eradicate the virus. And a woman who stole £4.2 million worth of diamonds has been ordered to pay back less than £250. 60-year-old Lulu Lakatos used sleight of hand to switch the diamonds for pebbles at the Mayfair jewellers Boodles. A proceeds of crime hearing was told she only had around £250 on her when she was arrested. The diamonds have never been recovered.
Five Live Breakfast.
It is time for In My Opinion. Every Friday we pass the soapbox on to one of our, or two in this case, of our Five Live colleagues to see what they have strong feelings about. So, not only do we have Scott Mills, but Chris Stark as well.
We all say that homemade is better, and I think it's to protect people's feelings. I was only recently having an argument about this with my mother-in-law, so I thought, perfect, let's bring it to Five Live. We all pretend we like homemade cakes better than shop bought. There's a stigma around buying from the shop. There are exceptions, I should say. For example, cheesecake. That's a big hitter.
That's not a cake. That's a pudding. Next argument. Move on.
Well, I'll be honest. That was my main argument, Rachel.
It's a rubbish argument. There.
Rachel Burden and Rick Edwards.
Five Live Breakfast. Weekday mornings from 6.
Now, more 606 on 5 Live.
Vicky Sparks, was the goal ruled out at the Etihad?
It was ruled out by VAR for offside. No second of the night for Harry Kane. No third of the night for Tottenham. It is still Manchester City 1, Tottenham 2.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live. Call free 08085 909 693. Text 85058. Text will be charged at your standard message rate. Plus, see our privacy notice. bbc.co.uk/5 Live.
Welcome back to 606 08085 909 693. Christopher, do you think Newcastle will still go down?
They've got momentum. Let's hear from Newcastle fans. I think, under Eddie Howe, they're going well, aren't they? Good point today. Yeah, I think they will.
Will you change your mind?
Well, I thought they'd go down, earlier on. So did you? Yeah, I think they'll stay up, yeah. Don't you?
08085 909 693.
I think Everton are bang in trouble.
Everton fans, give us a call right then. What a win again it was for Southampton. Ralph Hasenhüttl. I think people in the week, Glenn Hoddle mentioned that, would Ralph Hasenhüttl be a good fit for Manchester United? Joe, what do you think?
Hi guys, you okay?
Hi Joe.
I just think there's zero chance Ralph goes to Manchester United this summer. There's no way. Firstly, why would he want to go to United? Because it's just not an attractive destination anymore.
Pardon?
It's just not an attractive
Manchester
destination.
United is. Why would you want to go to Manchester United? Manchester United is not an attractive destination anymore. 75,000 fans, Champions League football. Okay, this year, maybe not next year. 75,000 fans, one of the biggest clubs, if not the biggest club in the world. Amazing training facilities. You can get the best
dressing room unrest.
Why would you not want to
Dressing
go
room
to
unrest,
Manchester
exactly.
Stay at Southampton?
A team.
He's got a project
Stay at
that Ralph's
Southampton.
invested in.
What's the best
Ralph's
Southampton can do?
invested in the project.
What's the best
Ralph's
Southampton can do?
Well, if you listen to Martin Semmons in the week, and I think Chris spoke to him, I'm not sure, he said that Ralph's moments are wins like last week, Tottenham away. He prefers those moments. Those are his glory moments compared to managing in the Champions League and winning trophies. And that's why I think he's invested in the project, and that's why I think he's perfect. Why would he want to abandon the project at Saints and go to United where...
But you've got so basically, so Ralph, his moments are winning away against top 6 sides, and he'd rather do that than play Champions League football.
Ralph's invested in a project at Southampton, and I don't think you want to go to United and sort out what is a mess. There's dressing room unrest, there's players disrespecting the assistant manager. You've got question marks over Ronaldo, you've got question marks over Maguire. All
let me ask you a question then, Joe. Let me ask you a question then. So 2 9-0 defeats in his career at Southampton, which the club was stuck by him. Let me finish. The club was stuck by him. So look at the Brendan Rodgers situation. So he's done amazingly well with Leicester City, finished higher than Southampton the last 2 seasons, won a trophy, and we have fans ringing this show saying that Brendan Rodgers should be sacked. So if Ralph Hasenhüttl stays at Southampton, and just say for instance, Ralph Rangnick and the people who decide who gets the job in the season went for Ralph Hasenhüttl, he turned them down. Next season, Southampton start the season, 7 games, they've lost all 7. Yeah, he could get the sack. But then again, he's turned down the biggest club in the world because he wants to see out the project at Southampton. And as you say, he'd rather win away from home against the top 6 sides and play Champions League football. Wow.
Yeah, but hang on a minute. Yeah, but here's one. You should actually. Well, here's why you should understand that, because you're loving your role at Macclesfield, right?
Well, if Man United can prefer to go there.
Right. But Sometimes, you know, Ralph Hasenhüttl can be perfectly happy in his role, developing young players, bringing them on. He's got ambition, but the point being, right, Joe's point, why would you want to go to Manchester United at this moment in time? The club is, yeah, so, and I get that as well, okay, but the dressing room at Manchester United, everything coming out there, all the noises coming out there, you know, I know Manchester United players had to come out this week and deny it, but something isn't right. Something stinks at Manchester United. Ralph's happy where he is. Why would he want to go there?
I understand the point that Robbie makes about, obviously, Manchester United is the biggest club in the country, if not the world, and that is enough pull in itself, but it's not, it's a mess at the moment, and it's not attractive. Look what happened to Moyes. Look what happened to, you know...
Moyes was after Fergie. Impossible.
Exactly. They threw Ole under the bus. They threw Mourinho under the bus. They've got a squad of celebrities and egos, and there's question marks over all of them. And I'm not just for a manager, and this might be controversial, but if you take away sort of the impressiveness and the size of them as a club, if you're a player or a manager, and you want a project and you want an attractive destination, and this might be controversial, but I'd look at clubs like Arsenal over Man United, because they've got a clear project and they're developing young players, and they haven't got egos anymore. They've got rid of the egos, they've got rid of the deadwood, and it's clear that they're on the rise, rather than United, who are on a decline and have so much stuff to sort out.
United are on decline. They're in, I think, currently in the Champions League place, are they? They were before the fixtures today, and they've got an away a two-legged tie in the Champions League. You know, Arsenal aren't in Europe.
Are they going to win the Champions League, Manchester United, Rob?
They're not going to win the Champions League.
But they're
not going to win the Champions League. Their fans aren't enjoying the football. The football's rubbish. I was at Old Trafford last weekend, and it's just boring. They've got players whinging at referees. It's rotten to the It's rotten to the core, and it's
not rotten to the core at all. It's not rotten to the core at all.
Something's not right.
My boy said,
but something isn't right there.
Listen, I think I've got a slight more insight than you two at Manchester United this minute in time. My boy's there, and he says that the spirit around the place is fantastic. The training ground, all the older lads, all the older lads, you know, are fantastic around the dressing room, around the academy, helping young players.
So it's all these stories coming about dressing room unrest. It's all total nonsense,
you know,
then, is it?
You know, it's like Christ.
You don't have to call me Christ. I mean, come on, that's going a bit far, isn't it? I know I could play it here, but come on.
Chris, you know what it's like. Rumours do come out of dressing room. We've been in dressing room for 20 or 40 years between us, you know, and rumours do come out. All aren't true, Chris. We know that.
But the stories coming out about, you know, the Manchester United players making fun of the assistant manager, I mean... You know,
so hang on, let me just clarify this. So you're saying right now, the end of the season, you would rather, if you were managing Southampton with a project, you would rather stay at Southampton than go to Manchester United Football Club.
With the current state of United, there's two ways you can look at it. It's okay. Well, if you let me answer, you know, it's not. It's not an easy answer. Okay, Manchester United, massive club, but if I felt the dressing room was that toxic, then I wouldn't go. And there are clearly problems. Here's one for you. I think we did this on the Monday Night Club. How many players?
It's up for reward, isn't it?
Monday night, I think so. Yeah,
a bit more,
good program. But the point being, which player? You know, if Manchester United lost any player from their current squad this season, I mean, they wouldn't really be missed, would they? Name one Manchester United.
Really? 15 goals.
Really, would the Manchester United fans really miss
15 goals? Those goals have got them.
I don't think they'd be that bothered. If they lost any player.
David De Gea.
Really?
Pardon?
He's been okay. Maybe.
Oh God! What? Do you not
maybe
like
him? Maybe him. Maybe De Gea. Do you know? I'll give you De Gea. Okay. Anybody else? Go on. Name another one then. Name two. Big squad.
909.
Big squad. Name another one.
6-9.
Go on. You can't. Look.
Vicky Sparks at the Etihad.
Into the final 5 minutes. Manchester City 1. Tottenham 2. Phil Foden, the latest City player, to try a little flick in the penalty area that flicked right across that 6-yard box once more. It's been a bitty last 5 minutes with stoppages. Tottenham have another player down. They brought on Moura and Doherty as they look to see this one out. Mahrez is on for City, but City heading for a first Premier League defeat in 16 games. Manchester City 1, Tottenham 2, 4 minutes to play plus added time.
Manchester United fans, 08085 909 another player. Chris Sutton says David De Gea has done okay this year. Niall, you're a Newcastle fan. You stayed up, Niall, aren't you?
I believe that we have the quality to stay up. I was very worried at the start of the season, well, obviously under Bruce, but when Eddie Howe came in, I rang you guys and I was a bit apprehensive about him. But now, to me, the current rate that we're playing under, I think he's going to be another King Kev.
Ooh, wow.
He's an absolute wonderful asset to the club. You know, the players that he's brought in, the squad that we'll have, you know, providing that we weren't in a relegation battle this year, I think we have, a Europa League squad.
I think you're maybe pushing it a bit there. Do you think you have a? I mean, you got Wilson to come back. Europa League squad may be pushing it, but I mean, it's sort of irrelevant if Newcastle stay up because he'll go again in the summer, won't he? In terms of bringing players in.
When we spent money there, I think it was 91 million was spent in January, or maybe 92 million. When we spent that amount of money, over the last 14 years under Mike Ashley, we never came near anywhere, not even 1/4 of that. And that, in the January transfer window, so over the past 14 years. And the players that they've signed have already changed that changing room. It's the belief that Kieran Trippier has. It's the belief that this fella came in from...
Trippier's going to be out for a while, which is a big blow. So you got Wilson out, so Maximum out for another week or two, possibly.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, West Ham are in maybe 4th, 5th position in the Premier League, and Newcastle put it up to them today. Newcastle, I believe, were the better side, and if Newcastle keep on having the performances that we are doing, we are surely going to stay up. And who knows what this summer is going to bring with regards to the players we're going to bring in. Now, I'm not expecting, Benzema or, players of that caliber, maybe a number of years ago, but they are going to be, I don't want Newcastle to be rushing into the scene and, Mbappe and then just having a dreadful season next year.
Oh, Niall, there's a shout for handball at the Etihad.
Big shout, nothing been given yet. It was a shout for Manchester City as the ball was whipped in from the left-hand side. It was blocked in the 6-yard box. 5 or 6 of the City players appeal. They're appealing now for a handball by Højbjerg midway through the Tottenham half. That's not given either. VAR, of course, will be looking at it. We play on for now. The ball's gone out of play, and Anthony Taylor says, just hang on, because VAR will be having a look, and it's coming up on the screen. They are checking for a possible penalty.
No.
It's handball, Vicky. Does it hit his chest?
It's handball.
I think that's a penalty.
It's handball, Vic. It's got to be.
Well, the arm is away from the body. We're just seeing the replay here. It's Christian Romero. He's sliding in, but his arm is up. It's away from his body. I think Anthony Taylor might be asked to come and look at the screen here. And if he is, we know what that means. He's still in discussions with the Tottenham and Manchester City players. What will the decision be? Well, I know that's what you think, Robbie. We need to see what Anthony Taylor thinks. I think it could easily be given.
I think the position of his arm.
Yeah, it's just too high, isn't it? I mean, I think the fact that he's sliding in, so he's not that far off the ground, but it's away from his body. It's close range. He's coming to the screen. He's coming to the screen. The VAR, Lee Mason, has told Anthony Taylor to come to the screen as we enter 7 minutes of added time, and we know what the outcome usually is, so often is, when referees come over to the screen. Anthony Taylor is looking at it. He's making the circling gesture with his hand saying, run it on, show me where it is. He moves away from the screen. The City players are pointing, and it's a penalty. You called it, Robbie. Anthony Taylor agrees. The arm was too high away from his body from Romero as he blocked it, and Manchester City have a penalty, a chance in added time at the Etihad to level this match up with Tottenham. And it's Riyad Mahrez, their top scorer, who's come on for Manchester City in this second half as the City players rush over. Well, the City players are all rushing over. Now, what is going on here? Because Mahrez has walked to the spot. He's put the ball on the spot. The Tottenham players are there as well. The City players all suddenly ran over aghast. Mahrez has the ball on the spot. Anthony Taylor suddenly pointed towards the penalty spot. Now, I didn't catch, Robbie, whether in the stadium they pressed the wrong button, because we were all watching Mahrez. That might be what's happened, but it is a penalty. Mahrez has the ball on the spot. The players are outside the penalty area. Anthony Taylor, the referee, is just making sure that everything is in order. Possibly what happened is they put it up on the screen that it wasn't going to be a penalty, but it is a penalty. Mahrez against Hugo Lloris. Lloris, who was at fault for City's equaliser, but has made some fabulous saves. Called into action here. Mahrez off the bench for Manchester City to draw them level in added time against Tottenham, and it's into the roof of the net. No chance whatsoever for Hugo Lloris, and Manchester City are level with Tottenham 2-2, and Bernardo Silva grabs that ball and races back to the halfway line because City want to push for the winner. Riyad Mahrez with the equaliser as they come from behind once again. 2-2.
Wow, that's why it's going to be champions, Chris. I tell you what a some penalty, isn't it? I mean, it does go right, as Vicky described it, right into the roof of the net. Do you think there's a little second there, Mara thought, is that going over? Goes unbelievable penalty.
Vicky said, what a great spot for me, Chris. You know, you should learn from it, you know.
Oh, yeah. I've learned a lot from you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Right then, I tell you what we haven't talked about, Chris. Rangers. How good were they? You know, Celtic, poor defeat. Yeah, was a poor defeat, wasn't it? Bodo
they're a good team, Bodo Glimt. They've lost the best two players, really well organised. But you're being quite dismissive.
No, poor defeat at home. It's 3-1.
Yeah, well, yeah, you
but Rangers were magnificent.
It's half time, isn't it?
But Rangers were magnificent.
They were absolutely magnificent. One of the great away performances from a Scottish team in Europe. Brilliant performance.
Say that again.
What?
Tell Roger that. Roger, Chris wants to tell you something. Go on, Chris. Tell Roger.
Hi, Roger.
Anyway, Chris.
Yeah, great performance, wasn't it?
It was okay, thank you. Yeah, I enjoyed it.
just okay. I mean, you must be delighted with that. I mean, going into the game, I know Dortmund had been thumped at the weekend at home,
no,
but they
negative.
No, I'm not. Because honestly, I take my hat off to Rangers for the performance. And here's another one for you, Rob. Fact of the matter is, when Rangers lost to Celtic, I think there was, a fair bit of panic from the other side in Glasgow and people sort of questioning Van Bronckhorst. I think Van Bronckhorst did an excellent job when he first went in. They had some difficult games and they just lost the way. They lost the semi-final against Hibs, and Connor Goldson had come out and said that the team lacked hunger. I think all things being equal,
But you don't like giving Rangers credit, do you?
I've just given them credit 3 or 4 times this evening, Rob.
Go on, Rog, tell him.
Go on, Rog. What's your point, though?
Hey, I must thank Chris for calling the show and talking about Rangers. Listen, I'm over the moon, absolutely over the moon. I must admit, prior to the game, I was hoping to keep the game alive going into next week at Ibrox. I never thought my Wales teams would win, even win so convincingly. I'll tell you one thing, guys.
He's done it again! Harry Kane for Tottenham as they retake the lead against Manchester City, and this outstanding topsy-turvy game takes yet another twist. It was great work from Kulusevski down the right-hand side, pulled the ball across, looped it up into the City penalty area, and there was Harry Kane ready to convert from close range. And it's Kane who gives Tottenham this 3-2 lead. They may check it. We've seen VAR drama. He's already had one of his 2 goals that he'd already scored, ruled out by VAR for offside. And the City players were certainly appealing when Dejan Kulusevski picked up that ball. It's a lovely finish from Kane. We're waiting in the stadium to see if there is a check. The towering, powerful header from the Tottenham man. And it looks as though, as we wait for this kickoff to restart, it's given Tottenham deep in added time. It has. 3-2 Tottenham. We're back underway. What a match this is.
Wow, fantastic, Vicky there. What a header, Chris. Kyle Walker. What a header.
Yeah, but do you know what? Sometimes the delivery was spot on and Kane attacks it so well. Bang into the floor. Good morning, Vicar. Yeah. Into the floor, into the corner. Brilliant header.
Roger, Spurs have got 3 at City. Rangers got 4 in Dortmund.
Absolutely superb, Robbie. By the way, before we go any further, fantastic for Spurs because I've got my friends down in London, I'm a big Spurs fan, so shout out to Big Tom and Paul. Fantastic result for them tonight. Yeah, Rangers, what can I say? I didn't see it coming. And also, I didn't see the result coming with Celtic the other night as well. That was two big pluses for me. I must admit.
Oh, that's a bit. That's poor because the coefficient, Roger. This season it's not done and dusted that the winners of the Scottish League will go into the Champions League. There's still work to do. So really, you should be supporting Celtic really as well, shouldn't you? Roger.
Yeah, hi.
You should be supporting Celtic in Europe.
No, I disagree 100% because Celtic had a free hit at the Champions League for many seasons. The Rangers were working their way back up and they had a chance to pull that coefficient up. They didn't. But anyway, I want to talk about Rangers and I want to talk about their performance in Germany. I don't think they get the credit up in Scotland as they deserve, in my opinion.
No, Roger, I agree with you. Chris,
hang on. You don't. Well, how can you agree with Roger when you don't live in Scotland?
Because Chris writes a column in the newspaper there talking about Celtic, not about Rangers winning. Chris, come on, it was a bigger story, but you decided to talk about Celtic.
Because
thanks, Robbie.
Roger and Robbie, here's one for you. Barry Ferguson. I don't know whether you know Barry. He writes the Rangers column.
Well, you can mention Rangers.
Try and keep up. At least I vary my columns, not just write about Ronaldo every week.
Go on, Rog.
Dear me. Go on, Rog. Carry on, Rog. So it's half time, Roger. I mean, are you confident the Rangers will see this one through?
Chris, that's a good point, mate. It is only half time, and I like the way the Rangers managers and management staff and the captain have said, look, it's only half time because Dortmund are still a massive team and they will come gunning for us, so we need to be ready. But we've got a big game on Sunday, but I cannot believe that we went to Germany and scored 4 goals. I'm over the moon as a Rangers supporter.
Yeah, incredible. Here's what, can I just say this to Rog? Ryan Jack, a player I admire a lot, I think he's massive for Rangers from now until the end of the season. I thought he was outstanding.
He made a difference in the second half of it against Celtic because Celtic players out the water in the first half, but the second half obviously the Celtic were game managing it well, I thought. But anyway, you're right, Ryan Jack's a fantastic player. My only problem with him, he keeps injury free because he's an absolute fantastic player, as you say.
Roger,
thanks for the call. Well done, Rangers.
Yeah, well, pardon?
I mean, I said well done, Rangers. That was a good performance away in Germany. I mean, good performance. I played for Norwich City when we beat Bayern Munich, which was a step up because Dortmund aren't as good as Bayern. But anyway, well done, Rangers.
Thank you so much,
Quite
Roger. Good. Right, let's go to Kieran. Was it Burnley or Barcelona we were watching today?
They're the same thing, gentlemen. They could be easily mixed up, but yes, it's Burnley.
They both begin with a B.
Well, I have to say, gentlemen, if Chris Sutton can say such nice things about Burnley, having played for the wrong club in East Lancashire, Blackburn, the nice things you said about us, Chris, that's what made up my mind to ring in this evening. It was the first nice thing I've ever heard you say about Burnley.
Kieran, let me just interrupt you there. Sorry, we'll come back to you because it's full time, Vicky Sparks.
Full time at the Etihad. Manchester City losing the league for the first time since the end of October, and I tell you what, this title race is not over yet. 3-2, they've been beaten by Tottenham in a quite remarkable match. Kulusevski had put Tottenham ahead inside the opening 5 minutes, his first goal for the club. Gundogan equalised for City just after the half hour after a mistake from Lloris. But then it turned into the Harry Kane show in the second half. The man who Manchester City tried so hard to sign last summer restored Tottenham's lead after the break, had another goal ruled out for offside. Mahrez looked as though he'd salvaged a late point in the 92nd minute for City after he scored a penalty that was awarded by VAR after Romero's handball. But then, 95th minute, Harry Kane pops up, powerful header, 3 points for Tottenham, huge result for them in their pursuit of the Champions League places. But what does this do to the title race for the rest of the season? Because Manchester City now are only 6 points clear of Liverpool, and Liverpool have a game in hand. It's been an outstanding match for the neutral, at least, and for those Tottenham fans, the limbs are off again in the away end. It's finished Manchester City 2, Tottenham 3.
And are you wiping that egg off your face, Rob? You got an apology now for Liverpool fans, Liverpool fans?
It's over, Chris.
The title race.
Over. I'm not changing my mind. Oh,
Just change. I mean, you normally change your mind 3 or 4 times a season.
City will win it still, Chris.
Still, in that Liverpool have no chance of winning the
They've got
title.
a chance, yeah, of course they've got a chance.
But it's over.
City will win it. Kieran, never mind the title race. Let's talk about Burnley and to football, Chris usually says about...
No, not anymore. That was good today, Kieran.
Delighted, mate, delighted. But I tell you one thing to nothing, gentlemen. I was telling your colleague Dave before I came on. We're actually playing much better this year than we have done in previous years when we stayed up in 2019-20 season. We finished 10th, but we're playing much better football this season. The big problem is being finding the net. And no disrespect to Liverpool fans, they're a great club and so on. So we should have at least drawn, if not beaten them last Sunday. You might think I'm over-egging the pudding there. I don't think I am. Their goal was quite fortuitous, and we had 3 or 4 good chances. If we'd taken them, I think we would have held on for a win. So if we take our chances, at the risk of stating the bleeding obvious, but why break the habit of a lifetime? If we take our chances and play the way we're playing, we'll stay up. It's still the odds are up against us. But I tell you one thing from nothing, gentlemen, within 24 hours it changed from almost a resigned resignation to here we go to, you know what, we could still stay up, and that's my view.
Kieran, thank you so much.
I think they've got a great chance. I'm pleased that for Sean Dyche that they've started to play some good football. Burnley, I told him at the Champions League final, Sean, you need to do better. Trying to entertain the fans, Sean, get the ball down.
Right then, Christopher, it's time for Clue 2 of the Wanderer.
The Wanderer.
What is it? This player played in a stadium.
This isn't me. Listen, I agree. I think that this is, the first clue was particularly hard. This one's an easier clue. Here it is, Clue 2. His career took a bad turn as his next stop was playing in the same team as you. He made his debut in the FA Cup 4th round in a 4-0 away victory over Luton Town. A game you missed with the broken leg? Is that right? Well, it must be true. Well, I don't know the production of it. The following year, he made his England debut and earned a World Cup trip to South Africa in 2010. Oh, wow. I can see your mind working, your little brain just...
That was Blackburn.
See you ticking over. Oh, here we go.
England debut.
England debut.
In Blackburn.
England.
So it's not David Bentley.
Oh, are you going to have a guess? I think we've got to go to the news, but listen, I'll give you time. Let's not worry about the news. Let's, just had a big storm. Oh, Tim Flowers, Tim Flowers, Tim Sherwood. Oh, I'm the Wanderer. David Bentley.
Blackburn.
David Blackburn. You can say Blackburn.
Team was.
Shall we? It's great radio.
Pedersen.
Will we go to the news? Will we go to the news? Let's go to the news. Who's Jill Mackenzie with the news?
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thank you. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says his country is determined to protect itself from Russia with or without the support of Western allies. He was speaking at a security conference in Munich that's been dominated by discussions about tensions in Eastern Europe. Energy companies are trying to restore power to almost 190,000 homes after the UK was battered by Storm Eunice, but recovery efforts could be affected by winds of up to 70 miles an hour, with yellow wind warnings for most of the country tomorrow and Monday. A close associate as a convicted sex offender, Jeffrey Epstein, has been found dead in his prison cell in Paris. Jean-Luc Brunel, who founded a modelling agency with Epstein, had been charged with the rape of underage girls. And a senior official at the World Health Organization says it would be very unwise to end the COVID self-isolation rules. The government's considering changing the requirement for people to stay at home in England from next week. Let's get the sport now with Shabnam Yunus-Jewell.
Well, as you've been hearing, Tottenham have snatched victory over Manchester City in a dramatic finish at the Etihad.
Over Lucas Moura, Kane gets to it! Spurs have won the game all over again! What an incredible ending!
Well, that's what happened after it looked like City were going to take a point after coming back twice, putting away a penalty in extra time to make it 2-2. But Harry Kane's second goal of the game on the 95th minute took the win in thrilling fashion for Spurs. So it finished 3-2. Great news for Liverpool. They are still in this title race, just 6 points behind City now with a game in hand. They eased past Norwich to a 3-1 today, sending them bottom of the table. While a big 3-0 win at Brighton moved Burnley off the bottom, it's their first away win of the season. A vital first win for Roy Hodgson in charge of Watford today in their battle to get out of the bottom three. They took a 1-0 victory at Aston Villa, but the boss says they can't celebrate for too long.
You know, the danger is now that we think that we've cracked it, and that, you know, what we needed to do between now and the end of the season has been done because we've come to Aston Villa and won a game. I'm afraid it isn't. You know, the next 2 games are going to be of vital importance again.
Everton are still in trouble after going down 2-0 to Southampton. Frank Lampard's side is 16, just 4 points from danger.
The players have to understand that that second half isn't good enough. It's not good enough to lose second balls consistently. It's not good enough to come away from trying to play and just miss out and try and play longer balls into our strikers. That has to be an option. It can't be the way we play, because that was the way we were playing, and that's why we're in the position we're at.
Newcastle are also 4 points from the relegation zone after drawing 1-1 at West Ham. Arsenal beat Brentford 2-1. Chelsea won 1-0 at Crystal Palace. St Johnstone beat Hearts 2-1 to get off the bottom of the Scottish Premiership. Hibs went fourth after beating Ross County 2-0. Aberdeen drew 1-1 at Motherwell, as did Livingston and St Mirren. The men's curling team put Great Britain on the medals table at the Winter Olympics in Beijing, even though they had to settle for silver. The thrilling final went to an extra end, but Sweden took gold after edging it 5-4. Here's Britain's team lead, Hammy McMillan.
We gave it our all today. No, we felt like we bounced back after that first loss to the USA and played a really high performance right through, you know, the whole week into the semis, and then even today, you know, Nicholas and the Swedish boys brought their A game. So no, we came off the ice, we were absolutely gutted. But to be standing here now with Team GB's first medal, yeah, we're absolutely buzzing.
Now, can GB's women take gold later? Eve Muirhead's team play their final against Japan just after 1 a.m. on Sunday. Later, the four-man bobsleigh team, led by Brad Hall, will also go for a medal on the final day of competition in Beijing. Coverage across BBC Television, the iPlayer, Red Button and online. In rugby's Premiership, Leicester kept their 11-point lead at the top after beating bottom side Bath 24-20. Second place Saracens were beaten 32-30 in a thrilling derby, with London Irish, Harlequins and Sale won their matches. Super League champion St Helens inflicted a 38 points to 6 defeat on Hull FC, who played most of the game with 12 men. And Huddersfield beat Hull KR 26-12 for their second win of the season. That's your latest from BBC Sport.
Europe's elite club competition.
The Champions League continues this week on 5 Live. The round of 16, first leg.
This is quite something here.
On Tuesday night, it's Chelsea against Lille. And on Wednesday, Atletico Madrid take on Manchester United.
And it had to be Ronaldo, the saviour for Manchester United in the Champions League.
Both kick off at 8 p.m. The build-up begins in 5 Live Sports from 7.
Europe's elite club competition.
The Champions League.
This is 5 Live. Listen on BBC Sounds.
The UK's biggest football debate. This is 606 with Chris Sutton and Robbie Savage on 5 Live.
Welcome back to 606 08085 909 693. Spurs fans, what a win! Man City fans, you've just let Liverpool back into the title.
Oh, they're back in the title race, aren't they?
They're back in it. They've always been in it, but City will win.
No, you wrote Liverpool off, Rob.
City will win it. And I just got the wonder before clue 3. I'm going to say Stephen Warnock. So I'm putting that out there now before clue 3. So that's locked in before clue 3. Might be wrong, but that's what I'm
But you can't. I'm afraid it doesn't, Rob. It doesn't work like that.
08085 909 693. Straight to the call. So many lined up. Tracy, you're a Spurs fan.
Of course. Good evening, Chris. Good evening, Robert.
Good evening,
What
Chris.
a win.
What a win.
What a win. They were absolutely fantastic. They battled and battled and battled. I'm proud of them. And it's probably the first time in a long while they have been poor. I mean, we're very, very lucky that we got the double over City. But why couldn't we have done that 3 previous games? Could have had over 9 points. Could have had 12.
Why? Why do you think that Spurs are so inconsistent?
It's what Conte puts out. He chops and changes every week, and it's like, what are you doing? You've got your team. Play them.
Is he not striving to find the best 11?
I thought, today he's found them now. Honestly, I think he's found them. Play them. Stop swapping and changing, and we'll climb up. You know, I'm an absolute massive fan. We keep falling. And other teams are climbing and climbing and climbing. I'd be happy, me, Chris, if we stayed, you know, not Champions League, but at least for a cup in 6th place. Because we've been very, very poor.
And Harry Kane, I mean, written off by a lot of people this season, but I mean he was always bound to come back at some stage, wasn't he?
And I think he's back now, and he has to keep playing like that. Don't go laxy-daisy. Keep playing. They're not a bad team, Tottenham, and they're my team, Chris. I live in Bolton. And I'm a Tottenham fan, and my last name's Preston. Beat that, Chris.
Here's one for you then. What if Manchester City come in for Harry Kane in the summer again?
I'll be gutted. He's got to stay with Spurs. He's a Spurs lad.
He couldn't go this next summer to Man City.
He can't. I mean, they wouldn't pay that amount of money that they offered him last time, Chris. They wouldn't. Because he's not worth that now. But he's worth staying at Spurs.
Tracy, Tracy, thank you so much. Thank you, Tracy.
Have a good evening.
Tracy, you too. Thank you so much, Tracy. Let's go to John, who's in Canada. How are you, John?
I'm fine, and I'm actually quite delighted.
Good.
Quite delighted indeed.
So you're in Ontario in Canada, John?
I'm in Ontario, yeah.
Yeah.
So you're quite delighted. Go on, tell us why you're quite delighted.
I'm actually over the moon that we finally won. I only wish we'd have played like that against Wolves and Southampton, and we'd have been what the previous lady said, a number of points better off. Okay, these things happen, but they certainly battled today and stayed in there, which is certainly a step in the right direction. Yes, there was 2 unfortunate, games against Wolves and Southampton. These things happen. The big test is going to be against Burnley on Wednesday. If they can go up there and get a good win against Burnley and then carry that forward, well, maybe, the top 6, top 5 is possible. I don't think the top 4 is going to be possible. Sadly, if they get in the top 4, I count that as a bonus. But I think, okay, let's see if this has now been turned around and we start going forward.
Yeah, but you say about the top 4, but there's not. There's a lot of teams making a mess of the race for the top 4, aren't they? Tottenham being one of them, of course.
Tottenham being one of them, as you correctly point out. But as I said, I would be pleased if we got there. I would count it as a bonus. Than any, shall we say, expectation. But what you say, there's United are there. No disrespect to them. My friend in Kingston, not far away from here, would be somewhat upset if I said they weren't going to make it. And the gooner I've been married to for 52 years would be upset as well. But these are things that these are things that will come out in the wash. So it's no good saying, well, the expectation is there. As I say, if they get top 4, I count that as a bonus and be over the moon. Top 5, that's great.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, John. Just reading out a few things on Twitter because I put out there that you'd written Liverpool off. You said that they can't win the title. Henry Jones Jr., ex-United player, can't back LFC. Surprise.
I'm an ex-United player.
Well, yeah, that's being kind. Robbie's happy with that. Simon Begg, he's a donut. There are other ones I can't possibly read out. He's a Wally, Chris. There are worse ones. Jay Bothroyd, who was with us today, I was there. I heard it. He heard you say that. And he's laughing emojis. He's laughing at you for that ridiculous.
To be fair,
line writing Liverpool off. Come on.
It's the first time I've heard Jay speak today. He's on the show for 3 hours as well.
So where are we going?
I think City will win the league. I think still think.
Yeah, but you wrote Liverpool off.
Where's Jed? What about Jed will ring tomorrow night, Chris? Jed, the big City fan. You know, Jed will ring tomorrow.
Let's hear from City fans tonight. What, we got 15, 16 minutes left?
Yeah, it's all over, Chris. What about Reading? So they are just above the relegation zone. They've appointed Paul Ince as interim manager. They won today. Alan, what do you think?
I'm confused. Delighted we got the points, but confused about the situation. Paul Ince has come in a month after his son Tom signed for Reading. What's that all about?
Well, what do you think? What is it all about? What's your view as a Reading fan?
I feel sorry for Pauno. I thought he always conducted himself with dignity. Apparently, he knew he was being sacked before the game, but he didn't tell the players. And we went 2-0 up, and I thought, oh, here we go. When Preston got a goal, and we hung on and hung on and hung on. Thank God. But what we really need to do. With Paul Ince, he's got Michael Gilks with him. I don't know if you remember Michael Gilks. He was a lightning fast winger. He was the fastest winger in that time, I believe. He was lightning quick. And he's good. He knows his stuff. But I don't think it was going to work out with Paul.
I mean, he's not managed since Blackpool. Which 2014. I mean, that's a long time out of the game, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Ideally, what I would love, as I was telling your researcher early on, was to bring Steve Coppell back as manager. Genius, absolute genius.
But when was Steve? I mean, blimey, I'll have to have a look at that.
2006. We went up in 2006. I think we had 92 goals and 100.
But that was 2006.
I know, mate, but he's in this country now. He's been over recently because of the Reading celebrating their 150th anniversary.
So you'd have Steve Coppell back, who hasn't worked.
Don't worry about it. He's worked in India. I know that, Indian football I don't know a lot about, but I would have him back.
Right.
Otherwise, I've got a couple of other suggestions. Chris Hughton.
Yeah.
And the guy who, I think he was at West Brom, the Portuguese guy, Nuno with the beard.
Nuno Santo, Espirito Santo,
that's him.
He's not going to go to Reading.
Why not?
Because you're struggling in the Championship, and he's just managing the Premier League. He's been at Spurs. I don't think that is a project which he would.
All right. Yeah. Okay. All right, Chris. You know the sport. Well, you know better than I do. Anyway, Savo. I remember your last game for Derby at the Medeski Stadium.
Give him a mark out of 10. What?
Yeah. Well, 6, because he was a pantomime villain, but we loved him really. And of course, he ended up at the end of the game with his shorts down around his knees.
He often had his pants pulled down.
Alan, listen, I'm fond of Red Time. I hope you stay up with Derby. Alan, thank you so much.
What about when Alan gave you a 6 out of 10? You were happy with that?
At 37 years of age.
Yeah, but you were happy with a 6.
You take a 6.
That sums you up. How low is your bar?
Do you go to Russell, an Everton fan or Lucas Spurs fan, Christopher?
I am hearing Lucas pulled over, my sources telling me. Luke.
Hi there, can you hear me all right?
Yeah. Go on, Luke. What about that today? Spurs are back. Conte's the man. Harmony at the club.
I wouldn't say that. They've had 5 chances and Harry Kane put them away. Basically, it was exactly what City wanted. They needed a striker, and we had the best one in the world playing for us tonight.
Best striker in the world? Harry Kane?
Name a better striker than Harry Kane.
Lewandowski?
Mbappe?
No, not anymore. Robbie, do you remember a conversation with a guy about pizzas about 10 years ago?
Yes.
Yeah, that was me.
No.
And when I was at university.
Wow, really? To be fair, Luke, there was the 7 pairs of white trainers and the pizza.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
So you got to explain this.
To be fair, Luke, that was the years.
Robbie, Robbie's my favourite pundit on any channel, of course. But back then, he and I had a little disagreement about players' diets, and I think it was the same week when he was accused of buying 15 pairs of white trainers. But
Luke, those two calls will go down history, and that was when the show used to win awards until we got this idiot on next to me. So
I was going to say, I don't know what's changed, but can I just say about the Spurs fans today? There was empty seats in the away end because National Rail cancelled trains out of Euston. We actually then had to drive up and got to the game about 5 minutes before kick-off. And I know games have been called off just before kick-off today, but also having trains cancelled so that people can't get to the game and then they've got no way of getting home is more examples of football fans being treated really poorly. So hopefully a little bit of promotion on air probably won't have any impact, but I thought I'd moan about it anyway.
Luke, great to speak to you again. Thank you so much, and what a win. Have a safe journey back. Right then, I've locked in Stephen Warnock. Let's have clue 3.
The Wanderer.
Technically, it doesn't count. You can't have that locked in. If you need to give an answer, we went to the news. We had to go to the news. You can't have 7 minutes. That's not the way the game is.
Couldn't run over the news.
I tell you, we just do what you want. Okay?
No, we couldn't run over.
We'll put this to the production team, and like last week, there'll be an independent inquiry, and they'll come back to us. Okay, well, here's clue 3. Let's see if you were right.
Might not be.
Next stop was at Prince William's favourite club, where he spent 3.5 years before being signed by his namesake for Leeds United. He served Derby, Wigan, Bolton and Bradford before joining us on the airwaves. You're locking in Stephen Warnock, are you? Are you locking in Stephen Warnock?
Locked in Stephen Warnock before this club.
Has he got a right production? Have you got a bell? Hey, Stephen Warnock, you were right. Do you know what? Forgot to read this out. Mike in Letchworth, posh Mike, because Letchworth is really posh, isn't it? He got it first go. Well done, Mike. That's incredible. There are some clever people out there. Well done, Mike. You're not one of them, Rob. 1 point. 1 point.
2 Crossy nose
for you.
In the Super Bowl last week, Mike, not with it this week either. Dave got a mention as well, didn't he? Dave got a mention. The production, Dave got a mention. Crossy and Mike don't get a mention, because they're too busy on the NFL, getting their eye off it this week.
Taking their eye off the proper ball. Yep.
And in the left coming up, when you asked Crossy, our production manager, do the Americans, like American football? What a stupid question. They hate it. They hate it.
Proper soccer, Rob. Come on.
Did you watch the halftime show?
Come on.
What? Oh, come on.
How long is the halftime show?
How long is the halftime show?
Come on.
I think it must be about 30 minutes. 13 minutes. Did you not see all the stars singing?
No.
Wow.
Honestly, Rob. Honestly. So name one of the stars singing. Who was singing?
Snoop Dogg.
If he was singing in my back garden, I'd close the curtains.
Snoop Dogg.
Yeah.
Dr. Dre.
Yeah, same. I'd close the curtains. I'd tell him to get off my land.
Eminem.
Oh, come on, Rob.
Wow.
Just not for me.
Russell.
Eminem.
Everton fan.
You better. Do you like Eminem?
Yes. Hello.
Russell, do you like Eminem?
No, I do like status quo.
Yep, status quo, yeah.
I'm the Wanderer. That's status quo.
Brilliant. Yeah.
Are you rocking all over the world, Russell?
No, I'm absolutely below. I'm on the moan. I'm going to be on the moan, I'm afraid, like most people that ring up. I've looked, according to the red button, I just had a look on the old BBC red button. We didn't get one shot on target all game today. I listen to reports coming in every 5 minutes, on the old, as it comes in every 5 minutes, on the Radio 5 Live today. But, there seems to be the work ethic, this Frank Lampard work ethic thing, but, they can't seem to string 2 games, together. You can't just have a brilliant work ethic one game and then lose the next one all the time.
But, he has to be given time. I think we all understand that. But, are you genuinely worried as an Everton fan? Because
definitely, yeah.
I'll tell you the way I see it. From afar, I keep thinking Everton have too many good players, to go down. But when I see results which have happened today, like Burnley, big win for them. Watford winning. Look, Norwich put up a performance against Liverpool. Newcastle look like they're on a roll. Then I've got to say I'm a little bit worried about Everton. I wouldn't have thought you were out of the woods yet.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think Frank Lampard's the man for the job, but I noticed the last 5 games of the season, we've got Liverpool, Chelsea, and on the very last game, Arsenal. So if it comes right down to a crunch, the other teams are trying to stay in the league might have an easier sort of running. And we've got, a team that's going to push for the top 4 right on the last game of the season. We've got Arsenal away. So, I think my prediction would be, I think we're just going to scrape it. It's going to be,
Do you think it's 50-50 for Everton?
Oh, definitely 50-50, yeah, because, we've got, the away games. We've got the Man City and Tottenham coming up, and then it's West Ham, Man United. But it's that last run-in, it's the run-in that's going to do for us, I think, and it might even, because, we're not going to get anything against, if you look at the last game of the season, playing Arsenal away, I don't, you're not going to win it.
You beat Arsenal. That was one of the good performances. I was actually at Goodison that night where you beat them 2-1.
Yeah, of course, they can't keep it going. But to be perfectly honest with you, I know it's the defence. I really do think that defence, if they could just give it a massive overhaul, if we can stay up this season, Frank could, if he can just keep us up, and he's done his job. If I think that is there's so much, if they could overhaul the defence and get it, same as Coleman's too old now and a few of the other ones. But if they can just overhaul the defence and make it a sort of, as they used to say.
How many years have you been saying that though, Everton? Or if we overhaul, bring new players in, there's, it's a cycle, isn't it?
It's just that defence, it's such a, they can't really defend from corners. They're iffy, disorganised, they start, goalkeepers, they people were shouting at them allegedly on the radio. But, he's a solid pair of hands. There's only so much he can do, though,
Russell, thank you so much. Russell. All right, we've got 2 callers left before we go to Brian's a Spurs fan to finish the show. Let's go to Ben, who's a Southampton fan. Ben.
Evening, boys. How are we?
Evening, Ben.
Thank you for letting me on tonight.
Pleasure.
That's all right. What about today? Good performance?
Honestly, absolutely buzzing. I've said to your colleague that I don't use this word easily. It was a sexy performance this evening. What a game to watch. We're a team that is in transition. We are a team that other teams do not want to play at the moment. We're playing with so much confidence, and some of the play today was just on another level. It was men against boys lots of times.
Where would you rank Ralph Hasenhüttl in terms of Southampton managers all time?
I knew you were going to ask me a question about Ralph tonight. Look, there's no denying where we are and why we're there. He's world-class manager. I'd say, like the previous callers,
world-class managers don't get beat 9-0 twice.
Yeah, we have done, but let's be honest, all teams are going to have peaks and crests. And
world-class. Is Ralph Hasenhüttl world-class?
Well, Sir Alex Ferguson, who we describe as a world-class manager, his team's lost heavily.
So is Ralph Hasenhüttl, what are you saying? Is Ralph Hasenhüttl the same level as Alex?
You are an idiot. I'm not saying
Ralph
that. The point being, he is a classy manager. I'm not saying, I think world-class is a stretch, but he's a very talented manager.
World class.
You haven't answered the question yet about where would you rank him in terms of Southampton managers?
Yeah, he's right up there, one of the best.
One of the best, the best, or one of the best? Who else would you have up with him? Because you've described Ralph's football as sexy. When has there ever been sexy football at Southampton?
I think he's on a level in recent years with Pochettino. And look where Pochettino's gone to. I think Ralph, if he wanted to go there, he'd kick on as well.
Ben?
Yeah, go on.
Go on, Ben, 30 seconds.
I didn't know if you boys were aware, but Ralph's actually come out a few weeks ago and actually said that managing teams is so tricky that he wants out of management probably at the end of his contract in 2024. I don't know if you boys have heard anything like that.
Yeah. But Ben, thank you. I think that's what Lincoln City thought with Chris after 7 games. Thank you so much, Ben.
We didn't have the biggest budget in the league,
did we? Brian, Spurs fan, to finish the show.
Evening, chaps. How you doing?
Evening, Brian.
How you doing? I just want to pick up my team, Spurs. I thought they were fantastic this afternoon. And Kane, he's amazing. And you've got to pick him up. He's better than... He's amazing. Him and Son,
He's better than who, Brian? You were going to say he's better than...
You were going to say something then, Brian. Go on. He's better than...
Kane is better than most of the other strikers.
Oh, come on, Brian. You can do better than that. Come on, you wanted to say a name. Say that name you were going to say. Kane is better than...
Kane's number one in the world at the minute. Guaranteed.
Number one in the world at the minute?
Well, Ronaldo's got more Premier League goals than this year.
Look at his... He doesn't have to score goals. Look at his passing today. He's an amazing player. Listen, he's gone for a rough patch, and you know he has. But look at his play today. He's a confident
Would you rather have Harry Kane or Kylian Mbappe?
Oh, come on. Kane's far superior than Kylian Mbappe.
Lewandowski or Harry Kane?
Mbappe couldn't handle the Premier League.
Mbappe?
Of course he couldn't.
You were going well for a bit, Brian, there, but...
Right, listen, please ring back tomorrow. Means myself and Chris will be...
Look some strikers
it's
up.
20 hours. Call back tomorrow, but thank you so much.
Hang on.
We got to go to the news, Brian. Ring back tomorrow.
Ring back tomorrow, Brian. Ring back tomorrow. Thank you so much, Brian. And thanks for listening, and thanks for all your calls tonight. Chris and I will be back with 6:06 tomorrow, straight after Wolves beat Leicester. And we've got Leeds against Manchester United. 6:06 is a shoot and shout production for BBC Radio 5 Live. Next up on 5 Live is a chance at your Kermode and Mayo film review. Good night. Good night, Chris.
Yeah, good night, Rob.
BBC News at 8 o'clock. This is Kat Collins. The Ukrainian president has described his country as a shield against Russia as he demanded more support from Western allies in the face of a feared invasion. Volodymyr Zelensky ignored warnings not to leave the country and attended the Munich Security Conference in person. He condemned what he described as a policy of appeasement towards Moscow.
What are you waiting for? We don't need your sanctions. After the bombardment will happen, and after we will have no borders, and after we will have no economy, or parts of our countries will be occupied. So when you're asking what can be done, lots of different things can be done. We can even provide you the list.
Addressing the conference in Munich, Boris Johnson warned that if Russia were to invade Ukraine, it would result in the destruction of a democratic state. He added this would create an economic and political shock that would echo around the world. Accountancy firms have estimated yesterday's Storm Eunice caused up to £350 million worth of damage. PricewaterhouseCoopers says most insurance claims will be for damage to homes, commercial properties and vehicles caused by falling trees and flying debris. Gail Pocknell lives in Farnham in Surrey. Her neighbour's chimney came crashing down into her house yesterday afternoon, leaving her kitchen particularly badly damaged.
All of a sudden just heard this enormous crash. Well, I wasn't actually working yesterday, but could have been, and sitting right there underneath it when it happened. So, yeah, we're all feeling very lucky and just waiting for kind of insurance to get in touch, and we're just hoping it's not going to rain too much because we're not really secure.
A pedestrian has died after being hit by a vehicle on the M4 motorway near Swansea. Police say they're investigating the death of a 41-year-old man and are appealing for dashcam footage. The search is continuing for 12 people missing after a ferry burst into flames near the Greek island of Corfu. They're all thought to be lorry drivers from Bulgaria, Greece, Turkey and Lithuania. 280 passengers were evacuated from the Euro ferry Olympia after a blaze broke out yesterday. The UN's top human rights official, Michelle Bachelet, will be allowed to visit China's Xinjiang province, where it's believed detention camps for hundreds of thousands of Uyghur Muslims are being operated. Beijing has repeatedly denied any accusation of human rights abuses in the area. Football, and in the Premier League, Liverpool's title hopes remain alive after their 3-1 win over Norwich at Anfield. Mo Salah scored his 150th competitive goal for the club. Manager Jurgen Klopp said the reaction of the home crowd said it all.
Today was absolutely insane. He played incredible games, scored 150th goal, but wow, really madness. But all 3 goals were really nice.
The weather, rain spreading northeastwards across Northern Ireland, Wales, Northern England and Scotland tonight with some snow over the Scottish hills. BBC News is 3 minutes past 8.
All this month, the Radio 2 piano is at Maida Vale.
Radio 2's Piano Room Month.
Joined by 20 of our best loved artists.
Hey, it's Anne-Marie.
It's David Gray.
Hey, this is Jack from Clean Bandit.
Emily Sanday here. Hey, this is Ed Sheeran. It's Jamie Cullum.
All bringing us special live performances accompanied by the BBC Concert Orchestra. BBC Radio 2's Piano Room Month continues throughout February. Listen on BBC Sounds and watch on iPlayer.
Hello and welcome to the weekend edit of Kermode and Mayo's film review, like a condensed vegetable soup version of the show. All the goodness, less room for the thin, watery gruel of the full show. No, that can't be right. Anyway, we're not actually here, so don't text or WhatsApp or anything else, because they won't be read. But you can drop us an email, mayo@bbc.co.uk. We read all of those. What's on the show tonight, Mark?
On the show tonight, Simon, I'll be reviewing The Real Charlie Chaplin, Dog, Here Before, Kimmy, Old Henry, and the new version of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Great. And we have a special guest. Yes, very shortly we'll hear from Helen Mirren. But first, tell us about something else that's out.
The Real Charlie Chaplin, which is a documentary by James Spinney and Peter Middleton, who are the pair behind the brilliant Notes on Blindness, which you'll remember I reviewed maybe 4-something years ago.
Yes.
Absolutely loved it. This attempts in just under 2 hours to find the real Charlie Chaplin, of whom a writer colleague once said, enjoy any Chaplin you encounter, don't try to link them, there are too many. The documentary has extraordinary archive access, draws on the research of very, very well-respected and renowned Chaplin scholars. I mean, my very good friend Mike Hammond just kind of looked at it and went, okay, well, those people are on board, so, you know, you're okay, you're in safe hands. It uses clips and newsreels, and it also uses the verbatim theatre techniques that were used in Notes on Blindness that also you can trace back to Clio Barnard's The Arbor, in which there are taped recordings of people's voices and actors reenact the performance lip-syncing to the recordings, which I know sounds like a strange thing to do, but actually it's very effective on screen. It does this with a number of things. One of them is with an encounter with somebody who knew Chaplin as a child, Effie Wisdom. There is another from a press conference for Monsieur Verdoux. And then there's an interview that Chaplin gave in 1966, a wide-ranging interview, only some of which, a small portion of which appeared in Life magazine. And they used this kind of verbatim theatre technique to effectively turn something into something which seems much more present. I mean, I spoke to the directors. I said, what was the thing behind it? They said, well, it's a way of taking an archive and somehow making it seem current, making it seem contemporary, making it seem like it's happening right now, which I know sounds oddly contrived, but actually it works. Here is a little bit of the documentary in which they discuss the creation of the costume that became the iconic Chaplin tramp costume.
I went to the dress department. No preconceived idea. I thought, well, I mean, everything in a competition that is tight coat, large head, small hat, cape, large pair, old shoes.
In fact, the shoes were Sterling's, the trousers, Fatty Arbuckle's, and the hat belonged to somebody's father. The costume isn't stolen, but it's assembled, magpie-like, from bits of other costumes.
And there's a kind of grand thesis underlying that, which is that just as the costume is deliberately this collection of magpie-collected contradictions, so the big trousers, the tight coat, the big head, the small hat, the big shoes worn on the wrong feet, so the character of Chaplin is the same, a series of contradictions. I mean, on the one hand, he was a cinema pioneer whose approach to gags was both instinctive and scientific. There's one lovely analysis of a particular scene, which is a scene of mistaken identity, that talks about Chaplin doing this over and over and over and over again because he couldn't figure out how to make the gag work. And the gag is central to the plot of the film. I mean, Stanley Kubrick would have been embarrassed by how many times he went back to it and reshot and recast and reshot because he was just trying to get this one thing right. And then the film makes a very, I thought, astute observation that the solution in the end is that a silent film pivots on the unheard sound of a door slam, of a car door slam. So I thought that stuff was really good. We hear about Chaplin mania, the fact that cinema allowed Chaplin to appear all around the world because cinema, you could send out prints all around the world. But also there was this thing, Chaplin mania, was that there was these hallucinations of people believing that they were seeing Chaplin in loads of different places at the same time. The film actually begins with a seance. And I did a thing for Radio 4 years and years ago about the iconography of Chaplin and the way that it fed into Dadaism and modernism. And there was this kind of weird thing that he became so iconic that the shape of Chaplin became so, of the on-screen Chaplin became so iconic. There were Chaplin impersonators everywhere. And so the idea that Chaplin was actually existing in a million places, which brilliantly fits in with cinema. We hear how, how his politics were expressed through things like The Great Dictator, how he was run out of America for being a communist. Everyone's talking at the moment about being the Ricardos. But what happened with Chaplin and the House Un-American Activities Committee is a really salutary story. We also learn of the other side of Chaplin, his relationships and marriages to very young women, many of whom were silenced either by history or by Chaplin himself. We learn how hard it was for people to be related to him, how he could, to quote one contributor, he could smother, he could, take the oxygen out of the room because everything was to do with Chaplin. And all the time we come back to how this was rooted in his upbringing. I mean, an incredibly hard-scrabble upbringing. And the documentary quite specifically voices the question of, do you ever escape from your roots? Do you ever escape from the environment in which you grew up? In fact, one of the most moving sequences is Chaplin going back to his old haunts after having gone across the Atlantic and saying to America, I'm going to conquer America, and then conquering it, and then everything kind of going belly up. I think if you're a Chaplin aficionado, you probably won't learn much. I know this because I did speak to a Chaplin aficionado who said, okay, the stuff is in there, I know. I'm not a Chaplin aficionado, I'm a big fan, but I'm not an academic. But I think that it's very entertainingly put together. I love them as films.